Right, Puffer, my lad, let's get to work. Okay. Is that us? You all set? Right. Okay. Right. You just check to see if the others are ready. Okay. Right. All right. Thanks. Right. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. It's of course, if you don't know who it is, it's Michael White, the creator of the Miniature Railway Adventures, and oh my God, 15 years. We actually made 15 years of Miniature Railway Adventures. I can't believe that this series has carried on this long. But yeah, I'm actually really just still amazed that we're still making the series now and people are still listening to it. And so yeah, I've decided that it would be a good idea to host this little live stream here at the Model Engineer Society to talk to you guys about how the series created and also play you guys some selected audiobooks from Series 1 that a few folks at home have chosen. And as far as I know, Cars is just going out to check with the others here. So a couple of the characters from the series are going to be giving some introductions to the story. So be sure to listen out for them. So, where do we start? We have to start from the very, very beginning of this series because there's quite a wee bit of story to tell. Now, I've probably have told this story many, 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 many times. But for those who are new to the series and are very curious to what it's all about, sit yourselves down, have a drink, get a snack or something here because it's going to be a wee bit of a long story here. Okay, so this started in September 2008. Myself and my friend Chris, who goes by the name of Casey Jr. online, him and me were making these little model railway videos with his layout as well as my layout at home. And they were like little Thomas Tank Engine model railway videos, that sort of stuff. So that was a kind of a bit of a trend that was going on back then, and we wanted to try and jump on the bandwagon with this here. So we wanted to be, among the greats like Sparkshot, Henry Blue, who else was good at the time? TARDIS Rescue, all that sort of stuff. Well, TARDIS Rescue, I think he was just starting. He was not long starting off at that point, but even so, even Captain Punjab. Do you remember Captain Punjab, the Thomas the Backman Engine adventures? Yeah, we wanted to be amongst those guys, so we decided to try and come up with our own Thomas model series using our layouts. And we got one story done, which was called Percy Gets Lost, and I think Chris has taken it down from his channel now, because I think his channel is just more or less just like his own stuff, but I think he's no longer doing YouTube now. But anyway, so we did a second one, we did a sequel to it, called QE Who, and the idea came about during 2008, when we were at a model railway show. Chris bought this little tank engine with the name Queen Elizabeth II, and we came up with this idea saying how fun it would be if this engine was the royal engine, and this would bring the Queen to Sodor, or have a story where the Queen comes to Sodor, and this will be the engine that brings her. And there's a whole big fuss all about, who's going to be the engine, blah, 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 blah. And so we started this video, and it was only just at this point I was doing my Farquhar layout. I had finished my Farquhar branch layout, and we wanted to try and film some stuff on that there, so we did this video. We only got part 1 made, because part 2 required quite a number of more sets than what was required for part 1. And so part 2 had to be halted for a good hiatus, a very long hiatus. It's been 15 years now, and it still hasn't been finished yet. It still hasn't been made, because lots of things have been happening since then. So during then, I don't know where it compares to today or whatnot though, but YouTube audiences were very demanding. When I say demanding, very demanding. Like they would constantly write comments in the video, maybe about 10 or so a day, saying, "When's part 2? We want part 2. Why are you taking so long making part 2?" And it got to a stage where Chris contacted me and he says, "Look, is there any way we can come up with something else just to keep these guys entertained until we can get this video made?" I said, "Well, I'm only just starting off YouTube right now because I already started my channel since then because I was mostly posting some of my stuff on Chris's channel at the time. But I'd only just recently started off, and I says, well, I have this rough idea. I've been listening to these audio stories from Soda Island Forums called the SAF Audio Adventures, and I kind of like the idea. I kind of like the idea of having your friends involved in these little quest adventures, these little adventure stuff. Now, why don't we do something like that, but in a way to explain to the audience what's causing the delay for this video. And he's, Chris was saying, well, I don't know, I'm not so sure about this. Do you think it'll work? And I said, like, well, it's worth a shot. Come on, we might as well try it because I'm just learning how to use Audacity using audio software, so it might be fun. Plus, it'll be quicker to get made than filming stuff all the time. So I wrote this little draft story called Search of the Lost Engine, and it wasn't really much. It was just a little mystery story. Didn't really have much creative work, as much creative work as I possibly could. And then Chris threw in a few other ideas in just to see what would work, and some stuff that made us laugh. It soon ended up becoming part of what I can only describe as what it sounded. The finished item kind of felt like something you'd see or hear from the old 1950s radio program, The Goon Show, where random stuff just makes its way present. I mean, at one point in part one, when we're saying, like, when my character is saying, "Oh, who should we call to help?" Chris just instantly just says, "Oh, let's call Doctor Robotnik," and I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, let's put Robotnik in. He'll be funny." I was like, okay. And so we insert this random scene where Robotnik features in it. I don't know why, but I think that also during the time we were our icons were Sonic the Hedgehog characters, and I think that was probably why he wanted to include it. I don't know why. I have no idea. We've now since changed that since then to like human characters. But anyway, that's pretty much how it all started off. We got part one made on the 24th of September 2008, and we were starting on the process of doing part two. When Chris approached me and he says, "Look, I've got this idea. This series, this audio thing we're doing." He says, "I'm actually I'm starting to like this here. It's actually quite fun to do. It's like our own ideas not there." And I says, "Yeah, I'm starting to get quite attached to these characters as well." And he says, "Well, do you want to do another one? Because I got some ideas that maybe we could probably try out." And I says, "Yeah, sure. Fire them my way, and I'll write up a script." And then, would you believe it? After that, we had another story which was on the railways, and that's pretty much where it all started. And I think On the Railways pretty much was the proper pilot for Miniature Railway Adventures. In fact, it wasn't called Miniature Railway Adventures at the very start. I think it was called MES Adventures because we wanted. I think the original title was going to be Model Engineer Society Adventures, but it was too long, far too long. So we decided to call it Miniature Railway Adventures because it had more of a fitting name. And we checked around and make sure, like, has anybody else used it, in case people mistaken it for something else, but apparently not. So Miniature Railway Adventures was here to stay. So that's pretty much how it all started off, and 15 years later, we're still making it. We're still on the first series. Would you believe it? First series comprises of 13 stories, roughly 13 stories, and it's taken 15 years to get them all made. But along the way, there has been like plot lines or stories that have kind of veered away from the original timeline that we were meant to be following, where we have stories taking place in the future, but it's just more or less like what went through our minds at the time in regards to what stories do we want to make right now as audiobooks and so forth. And we also wanted to have the series set on a real location because taking a leaf from the Reverend Audrey's books, like, having his stories based on real life events, we thought it'd be good to actually base the series on our own miniature railway club called the Model Engineer Society. And there was something about this place that I found very, very charming. It was it was nicely isolated away from the outside world. You can just go here, run some trains, do a wee bit of engineering modeling, and that was it. And that was pretty much for a Saturday or Wednesday or whatnot, and I just found that place very charming. Plus the setting of it all. It was inside an old walled garden at the bottom of a transport museum, and there was just something so nice and peaceful about it. And I thought, this is the setting. This is where we're going to have our series set. And we're going to have the characters interacting with the actual engines that feature on this railway. So that's why we have the engines from the real railway featuring in the stories. Now, it's worth mentioning right now. Now, don't say this to the characters here, but unfortunately here, the real-life miniature railway, where this is actually where the series is based on, no longer exists. And I will probably talk more about that later on in this live stream, but just to let you know, the real-life inspiration does not no longer exists. But this one, this version of miniature of the Model Engineering Society does exist. So please be sure to keep that in mind. So, where do we start now? Where should we start? Yeah, well, let's start with the first story of Miniature Railway Adventures. Now, this version you're going to be hearing, this audiobook you're going to be hearing, this was first written. Well, the original version was written in 2008, but this version you're going to be hearing was rewritten in 2015, and this actually pretty much is a retelling of Lost Engine, but with all fixes or plot holes and questions that have been asked and pointed out in the from the first story have all been fixed and rectified. So yeah. So this is episode 1, series 1, episode 1 of Miniature Railway Adventures, The Search of the Lost Engine. Enjoy, and I'll see you guys later on the live stream. Take care. Chapter 1. The winter winds were slowly starting to ease as the springtime drew nearer. The first of the snowdrops had begun to emerge from their roots in the ground and were slowly forming their path to blooming. The urge to do some cleaning was among the thoughts of the members of the Model Engineer Society, and each day when they arrived, a task was set for them to make some improvements of their club. The 4 boys, Casey, Cars, Corpse and Whitehouse, were busy sorting out the engine sheds and workshops and disposing any unwanted junk that cluttered up needed space. Jane, the tea girl, spent some time improving the club room, as it was showing signs of wear. The old kitchen area had been replaced with new cupboards and allowed more space to be made. Jane had just finished hoovering the new carpet when she decided to do some dusting around the shelves, which held a number of engineer magazines. A stack of these peeked over the edge of the top shelf. Jane stood on a stool and tried to reach for the stack. She nearly had her first finger set on them when she lost her balance and landed on the sofa. The magazines followed and scattered around the room. Jane sighed and started to stack them neatly for storage. Then she noticed something from the corner of her eye. A photograph had fallen out of one of the magazines and had fluttered under the table. Jane picked it up and looked at it. It was dated September 2008, and it was of 4 kids standing next to Betty. One wore an 80s-style black jacket, while the other wore a grey hoodie. The other 2 were in club uniforms, with one of them wearing a driver's cap, which looked like it was 2 sizes too big and went down over his ears. "Well, I'll be," Jane said with surprise. "Wait till they see this." She tucked the photo into her pocket and went back to work, smiling to herself. 4:45, closing time. The 4 boys had done good for their day's work. The workshops and sheds were now prepared for anything that awaited them when the springtime rolled in. "A job well done is what I say," Cars declared as he poured out the teas. "A tidy and well-organised railway is a reliable and functional one." Everyone agreed to this. Then Jane remembered and took the photograph out of her pocket. "Look what I found while cleaning the club room," she said. The others looked at the photo that Jane presented to them. A wave of memories came back to them. My, exclaimed Corpse. "It's us!" "This must have been taken at the time you joined Whitehouse," chuckled Casey. "Back when we went on The Search of the Lost Engine." "I've heard about that," said Jane. "You all went on a search and stopped cars from destroying all the railways and replaced them with roads, right?" Upon hearing this, the 4 boys fell about laughing. Jane looked on confused. Oh, yes, Whitehouse said, wiping a tear from his eye. "That was the tale, all right. And what a tale that was, wasn't it?" They all laughed again. "Are you saying you never went to some fortress and fought to the death with each other?" Jane asked, rather puzzled. "Sorry, we never did," answered Cars. "We made that story up to entertain the young members." But why did you... "Well, we don't often like to talk about it much," Corpse explained once he recovered. "Back then, things were a lot different than what they are now." "Such as?" "Well, for a start, we were enemies," Cars informed. "We were friends once, then enemies, as you mentioned, and then we became friends again." "It's strange how it all floods back to you," murmured Whitehouse. "So, what did happen all those years ago?" Jane asked. "I'm very interested to know the truth." The 4 boys looked at each other, and after a while, nodded in agreement. "Okay, but I want you to promise not to tell anyone else," Carr said sternly. "Very few people know about it, and they too have been asked to keep it all quiet." "But why?" "It wasn't a good time for the railway," Casey began. "Some of our best and dedicated members have passed on, and very few joined. Whitehouse was among those who joined after I told him I was a member." "I was a little too enthusiastic," Whitehouse added, a wee bit embarrassed. "There was always a time where I wanted to drive an engine, but that opportunity never arose. Casey would often let me drive Betty after a day's run, but no more than that." "Now, go steady and don't go too fast." Casey watched on as Whitehouse released the brake. Betty moved, but in the wrong direction, and bumped the buffer stop by the workshops. "Careful! You've got her in reverse! Look, push that lever there, forward. Shut the regulator off first! Oh, dear me." Casey was doing his best to help Whitehouse learn the basics on driving steam trains, but he wasn't that good with the controls. He knew the forward and reverse lever all right, the regulator, the brake, but he got confused on which was the water feed tap, the blower, and the bypass. "Look, I think you better let me do the driving for now. I can manage," insisted Whitehouse. "I've got the hang of it now." Betty wished steam from her draincocks, but stayed where she was. "Try taking the brake off," Casey said helpfully. Whitehouse sighed as he did so. "Practice makes perfect, as they say," Casey added, hoping to cheer his friend up a little. Whitehouse didn't say anything as he made his way up towards the sheds. After collecting a line of coaches, they made their way to the station where they found Whitehouse's cousin, Rory Clements, and friend, Mark Carson. "I've heard those names before," said Jane. "Who are they?" "Oh, those are me and Carson's names," Corpse said. "We gave ourselves nicknames in the past, and we still use them today. I'm called Corpse because of a collection of toy soldiers I had when I was young, and for Cars, well, we just shortened his surname." "Well, that answers a lot of questions," chuckled Jane. She looked over at Casey and Whitehouse. "I take it that you two did the same, then?" "Well, we did, actually," Casey smiled. "My real name's Christopher Jones, Jr. Casey's just my nickname. And my real name's Mike Whitehouse. But I just did the same as Cars," said Whitehouse. "We like our nicknames better, in all fairness. It sort of gives us a bit of character." "Sounds simple enough to understand," agreed Jane. "Sorry, I stopped you there. What happened next?" Casey thought for a second. Let's see. Yes, we were just coming to the station with the train as usual. Corpse and Cars were waiting for us on the platform. The 2 boys watched as Betty rolled in. Whitehouse went to gather his guard tools out of the ticket office. "How's life on the railways, then?" asked Corpse. Same old, same old. Been giving Sterling Moss here another driving lesson." "Any improvements?" Casey smirked. "Oh, take that as a no, then. Still, practice makes perfect. That's what I've been saying to him. But to be fair, he does have good driving skills with battery engines. If we can get him working on one of those, he'd be fine." "What's that you're talking about me?" called Whitehouse from the office. "I'm doing fine with my driving if that's what you're talking about." "So long as you understand the controls correctly," Casey called. He lowered his voice. "I swear, if he gets water in the smoke box again, he'll be the one to clean it out." They all chuckled quietly so Whitehouse didn't hear. "So how's things with you two? I hear you're looking for work now, right?" "I've got my business plan worked out already," Corpse stated proudly. After succeeding in my mechanics course, I'm saying about starting up a business of making custom machines. The market for it isn't quite strong, but in time it would. You'll see. Yes, I'm sure it would. Casey and Cars exchanged looks. Well, what about you, Cars? Found any opportunities of employment yet? Not since I checked half an hour ago, Cars said sadly. Where was it you worked again? Asked Corpse. That small garage outside the town. Hughes' Tech Mix. Ah, now that was a lovely place, said Casey. Shame it had to close, though. Why did it close, anyway? Asked Corpse. Cutbacks and failure to pay off the new landlord. I'd never seen him, but I've been told he's a right git. Who's a git? Asked Whitehouse, who overheard the conversation. That new landlord who closed down that garage Cars used to work for. Oh, yes, I've heard about that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that, mate. It's all right. Cars sighed again. Place was falling to bits anyway. What's this bloke's name? Asked Corpse. Maybe we may have heard of him. Cars thought back carefully. Williams, I think his name was. I don't know his first name. Williams? I don't know any Williams. Do you? Asked Corpse. I do know of one Williams, but I don't know if it's him, said Casey. Well, whoever this Williams is, he'll get the fork out of my tongue. You wait and see, said Whitehouse. No friend of mine's going to be made jobless. Cars then checked his watch. Yes, well, we better head off here, otherwise we'll miss our train. Anyway, it was good seeing you guys again. Why not sign up with us, Cars, here on the railway? We're short of staff at the moment. Thanks, Whitehouse here, but I'll have a look and see if anything has come up at the job centre first. Thanks all the same, though. With that, Cars and Corpse made their way up the road to the station at the top of the hill. Williams. Could it be the same Williams he knew? Casey wasn't sure, but the name rolled around his brain as he and Whitehouse went back to work. No more was said about that throughout their day's work. On their way up to the station, Corpse and Cars noticed a wire mesh gate in the hedge. It had a sign on it. Workers needed, it said in large letters. The lettering was still dripping, as though it had just been applied. Sheesh, whoever these people are looking employment, they could use some proper paint for their signs, commented Corpse. It's quite runny for paint, isn't it? Cars walked up and dabbed his finger into a blob that had formed below. He rubbed it with his thumb and forefinger and examined it carefully. It's oil, he said at last. They painted their sign with oil. Now why would they use that? For oil painting? Joked Corpse. Cars looked at Corpse and gave a sigh with a hint of a laugh in it. He was full of them today, wasn't he? Looking beyond the board, Cars could just make out a series of sheds and a towered building. There was no signs of life on the outside, but lots of banging and shouting came from the inside of the sheds. There came another bang, followed, without haste, a cloud of black smoke. Two boys emerged from one of the sheds, coughing and spluttering as they put their caps out, which were still smouldering rapidly. They look as if they'd never had any mechanical experience ever, chuckled Cars. You wouldn't catch me working for those lot, added Corpse. Look at that place. It's nearly fallen to bits. Whoever they are, I say good luck to them if they're ever going to get through their business. Come on, our train will be here soon, said Cars. And that was our first encounter with the MCS. Jane was impressed, but this didn't relate as to what that had to do with Betty getting stolen. Ah, there's still more to be told, Whitehouse said. He looked out of the window. It's getting dark now, and we better close up for the day. Listen, how about all you lot come over and stay at my place till morning? We can continue the story over dinner. Sounds good to me, agreed Casey, and he headed out to lock up the workshops. Chapter 2. The group got together in the comfort of Whitehouse's home over a well-received dinner. The topic of the lost engine story had been circling James's mind since the truth was told to her, and she was interested on hearing what more was to be told. She waited until it was the right time to talk about it. While Cars went to make everyone tea, Whitehouse came down the stairs carrying a box of photographs. He placed each one on the coffee table, pausing to remember where each one was taken from. Let's see. That one was taken, I think, a week after I joined the society. This one looks good, Casey commented, picking up a photo out of the pile. I remember you got water in the smoke box by accident, some hours after this was taken. Jeez, are you still going to bring up that incident up? Whitehouse commented, rather embarrassed. Like I said earlier, I didn't know what controls did which. Anyway, that was in the past now, so can we please drop that memory from our minds, please? What's this one? Jane held a strange photograph up. It looked like an old chopper bike, or something. Corpse took the photo and looked at it carefully. Then he chuckled. Well, I'll tell you about that one later on, he said, and he tucked the photograph into his pocket. Ah, now here's one I remember. This is the garage that Cars worked for. Yeah, I took that on the day it was being knocked down. Shame, really. It was such a nice place, too, beside Cars. Then, that's when I first met him. Who? Asked Jane. Click. Just after the camera clicked, the crane swung the ball. In an instant, the building was nothing but splintered wood and rubble. Carr stood some yards away watching it all happen. He loved working in this little garage and hoped to run it himself. Now, that dream was literally shattered. Mr. Hughes, the retired owner, left early that morning to stay with his sister, but informed Cars that he was to be transferred to a new company that was looking employment. While he thought about who this employer was, Cars failed to notice a Rolls-Royce pull up next to him and the passenger stepping out. The man stepped quietly next to Cars and waited for himself to be introduced. Cars didn't look at him. His mind was still focused on his current thought. It was only when the man coughed that he looked round. To his eyes, the man was nothing much in height as he was in width. He bore a similar appearance to the actor Danny DeVito, but his appearance wouldn't have been suitable for any movie picture. There was something about his eyes that made Cars think. They were sinister-looking eyes, which could stare down at you and make you do anything he wishes you to do. The man tipped his hat politely to Cars and introduced himself. My name is Bernard Williams, your new employer. You're Mr. Carson, I take it? Yes, that's me, Cars replied, eyeing the man carefully. So this was the new landlord. Good. You will join me on your way to your new workplace. I hope you're as good as mechanics than those two nitwits I took on yesterday. Well, we'll find out then, won't we? Cars was quite surprised. No business questions about past experience or qualifications? How can he be sure that this man has any experience with running a business? But he had no time to think about this, as he was hurried into the car and driven to his new workplace. The car stank of an unknown scent as Bernard lit up a fresh cigar after finishing his last one. He must have been a 40-a-day bloke, for the inside of the car had many discarded ends of cigars. All the windows were up, except the driver's, who was safely protected from the fumes. Cars held his breath. The smell was unbearable. What was in those cigars? Trying to show a bit of hospitality to his new employee, Bernard offered Cars a cigar. My own brand, he advertised. Had them specially made to keep the noggin on the go. Try one. Cars shook his head and raised his hand politely. He was sure that whatever was in those cigars, it would have made marijuana smell more like an air freshener. Non-smoker, eh? Well, you're lost. Cars decided to take his mind off the smell and to see where it was that they were going. The route seemed familiar, as if though he had been on it before. Sure enough, they were heading to the railway club. Or should that be outside it? The car turned towards the hedge and up to the old gate. Cars looked out as to where he was, but a black mist fogged over his eyesight. He waved his hand about, thinking it was more of Bernard's cigar smoke. But it wasn't. It was his eyesight that was fogging over. He was blacking out. How long was he holding his breath? 15 minutes? Not surprising he didn't black out earlier. A burst of cold air brought Cars round as the door was swung open by the driver. Coughing and spluttering, he emerged from the car and waited till his vision was back to normal. Well, here we are, Bernard said proudly. Your new workplace. Come on inside and we'll get you started. Once vision was restored, Cars could see that his workplace was those buildings that he and Corpse saw before. He looked around to take in what was going to be his new place of employment for God knows how long. He followed Bernard into the sheds where some of the workers were fiddling with an old car. As you can see, Bernard explained, some of our workers know what they're doing. That is, once they've located the problem. Try it now, Bert, called a worker from under the bonnet. His friend tried to start the engine, but nothing but a spluttering sound was heard, and clumps of smoke popped out of the engine. Gah! Wretched thing, said the worker, scratching his head. They've been working on that model for some years now, and still haven't got it working, Bernard explained. Cars looked at the vehicle carefully and studied its make. Do you mind if I try something? He asked. Well, Bernard began. Shan't take more than a few seconds. And with that, Cars walked over, looked at the engine, then removed a few bits around. The workers watched on in admiration. After sorting out under the bonnet, Cars then grabbed a long screwdriver and went round to the back of the car. After a short second, he stepped back and nodded to the worker. Try it now, he said. Unsuringly, the worker climbed in and switched on the ignition. The car started. Cheering ran out throughout the building, and the workers came up and shook Cars' hand. How in God's name did you know what was wrong with it? Asked the worker. Simple, Cars replied, smiling. He didn't thoroughly clean the plugs, and there was a blockage in the exhaust. A bird's nest of all things. Just then, two young boys walked in from the other shed. What's all the commotion in here? The tall one asked. We're trying to repair a van here, the other one said. Boys, I'd like you to meet our new employee, Mark Carson. What you just heard was his spectacular achievement at getting old Rusty up and running again. Mark, come and meet my, trainee mechanics, Grinder and Gears. Those are your names? Asked Cars. Our parents were in the mechanic trade, explained Gears. I thought naming their children after mechanical items was good for a laugh. I don't know why they call me Grinder. I don't even sound like one, Grinder said, in his grinding sort of voice. I'm sure with your past experience you should be able to help these two gain some skills that would help us out, said Bernard. Now, first of all, let's get your uniform sorted out. And he escorted Cars to get himself measured into his uniform. Meanwhile, up at the railway club, Whitehouse was slowly starting to improve his driving with Bethy. But Casey had something on his mind. The name Cars told him was still running around in his head, and he wanted to find out more about him. He heard about this Williams from an older member, and was warned to stand his ground whenever he came across anyone who matched his description. Casey! Oi! F calling Casey Jr. Huh? Sorry, what? Did you not see that smooth running I was doing just now? Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. Casey scratched his head thornily. Anyway, show me that again. It's too late now. I've already coupled up to the coaches, ready to move off. Oh, right. Okay then. Let's head off then. Whitehouse could tell that something was troubling his friend. He seemed to be in a daydream and didn't concentrate on what he was doing. They arrived at the platform where a few passengers were waiting for them. Casey was still thinking and didn't realize that he'd overshot the platform. The guard's whistle brought him round again. What are you playing at? Called Whitehouse from the guard's van. We're meant to stop at the station, not glide past it. And here's me thinking I was the one who needed driving lessons. Blushing with embarrassment, Casey backed the train to the platform and began filling the water tank. What's gotten into you lately? Asked Whitehouse. Every time we're working, you're always getting your head lost in the clouds. It's just this name of that landlord that closed Cars' workplace. What, Williams? Yeah, that's the one. Case, there are lots of people with the surname Williams. Yeah, I know that there, but I'm just having sort of, doubts about it. Well, can you try and keep focus on your work, please? We're trying to run a railway here, not a therapy clinic. Whitehouse gave out the safety procedures to the passengers and signalled the train out. As the train steamed away, a pair of glaring eyes watched on through a pair of binoculars in an office window. Mr. Williams? Bernard turned away from the window. Ah, Mark, good to see you. How are you finding your new uniform? It wasn't the best of uniforms, being a few sizes too small, but Cars did his best to overlook the circumstances. It's fine, sir, he said, ruffling his collar a little. Good. Now, I asked you up here to offer you a new role in the company sector.
I'm ranking you up to second in command. How do you like that then?
Well,
Yes, I know. Even I would be speechless to be given such an offer. Why, my great-grandfather went static for 3 weeks when they offered him a job as a janitor for the local football team. It was only then we found out that he died from a stroke during the interview, and remained immobile until somebody asked him where the toilets were. He still works for them now, as a hat stand, I believe. Anyway, but that's not going to happen to you, my friend, for you have a great skill.
why, thank you, Mr. Williams.
There'll be no more of that Mr. Williams stuff, Mark. Please, call me Bernard.
Okay, Bernard. And if you don't mind me asking, could you call me Cars from now on? It's a nickname that I've grown fond to that some friends gave me.
Very well then, Mark. I mean, Cars. Now, to business.
Bernard offered Cars a chair and sat opposite him at the desk. He fired up another cigar, his 25th that day, and brought out some documents and reference photographs.
For the last 30-odd years, my company profits have plummeted to rock bottom, and the lack of customers are showing signs that this company has little left to go by. It is with luck that I persuaded the directors of the Model Transport Committee to combine it as both a club and a business. I had plans to construct a factory for the business to expand, but, alas, there was a problem.
What kind of problem was that then, exactly? Asked Cars.
It was in the mid-1970s. I had located a stretch of land not far from here, which would be perfect to expand the company. But buying it was the problem. Somehow, the landowners kept changing the price of the land, and I could not meet the price. When a final price was made, I pushed the business to its limit, till we earned enough money for the land. But when I went to buy it, I found I was too late. The land had already been sold to a model engineers club, and soon a railway was built on top of it.
A railway? Cars interrupted.
Yes, ran by a bunch of sick-minded folk who do all they can to be the best that there is. At first, it wasn't a problem, but over time I found that the growing popularity of that little railway has been taunting me for years on end, and pretty soon all our customers started to drop like flies. My workers lost all interest in the business, and even what you perfected earlier was an example of their lack of enthusiasm.
As Bernard continued talking, Cars was having trouble taking this all in. Had his friends been working for a job-stealing railway all this time, and never told him about it? Could they also be responsible for his last workplace to go bust? A strange feeling erupted inside of him that he never felt before. It was anger. Hatred and anger. His slight interest in railways were wiped out in an instant. Fond memories of his friends were burnt away in a fiery furnace in his inner thoughts. He disliked railways. No, that would be too kind. He hated railways. He wanted to see locomotives being dragged away to the weed-infested sidings and painfully dismantled bit by bit by the forever blue glow of the gaslit torch. Now he dreamed to witness the day when the resurrection of the Beechin's axe was to come, to cut down the lines which took away the much-needed customers to the car industries, and to drag its twisted, splintered remains to a forever forgotten grave. He hated railways.
And so, as you can see, that even though they're currently hanging by a thread, they're still making more business than us. Now, the plan is to see about outdoing them the same way as they done to us. Any suggestions?
Cars remained silent. He was letting this new feeling finish what it had started, and to let him continue functioning once more. After a few seconds, he stood up, lit up one of Bernard's cigars, and breathed in the toxic fumes with pleasure.
"I'll have it on your desk in the morning, sir," he said coldly, and stepped out of the office.
As the door closed, Bernard smiled wickedly. His plan was working. The others were very quiet as Cars finished. Casey and Corpse's clothes were wringing with sweat after what they just heard, and they were quivering slightly. Was Bernard telling the truth about the railway? Asked Jane.
Well, back then it did, but it turned out he was a bit of a sore loser and liked to give multiple views on how he lost the land.
Well, I must say, Cars, you were very descriptive when you were talking about how much you hated the railways, White have said as he cleared away the photographs. Cars blushed and chuckled.
Well, yeah, I think my inner thoughts got a little carried away on that subject. I'm still shocked you smoked one of Bernard's cigars, Casey said. What were they like, actually? Foul, I would imagine. Have you ever socked toxic waste through a flannel? Asked Cars with a smile. They all shook their heads. Well, those cigars were far worse than that. He yawned as he looked at the clock. Ugh, cripes! It's gone after midnight. We've got to be at the club, Randy. Aw, can't I hear the rest of the story? Asked Jane disappointingly. That's enough stories for now, chuckled Cars. Besides, he went on, looking over at Casey Corpse, who was still quivering, I think these two will need to settle down a bit before any more scary additions will need to be told. Jane agreed and began helping Whitehouse to bring the sleeping bags down to the living room. 2:45 a.m. Jane lay on top of the sofa staring up at the ceiling. What Cars had told her in the others that evening kept her thinking. What if Bernard was like that to all his workers, lying to them about how evil the railway is and getting Granger and Gears to try and close it down? It just didn't seem right. Cars, she whispered so as not to wake the others. Cars, are you awake? Huh? Cars grunted. He was now. Listen, I can't stop thinking about what Bernard told you all those years ago. Did he really mean what he meant? Just don't worry about it, Jay. It's so in the past, yawned Cars. And with that, he nodded back to sleep. Jane stared back at the ceiling once more. This once random tale to entertain young members was starting to become more serious than she thought. And what did Cars mean about more scary features? She will have to wait patiently till the truth can be revealed, and then she would find out. Chapter 3. Come on, Case, you've been in there for an hour already. Whitehouse and Corpse waited outside the bathroom impatiently. They had overslept and were running late. Cars was helping Jane in the kitchen preparing a quick breakfast before they headed on. Jane was still pondering about what Cars said last night, and whenever he wasn't looking, she gave him odd looks. Case, if you're not out of there in the next 5 seconds, I'll break this door down, threatened Corpse. At last the door opened, and Casey emerged in his dressing gown, with a towel wrapped around his head. There's no need to shout, he said, and went to get dressed. Corpse quickly ran into the bathroom and slammed the door in Whitehouse's face. I might as well wash my hair in the kitchen sink, he grumbled, and stormed off downstairs. But when he entered the kitchen, Whitehouse was surprised to see a well-laid spread on the kitchen table, and Cars and Jane were already busy helping themselves to tea and toast. Hang hair washing, Whitehouse thought, realizing he was quite hungry. Casey and Corpse soon joined them, but by now they were already behind time. I haven't been late before since before Betty got stolen. I never want to go through that calamity again, worried Case. You were once late? Carr said, with a tone of surprise in his voice. He was, chuckled Whitehouse, buttering some bread for his day's sandwiches. I remember it quite well. It had been some months since Carr's got his new job, but it came to the attention of Whitehouse that he had not been seen that often, and whenever he could, he would treat visitors like a sticky toffee wrapper that was blown in your face on a blustery day. This sounded very odd, and not like his old friend at all. But today, Whitehouse's mind was focused on something else. Casey was late for work. They were meant to run a long afternoon train, and they were instructed they would have to have the engine ready by 12 o'clock. It was now 11:15, and still there was no signs of Casey. When he finally turned up, it was nearly 11:15. Wretched alarm clock wouldn't go off, Casey grumbled as he quickly got the fire lit and started throwing spirit-soaked blocks into the firebox. Well, at least you got a good sleep in, Whitehouse said cheerfully. Not when you have a special like this, you won't, came the reply. Whitehouse decided to let Casey be and went to get a new sack of coal that arrived for them that morning. The bag was heavier than usual, and he had to drag it along the ground to where Casey sat next to Betty. I hope she steams well today, Whitehouse said as he shoveled the coal into Betty's bunker. From the looks of this coal, I think it looks a bit damp. Oh, she'll be all right, won't you, Bets? Casey smiled as he patted the engine's cab. While you're filling her up on coal, I'll go and check and see if we've any passengers waiting, Whitehouse said helpfully. Will do. While you're there, get us a cuppa, please. I skipped breakfast on the way here. Whitehouse agreed and headed on up the line. As Whitehouse walked into the station yards, he was unaware that both he and his friend were being watched. Bernard sat by his office window, peering down at the railway club through a pair of binoculars. His mind was thinking over as to how he could make this little railway club go bust. But his mind was also focusing on the business itself. Since Cars was made second in command, the progress of production had improved somewhat. It was all Cars' plan, really. By providing skilled knowledge and eye-catching forms of advertising, the company was starting to draw in the attention of the public. Grinder and Gears had improved their skills and had proven to be top workers. They would arrive for work in a cheery manner and would set to work with no means of grumbling. For Cars, he made his work the first main focus of his life. The second main focus was a young secretary that Bernard hired. Cars had taken a soft spot for her. When work finished, they would often walk home together, and often go to the cinema as a treat. But every time they walked past the railway club, Cars would always sneer at it, and often spoke bad of it. "Mr. Bernard, sir?" "Ah, Cars, come in, my lad." Cars came in and sat opposite Bernard. After accepting a cigar, the two chatted about the day's work and the progress of the workers. Then Bernard brought up a topic. "Now, Cars, you've been with me for a few months now, and your work has been outstanding." "Thank you, sir." "And I was wondering if you cared to help me out with a, He looked around in case anyone heard. "Little project I'm working on," he finished in a whisper. "What sort of project do you have in mind, sir?" "Well, I've concocted a new type of fuel that will make others completely worthless to other vehicles. I've tested on a few cars, and the performance is amazing. Smooth running and quiet engines. I want to know if you could help me set up a sort of petrol brewery where we can make this stuff in mass production." "So let me get this straight. You want me to help make black market petrol?" "I wouldn't call it black market, more of a new development in production. Who knows? This stuff could be worth millions upon trillions by the time we show its potential." "Has it been granted by the directors?" Cars asked suspiciously. "Oh, yes," Bernard lied. "They thought it wouldn't work, but we'll show them, won't we?" "All right, then," Cars said. "Now, what's the first thing to start off with?" "Cripes, look at the time!" gasped Cars when he finished. "We need to be on our way to the club." "I'll sort out the dishes later," said Whitehouse as he got his coat on. "I still don't see what making petrol has anything to do with Betty getting stolen," Jane said. "It'll all become clear in due course," Casey reassured, "but that's for later on. We've got work to do." The five made their way up to the club. Thankfully, they arrived just in time and were soon busy getting the locos in line ready for the spring season. As Whitehouse and Corpse were busy spraying weed killer on the tracks, they didn't notice Grinder and Gears watching them from nearby. "They're at it again," grumbled Grinder. "Busy messing on the little railway as they do all the time, every day of the year." "If only it was like that back in the good old days when there was nothing but weeds and brambles," Gears commented. "They go to all strengths to make sure those trains keep running." Casey had got the fire lit and had pressure up in record time, with only 5 minutes to spare. He was soon coupled up to the coaches, and he and Whitehouse made their way up the line to the station. The passengers all waited patiently on the platform, and as soon as Betty stopped, they hurried to get a seat. Whitehouse was nearly knocked off his feet at the pace that they were walking. It was lucky for him that he had a seat to himself at the back of the train on a little wooden truck. After collecting the tickets and gave out the safety procedures, they were off. Quite literally. No sooner had the guard's truck left the platform, there came a crunch, and the train jerked and stopped. It didn't take long to find the fault. A long, thick bramble had been collected by one of the coach's axles and jammed itself in the points. It took some time to fix the problem, but by the time they were on their way again, a crowd of people had started to form again at the platform. The passengers waiting after the first lot grew tired of waiting and left crossly. "I never had this sort of problem before," sighed Casey as he helped load the next lot of passengers. "If this keeps up, people will think this is a bad railway and we'll have to close." "I just hope it doesn't come to that," hoped Whitehouse. The next time round was better, but at the steep part of the line, there was trouble. They just started the climb and just made it to the top when Betty slowed to a stop. The heavy load needed a lot of steam, and Betty had nearly used up all of hers on the hill. There wasn't even enough for the journey back. If you don't mind waiting for a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we shall resume our journey, Whitehouse informed passengers. It was the woman at the back who started.
If this is what they call a reliable attraction, then I want my money back.
Same here, called another passenger. I wasted £2 for a half trip. Some place this is. We've got to think of something, Whitehouse said to Casey. There's only one option, sighed Casey, and he rolled up his sleeves. It's the only way we can get these people back to the station. Whitehouse sighed and nodded. He too rolled up his sleeves. Now, what do you think they did? They pushed the train along. The passengers stayed as they were. They paid for a train ride, and they saw to it that they did. Poor Casey and Whitehouse had to work hard pushing the heavy train to the station. When they reached the platform, they were completely worn out, their clothes drenched in sweat. At least we can wait until the pressure builds up, Casey gasped through deep breaths.
Excuse me, are you going to be long?
Came a voice. The boys looked up and saw more passengers had turned up looking at a train ride. There was no reply from the two, as they had fallen in a heap of exhaustion. In the end, 2 other members of the club took over the train while Casey and Whitehouse went to take a break. Their calamity was found to be entertaining to the young mechanics Granger and Gears, who watched the two whilst taking a tea break from their work.
Dear, oh dear, I'm making a fluster,
chuckled Granger. Wouldn't see us being overworked like them, agreed Gears. We've enough work to suit us fine. There you are, you two, Carr said, walking up to them. I have a task that myself and the boss wants you to sort out. We need you to gather the following materials, and look sharp. I want no slacking in this business, understand? Yes, sir, the 2 boys said. Well, get on with it, Carr barked out. We need these items at the double. Move! The 2 boys scampered off to collect the items. Bernard walked up next to Cars and smiled. At least I don't have to worry about those 2 slacking off work, at least, he chuckled. There's one thing that we don't have, though. He brought up a copy of the plans for the still. We need something that would drive the mixing shaft. I've spoken to the lads in the workshops, but we haven't got any engines with that sort of power. Carl thought about this. Then he gazed at Betty steaming away from the station. She was pulling a lot of heavy coaches and showed not a single sign of strain. I think I might have the answer, he said to Bernard. And also, it'll cause havoc for that railway too. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as they say. When Granger and Gears get back, tell them to meet me outside the railway club half an hour after closing time. As Bernard made his way back up to the office, Cars looked again at the railway and sniggered to himself. The day's work was going well, and soon the railway was ready for the spring runs. The 5 had just finished clearing away their equipment and were having a late lunch by the workshops. Jane thought she had waited long enough and asked the boys about how Betty got stolen. The last bit was just getting to that, actually, informed Cars. You see, in order for this petrol to be made, Bernard needed a strong source of power that could drive a shaft, which will mix the concoction of chemicals to make it. I suggested we used Betty after I saw her working nearby. How did she come to steal her anyway? Asked Corpse. I never got the full explanation. Cars nodded over to Whitehouse. I'm sure Whitehouse will fill you in on that, he said, smiling. Chapter 4. The others looked at Whitehouse and waited. Whitehouse remained quiet. Well, go on, Whitehouse, urged Jane. What happened? This happened on the same day, Whitehouse began, rubbing the back of his head. After resuming our tasks for that day, we managed to get the day's run finished with only a few mishaps. Myself and Casey were just putting Betty away for the night. It had been a busy day for the two, and by the time the last passenger left the station, they were worn out. 3 times we were brought to a standstill today, wheezed Casey. "In each time, we had to push the whole train back. Whew. There's something not right about Betty's feed pipe, and no mistake. I'll have to ask one of the lads in the workshops to see what he thinks about it. If she gives up the ghost, then we're stuck without an engine. If only wee Bobby hadn't gone for his overhaul, we'd been fine. Anyway, we better make the most of it, I suppose." They had just begun cleaning out Betty's tubes when Casey got a message on his phone. "Oh, I need to head off here," he said hurriedly. "I need to look over plans for something. Could you lock up before you go, Whitehouse? Here's the keys to the sheds." "Yeah, that's no problem. You can trust me," said Whitehouse, and resumed his work as Casey made his way up the road. Casey was just passing the station when he saw a car and trailer parked by the local loading ramps. "I wonder why that's there," he thought to himself. "Perhaps one of the members has taken one of their engines home to get work done to it. Possible, I suppose." As Casey made his way up the road, 3 figures emerged from the car and scampered up the line quietly. It was very quiet with only Whitehouse at the sheds, so he thought he turned on the shed's radio to keep himself amused while he did his work.
You're listening to Radio Replay, the radio station that repeats the much-loved classics over and over again.
With the noise of the radio, Whitehouse didn't hear the rustling of some bushes nearby, nor had he heard the yelp of someone who had just sat on a bramble. A head popped up with tree branches and leaves over his head.
Keep quiet, hissed Cars. We're supposed to be incognito.
"This place is covered in brambles," complained Gears.
Ow!
He yelped again. Whitehouse heard him that time. He swung round to where the yelp came from and listened carefully. "Hello?" he called out. "Is anyone there?" The 3 held their breaths and didn't dare move. A fox's cry for her cubs came from somewhere nearby, and Whitehouse chuckled. "My mind must be playing games with me," he muttered, and resumed his work cleaning the tubes. "Okay, this is what we'll do," explained Cars to Granger and Gears. "While me and Gears sort out our, pal here, you, Granger, see to the engine. Right, move out." Tiptoeing quietly, the 3 edged their way towards Whitehouse. By now, he had finished cleaning the tubes and was about to move Betty into her place in the sheds. Then it happened all at once. There was a shout, and then something was thrown over Whitehouse's head. There was a struggle, and then something came to him as a shocking pain at the back of his head. Then everything went black. Whitehouse fell to the ground unconscious next to the line side. "Sorry, mate," Cars couldn't help mutter. "Nothing personal, just business. Right, wheel that tin kettle over to the ramps, and let's get it moved to the courtyards." Straining with the weight, Granger and Gears wheeled Betty out of the shed's area.
It's okay for you,
grumbled Granger to Whitehouse's knocked-out body.
You get the easy job.
After what felt like an eternity, the 3 got Betty secured to the trailer and headed back to base. Bernard was waiting for them when they arrived. He did not look pleased.
What is the meaning of this, Cars?"
He spluttered on seeing Betty on the trailer.
"Bringing a railway locomotive on this site? I hope you're thinking of scrapping it. That's all these things are good for, and—"
He noticed the lettering on the tender. MES. Model Engineers Society.
"That's that railway's club engine, isn't it?"
"It sure is," smiled Cars. "It's all been worked out. After seeing this engine performing earlier, I thought it would be useful to power the shaft for the petrol brewery, not forgetting that this engine is the only working loco in the whole club." "Is that so?" Bernard smirked.
He's right, sir, Granger said. We heard that brat Casey said so.
"Well, looks like things are looking bright for us. We shall start the procedure on getting this engine fitted to the shaft in the morning, and then we can... Bernard cursed under his breath. Anything wrong, sir?" asked Gears. "Just one little hiccup in your plan, Cars. Who can drive it? I can't even operate a can opener, let alone power up a steam engine." "Oh, don't worry about this, sir. I've got it all thought of," grinned Cars. "But we'll have to wait until tomorrow until I reveal on how we're going to get this engine rolling. And soon, things are going to run smoothly, rest assured." An early morning fog rolled into the railway club the next morning. It was cold, too. A gust of cold wind brought Whitehouse round from his sleep. What had happened to him last night? He could feel a pounding pain over the back of his head and put his hand over it to soothe it. The pain got worse by his hand's impact, and he withdrew it away. A small patch of blood was seen on his hand. What had happened here? Whitehouse tried to stand up, but his legs were like jelly, and he had to lean on the fence post to steady himself. Had he been here the whole night? Then he remembered. Someone else was here last night. But who? He was just thinking this over when his eyes clamped on an empty spot where Betty once stood. It seems as if all the life had been knocked out of Whitehouse for at least 5 minutes before he moved at all. He had one job, just one job to do, and he had gone and mucked it up in less than, well, however long it took to clean those tubes. What could he do? If any of the members found out, he'd be kicked out of the railway for good, and forever would have a bad reputation to all the other railway clubs. What day was it? Sunday. Good. The railway doesn't open again till Monday, so he has 24 hours to find Betty and to get her back safely. But he knew he couldn't do it alone. He needed help. Whitehouse grabbed his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Casey's number. Casey was still in bed when his phone rang. After some failed attempts to ignore the constant ringing, he answered it.
Hello?
Case, it's Whitehouse.
Whitehouse?
Casey looked at his clock. 5:30 in the morning.
I'm sure you have a good reason to wake me up at this early hour.
Betty's gone.
Gone?
Gone where? That's just it. I don't know. Something happened here last night and Betty's now missing. All right, calm down. I'm on my way over now. Casey quickly got dressed and hurried to the railway club. When he arrived, he found Whitehouse in a sorry state and panicking like anything. I just don't know what happened, Whitehouse kept saying. I just finished cleaning the tubes, then someone whacked me at the back of the head. I'm going to get the sack for this. Look, calm down and let's take these things one at a time, reassured Casey. Now, where were you when this happened? Whitehouse looked round. Right here. Betty was just right here in front of me. Casey had looked at the ground. There were signs of a struggle, and more footprints could be seen. He said as he pondered the matter. By the looks of these prints, I'd say that there was more than one person here, and... The car! His mind cast back to the night before, and seeing that car in the trailer parked by the loading ramps. Car? What car? Asked Whitehouse. But before Casey could reply, there came a strange hooting sound. What on earth? Exclaimed Casey. From around the corner, a strange machine emerged. It had the front end of an American-style chopper bike, what looked like a garden shed in the middle, and 2 large wheels at the back. The driver smiled as he flicked his sunglasses off and revved the engine before pulling up alongside Casey and Whitehouse. Not bad, is it? What do you look like? Said Whitehouse. I could say the same for you, chuckled Corpse as he climbed down. Rough night for you, was it? You look like a truck hit you. Had one too many the night before, eh? Corpse, what is that thing? Asked Casey quickly before Whitehouse retorted angrily. Oh, this? It's a prototype for a new vehicle I'm designing. Who needs rest stops when you have one with you all the time when on the road? So, that's an outhouse you have in the back there? Asked Whitehouse, pointing to the shed. Well, yeah, but that was all that was handy at the moment. But the final product won't look like that. I mean, it'll be more box-shaped and it'll have a toilet in it, but it'll also have beds and cupboards, and so you've pretty much made a prototype for a caravan. Well, yeah, but nobody has made a bike version out of one. Overlooking the subject entirely, what brings you here, Corpse? Asked Casey. Oh, I saw you passing by here in a hurry and thought something was up at the club. Like a fire or something. Nothing like that there, was it? Worse, as a matter of fact, admitted Casey, and he and Whitehouse explained the situation to him. But we might have a head start on the search, Casey said. But first, you need to see to Whitehouse's injury while I check something over by the station. He could seriously do with some medical aid. Cars had arrived early that morning to carry out phase 2 of his plan. Betty had been safely stored in an old shed in the courtyard of the MCS. A pipe had been inserted into her chimney which would draw out the heat to feed into the tank nearby. A makeshift rolling road was also fitted underneath her. To ensure that an explosion would not occur while Betty was in the operation room, an extra wall was made so that it would split the room into 2 halves. The still had been designed in secrecy, So to stop anyone from copying it, Bernard had most of it covered up, with only the tank and a few open vats exposed. It was discovered that one of Betty's feed pipes had a hole in it, so Cars was busy making sure it was steam tight and made sure that enough heat would be made. He had just finished working on it when Bernard arrived, beaming like anything.
It won't be long until the first drops of that petrol will be made. I tell you, it will make me rich beyond riches.
Just you, eh? Cars said sternly.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a little something to keep you going, I'm sure. Now then, this idea of yours to get this, vehicle to work,
What's to be done about it? The driver is on his way, I assure you, replied Cars. We're pretty much ready to go, so as soon as he arrives, I'll set him to work.
good. And see to it that he does. I'm off to see about the marketing plans for this petrol, and we'll be back later this evening to see the progress. Remember, if anything goes wrong, it's your responsibility to sort it out.
Yes, sir. Cars put his finger in front to his mouth and whistled. Granger and Gears hurried in.
You wanted us, sir? I'm going out to get the driver for this machine. Make sure everything is in working order by the time I return. Or else.
The two understood and set about their work. Cars had just walked out of the gates to the MCS when he spotted Casey looking around the station. What perfect timing! Cars chuckled and walked casually over. Casey spotted him.
Cars! Am I glad to see you? I need your help.
Why? What's the matter? Cars said, acting surprised.
During the night, somebody crept into the club, knocked Whitehouse out, and stole our engine, Betty. I was hoping to find something here that would link her to her disappearance here at the station.
Oh, I didn't know, Cars interrupted. I thought you guys wouldn't mind.
Mind? Mind what?
Many thoughts went through Cars's brain that second, trying to think of a way to lure Casey to help him get Betty working. Then decided to tell the truth. Well, sort of. I borrowed Betty to help a friend out.
A friend?
Yes, he has a kind of old generator that is powered by a rolling rod, and as his car was unsuitable for the task, I wondered if I could borrow Betty for the task. So you came here during the night, knocked Whitehouse out, and stole her, is that it? Whoa, I didn't see Whitehouse at all last night. The shed was already opened, and nobody was about. I knew that you guys didn't want her to be stolen, so I moved her to a safe location, to where she'd be out of harm's way. And Whitehouse's injury? Again, I didn't see him at all last night. For all we know, he could have done that while at home, or something. I don't know. Is he all right? Yes, he's fine. Corpse is seeing to his injuries now. But enough of that. Where is Betty? Oh, I'll take you to her. Like I said, she's out of harm's way and in safe hands.
And you fell for it?
Well, didn't know at the time what he had taken her for, did I? Cars checked his watch. Right, that's enough for now, guys. There's still a bit more work that needs to get sorted out till the next season run. We'll continue this topic later on this evening. Chapter 5. Jane watched the day go by from the clubroom window. The whole story of the search of the lost engine had interested her greatly, and she yearned to know more about what happened next, like a reader eagerly waiting for the next installment in a series of books. But then she remembered that somewhere in these tales of events, something had scarred her friends greatly. She could understand Cars's decision to turn to the MCS, but that didn't trigger any nerves when the boys told her it. There was something else that happened. Something that they were trying to hold back. But what? She had to know sooner or later. Her eyes then focused on Casey and Whitehouse busy collecting a line of coaches for a test run up the line. She knew that somewhere inside their heads, the answer to her question was there, waiting to be told. At last, it was coming up to the evening tea break. Casey and Corpse had taken their teas into the workshop while they worked on a new coupling for the guardsman. Cars and Whitehouse sat on the benches outside the clubroom, discussing the events that was to come later in the year.
Fancy a top-up, lads?
Jane asked, teapot in hand. Yeah, I'll have one, thanks. Cream scone? Yeah, thanks. Jane smiled as she went in to fetch the plate.
There's chocolate cake in here if you want a slice of that instead. Or biscuits.
You can't have tea without biscuits. A number of plates were then presented to the two, each one filled with a different confectionery. Are you feeling all right, Jane? Cars asked. You're not your normal self this evening. Jane sighed as she set the plates down and sat on the ground opposite them.
I'm just curious as to know what happened with you guys back then. You're all hiding something that brings discomfort whenever you look back at your adventure. Just what exactly is it you're hiding from me?
The two said nothing. Jane hesitated.
I'm sorry, she said quickly. I know this is not an easy thing for you two to talk about, but
I just wanted to know, she said quietly.
It was Whitehouse who broke the silence.
I understand what you're trying to say, Jane. Trust me, I've been in events like this before, and often never got the answer I needed. We can gladly tell you about what happened, but I think it's best that we wait for the others to hear it too, as some of the events that happened, they don't actually know about it.
Know about what? Came a voice.
Kissing corpses just came back to life in their mugs.
Jane was getting really anxious to know about what happened in the mystery, informed Cars.
I think she can't contain her enthusiasm, he chuckled.
That explains your little picnic, Casey said, eyeing the plates of food still on the ground. I'm sorry about this, Jane said, picking up the plates and putting them back into the clubroom. It's just one of those things, you know. I just really want to know what happened.
Perfectly natural, Corpse said, taking a seat.
I was like that with Whitehouse when I tried to ask him about the night Betty was stolen. Now don't be such a big baby. You want that cut to heal, don't you? Not if you keep hammering that disinfectant on, it won't. Ow! Ah, look, just give me it here. I'll do it myself. Sheesh, what's biting you? You're not your normal high-spirited self today. 'Cause I'm still recovering after being knocked out last night. I have a bleeding gash on the back of my head that would fulfill a vampire's dream that now hurts more than ever than it did before. And you're telling me I'm not acting like myself? I only asked. Whitehouse cringed painfully as he dabbed his wounded head with the soaked cloth.
So do you have any memory as to who it was?
I can't quite say.
All I know is that there was more than one. I'll know that for sure.
Well, Casey said he might be onto something, so listen, rest up for a bit, and then we'll go and see what he's found out. I'll go get you something to eat.
Whitehouse nodded as he continued to dab the cloth on his head.
Well, I'll have to admit, you fixed her up good and proper, Casey said as he climbed out from under Betty. It's a pity you didn't come work for us. We could sure use a fellow with your skills like that.
Ah, it's nothing really, Carr said, flattered.
He showed Casey the generator by the dividing wall, and explained what he had done to set the whole thing up. So, would it be alright if we could borrow your engine to help us get this baby back to life?
Well, I don't know about this, but seeing as the line's closed today, I'm sure we'll let this one slide, just this once.
It'll take a while to get the pressure up, but I'll need water and coal to keep her lit.
I'm on to that now, Cars called back.
He signaled Granger and Gears to come over to him. Get the hose and grab some coal from their station yards, and be quick about it, he added sharply. This run is set to commence as soon as he gets that engine fully steamed up.
It won't be the engine who'll be getting steamed up with all this work, grumbled Granger.
Chin up, said Gears brightly. At least we're getting paid for extra labour.
Wait, we get paid?
They passed Bernard as they head up towards the rowing club. Has Cars got the steam brat to fire this thing?
We're just gathering the essential fuel it needs to run. Then we can begin.
Excellent, Bernard smiled as he happily lit up his sixth cigar that morning. He was in a celebratory mood. How are you feeling now? Fit enough to roam God's earth again?
I'm fine, Corpse. A bit dizzy, but nothing serious.
Now, we better see what Casey's found out about Betty's disappearance. Where'd you say he was heading? He said he was going to search the station. I have a feeling he's seen something that he wants to check out. Right. We better get going then. Whoa, whoa! Whitehouse yelped as he lost his balance on the steps and toppled to the ground. I think I'll stay with you as far as the station, until the earth stops spinning in your mind, Corpse said, helping Whitehouse up.
Come on! Hurry up before anyone sees us! Hissed Granger.
I'm doing the best I can, panted Gears, shoving large shovelfuls of coal into a bucket. Why do I always get the dirty job?
I'm getting more dirty than you throwing that coal about. Stop blabbering and keep...
Hey! What are you doing with our coal? Whitehouse and Corpse surrounded the corner and spotted the two.
Quick! Leg it!
Yelled Granger, and he and Gears jumped the fence and sprinted up the road to the MCS, dropping bits of coal along the way.
Those thieving little...
Whitehouse fumed. First I'm going to get in trouble for losing Betty, and now I've lost the club of their coal supplies. Could this day get any worse for me? Don't fret about it, cuz. There's still plenty left in the bunker, so you'll be all right. Corpse then noticed that Casey wasn't in the yard like he said he would be. Where had he gone? Give him a ring and see if he's got any trace on Betty's whereabouts, he said. Ah, good. You got the coal then? Right. Put over there and leave the rest to Casey. He knows what to do. Casey looked at the coal and then to cars, grinder, and gears. He said, anything wrong? It's just that, would you mind turning your backs, please? You what? Spluttered Grinder. You're only lighting an engine, not taking a leak. There's a fast loco firing method that was passed down to me, and I promised that I wouldn't show anyone. So would you mind? Do as he says, hissed Cars to the two, and they all did so. This better be bloody worth it in the end, muttered Gears. Next thing you know, he'll be wanting a nice comfy chair and a glass of... Okay, we're all set. The three turned round and were amazed to find Betty in full steam, ready to roll. Grinder and Gears' mouths dropped in surprise. Splendid! Splendid! Cars cheered, clapping his hands loudly. Bravo, my friend! Now, shall we make a start on the powering? Yes, of course. Just let me fill our tank up with water, and we'll get started. Yes, won't be long now, Cars thought. He left Casey for a split second and gave Bernard, who was keeping watch from his office window, the signal that the plan was underway. Bernard returned the signal with glee and quickly phoned up the dealerships to begin his dealing. Anything? No, there isn't a good signal here. We'll find him later on. He's probably on the trail of Betty now as we speak. Talking of trails... Corpse's eyes noticed the trail of coal left by the two thieves. I wonder what those two wanted with all that coal anyway. I could have sworn I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Well, it's near winter, and what with the prices of coal these days... Unless they... No. What? I was just thinking there, but I could be wrong. Go on. You don't think they stole the coal for something else, do you? Supposing they needed it for something other than warmth. Something like a steam engine. You could be onto something there, agreed Corpse. Do you think they'd be the ones that attacked you last night? I don't know, but there was only one way to find out. Come on, hang on. They've got a good head start of us. What we need is transport. We haven't got any transport, Corpse, and I hardly think my bike has enough room for the two of us. Funny you should mention bikes, smiled Corpse, and nodded his cousin to the sheds. Whitehouse stared. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. No way, I'm not riding that monstrosity. Do you have any other ideas? It was the ride that Whitehouse definitely would not forget. The bike roared out of the sheds area and rocketed past the station. The noise was nearly as awful as the exhaust that fumed from the back where the passenger seat was. What did you fuel this thing with? It smells like a farmyard back here. Oh, I've been experimenting with different types of fuels, Corpse called back. The best out of the lot was strong enough to propel this bike at the speed she's going. And where's the fuel tank located? I don't see one back here. It's right in front of you, Corpse informed. But I don't see anything apart from this... Then Whitehouse understood why the outhouse was here, and noticed some pipes leading down to the engine. Oh my... Whitehouse wrenched over the side and heaved heavily. I read up somewhere that some folks use this method, but I wasn't so sure it worked or not. You okay back there? But his cousin was beyond words at this time, for he was going a very off shade of green. It was a very unpleasant journey, I could tell you, Whitehouse said. It was starting to get dark, and was getting closer to closing time. I'm sorry about this, Jane, Cara said, noticing her disappointed look. But don't worry, your question is very close to being answered, but we'll have to wait till later on while we're at Whitehouse's getting our things. You don't mind, do you, Whitehouse? Not at all, Whitehouse said. I'll go and close up the workshops. I tell you what, Jane, even I'm starting to get interested in all this, whispered Casey. Even I don't remember some of it. I know, agreed Jane, but she still wondered as to what was to come. Chapter 6. Sit yourselves down, said Cars, as he entered Whitehouse's house. Whitehouse went to make some tea while the others settled themselves on the settee. After a short while, Whitehouse returned with a tray filled with cakes and scones, as well as a steaming pot of tea and 5 mugs. Ah, lovely, said Cars, feeling quite snug. Just the thing to complete the day. Jane said quietly. Cars cleared his throat. The others remained silent. Yes, well, now we reach the final part of our story, Jane. But I must warn you that what we're going to be telling you, you must not tell anyone else. Understand? Jane nods slowly. What about this petrol stuff, Cars? How did that turn out once you started? I got Betty steamed up, Casey said before Cars could reply. She was all set to go and I was just getting her motions oiled. Jane asked me, Casey. You'll have your bit to say in a wee while. Now then, as Casey stated, Betty was in full motion. The steam pressure was boiling up and soon we were ready to make the first batch of petrol. Are we all set to go, Casey? Called Cars, standing ready by the controls. Yes, we're all set, Casey called back, and he opened the regulator. Cars pulled a switch. Betty's wheels began to turn on the rolling road, picking up more and more speed every wheel turn. Clouds of steam shot out of her funnel into the pipe, which was fed into the heating vat. Grinder, gears, and Cars kept their eyes on the gauge. The needle jerked a few times, and soon it began to move up. She's warming up, cried Grinder. Won't be long now, Gears said, fingers crossed. Still the needle went up. Casey walked around Betty to ensure all was working fine and how it should. He looked over now and again at the three, still gazing at the gauge glass as though they were waiting for their lotto numbers to come up. Their faces were fixed hard and barely moved at all. Suddenly there came a whoop of cheering. We've reached it! Cheered Grinder and Gears, dancing merrily around the room. Quickly now, you two! Have the cans ready! Move! Cans? Casey asked. What's all this about cans? Are you making something? But before Cars could reply to this, who should walk into the room unexpectedly but Bernard. Grinder and Gears just told me the good news. Well done, Cars, my boy. You! Casey was right. It was the same Williams he had been thinking of all this time, and here he was shaking Cars by the hand and patting him on the back. May I show my gratitude to you, my young rail buff, for without your cooperation, my new product could not have been made into its production. He held his hand out to Casey, who declined rapidly. Help you? If the day came I would ever assist you, of all people, I would eat my oil rag. Bernard reached down, picked up the rag, and held it in front of Casey. With or without mustard? He asked, gritting his yellow-brown teeth. For a second, it seemed the earth moved beneath Casey. He lost his balance but used the roof of Betty's cab to stable himself. Bernard chuckled as he watched on. But how could I have when I was... Casey looked at Cars, who returned a grave and sinister smile. You mean he's been working for the last couple of months now, and has proven to be the most helpful business partner I ever had. But how could you, Cars? Don't you know the dangers that this man could bring you? The only folk who are the ones causing any danger, it's your railway club. I know the whole story about you lot causing numbers of jobs to go up in smoke, but that will all end quite soon, and you will watch it as it happens. This was not the same Cars Casey was friends with. Whatever Bernard did to him, it looked like as if he would never change his mind. Now then, Bernard barked out sharply, you continue to get this machine in working order. I need more heat to continue this operation with no trouble at all. And if I don't? Casey surely wished he never asked that question. Bernard quickly reached into a compartment in his jacket pocket and withdrew a gun, pointing it towards Casey. Cars, too, jumped back in shock. Now then, we could do this the easy way, or the hard way. Your choice. There was a long pause. Casey hesitated, but sighed as his head dropped pathetically and turned back to Betty's controls. Bernard smiled and turned to go. He paused for a second and signaled to Cars. If he does any funny business, deal with him. And with that, he shoved the gun into Cars' hands. Cars gasped in alarm. I can't do that. I'd go to prison if I... I'll see you have a good alibi. Now continue with your work like a good business partner. Cars tried to get another word out, but Bernard had already headed out the door. He stared at the weapon in his hand. His hand trembled, so much that he nearly dropped the deadly weapon. Very carefully, making sure Casey wasn't looking, he tucked it into the back pocket of his jeans and covered anything showing with his jacket. He then continued with his work. The ride was unbearable. Never in all his born days did Whitehouse ever had the chance to become the first, and hopefully still surviving passenger, of his cousin's contraption. The bike roared past the station yards and wheeled its way up towards the large boat hull, with corpse whooping and cheering all the way. At last they stopped by the rusted gates of the Motor Car Society. This transport terminates here. Please could all passengers take all their belongings when disembarking the vehicle. Ourselves at Clemens's Transports would like to thank passengers for choosing our services and hope to see you again in the near future. Well, that all went well, didn't it, cuz? Whitehouse staggered off the bike, trying hard not to vomit again. Never again am I travelling in that juggernaut again, he quivered. Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. Whitehouse glared at Corpse. Look, on the bright side, at least we know where the thieves have gone to. This trail leads directly in here. Corpse pointed to where the trail made its way through the gates of the Motorcar Society. Strange noises of puffing and whirring were coming from it. I've been to this place before. Well, past it a few times, anyway. The folk here aren't that much company when you see how they act to visitors. Well, we better risk it, even just to check that Betty is in there somewhere. Then a shrill whistle blasted across the courtyards. That's Benny's whistle, said Whitehouse. I know it for sure, and by the way it sounds like Casey is at the controls. But how did he manage to get in there, I'd like to know, asked Corpse. Well, we just have to find out then, won't we? And Whitehouse made his way up and over the wire fence, making sure he dodged the rolls of barbed wire on top. Corpse followed, and the two scurried behind some old oil drums. A group of mechanics were busy with their heads in the bonnet in an old transit. A few more were in different parts of the place, so it looked as if things were going to be a bit tricky getting around.
I've told you I've had enough for one day. Oh, come on, Frank, it's only another motor to mend. I've been on the 25-hour shift, and if that blubberbutts up there has anything to complain about, then he can stuff his motor.
Frank had just passed the oil drums on his way home when he stopped to swipe a large amount of sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He took his cap off for a brief second, looked at its damp state, and chucked it aside into the first drum in disgust.
I'd better get a new one when I get back, he muttered, and headed out the gate.
Corpse reached into the barrel and retrieved the cap. It was now dripping in thick black oil. Quick, put this on, he said as he handed it to Whitehouse. He then began to rub some of the oil on his clothes and face. You what? I'm not wearing this. It stinks. Listen, with it we've got a good chance of blending into the scenery. Put it on and rub some oil over you. Make it look as if you were working here on an old car or something. After their makeup was applied, the two emerged from their hiding place and, while carrying bits of old engine parts to make it look as if they were working on something, made their way across the yard. So far, so good. They were just making their way for a shelter of a shed when they were stopped by another mechanic. He stood, glaring down at the young boys.
What do you think you're heading?
He questioned in a gruff voice. The two said nothing.
Well, we were just leaving these off in storage rooms for the time being, replied Whitehouse, disguising his voice. They're for a new project we're working on. Project, added Corpse.
There was a pause.
Well, you must be new here, the man said.
He pointed an oily finger in a different direction.
Storerooms that way, by the boss's office block. You can't miss it. Really, seeing how it says storerooms and that.
Oh, right, ta, said Corpse, and he and Whitehouse scurried over in that direction. They turned a corner and checked the coast was clear. Another whistle sounded close by. It was Betty's for sure, and it was very close. Corpse then looked over towards an old shed by the courtyards. Hey, look! It's those two that we saw over by the coal bunker. They must have gotten back here with more coal while we were gone. You're right. They seem to be dropping the coal in there for some reason. And I'm sure that reason is Betty and Casey are in there. You think so? For all I know, it could be a furnace or a heater or... A cloud of steam whooshed out of the doorway of the shed, followed by Betty's whistle, screeching loud and long. Have you seen any heater let off steam like that? Whitehouse asked. Come on. Granger waved his cap around, trying to flap away the clouds of steam that filled the room. What in blazes do you think you're playing at? Demanded Gears, storming up to Casey. It's not my fault the safety valves went off. It's meant to do that.
Well, hurry up and get rid of it before I suffocate in it. God, my cap's gone all wet now.
Enough of that complaining and get back to work, the pair of you, barked Cars. The two brothers, still wringing wet from all the steam, resumed their work. Cars turned slowly while they weren't looking, making Casey jump. His eyes remained focused on the gun, still tucked away in his jeans pocket. The handle was just about visible from his shaking eyes. Don't force me to use this against you, Case, Cars whispered coldly. Trust me, I'm more frightened to pull the trigger than you are of receiving the bullet. Nothing is more painful than shooting one of your friends in cold blood, even if you're on the good side. And what good side does this place have? Casey answered, his eye still on the gun. What you're doing is more evil than you can ever think.
You're wrong, Cars couldn't help but saying out loud. I know everything that there is to know about your society, how it ruined other businesses, letting loads of jobs be snatched away from the begging workers. That is all lies, and I'm sure everybody else here has been given the same treatment, Casey reassured. The Model Engineer Society doesn't have the power to even think about doing such a dreadful thing. Its main function is to continue a hobby that will one day be forgotten, and to be a nice attraction to visitors. If that's the case, then explain the reason for this place's downcast, how it was nearly ruined thanks to your club's popularity. I don't know, but whatever the reason, I hope it's all worth it. Same can be said for your boss's so-called new product. Not that I have anything to do with it, Carr said darkly, and turned his head back to his work. Casey brought Betty's hissing valves to a stop and continued making the fire. Cars was not the same as he was before, and he knew that the Motor Car Society transformed him permanently into the cold-hearted sinner that he was now. The heat was now being transferred to more vats in the next room, and soon it wouldn't be long before the next batch. Outside, Whitehouse and Corpse managed to make their way to the hut without any bother. They could just make out Betty through the steam and smoke, but what was happening in the other room? Another window on the other side solved this question. They could see large vats of petrol being made from the heat of Betty's steam, combining the ingredients together. Would you look at the size of that thing? Corpse whispered. You could fuel the whole world with that kind of stuff. But there's something not right with it. How? It looks fine to me, whispered Whitehouse. Maybe, but isn't it a lot thicker and more darker than any petrol you can get at fuel stations? This is a new sort that I've never seen before, and I have a feeling that it could do more harm than good. Look at that worker over there. They could see one of the workers secretly leaning over an overhead walkway on one of the vats and filled up a small jar with the petrol. He then hid the jar in his coat pocket and took it outside. What do you think he's doing? Looks like he's trying to get a free sample. But I wonder how it would turn out. Their eyes followed on the man, who went round to where he parked a small moped round the back of one of the sheds. He filled up the tank and started the engine. The engine roared into life and ticked over calmly like any other engine would. Doesn't seem to be doing any harm, commented Whitehouse, but he spoke too soon. Just then the bike coughed and spluttered before bursting into flames before their very eyes. The man too was surprised and quickly hurried off to find help while the scooter continued to burn to a cinder. The two boys were speechless. That stuff's more dangerous than I thought it would be, said Corpse. And with Casey in there with Betty, it could cause even more damage. We need to get them out of there quickly, said Whitehouse. But how? That's the problem. They both fought hard, but an idea was hard to come by in situations like this. A whistle sounded nearby. It echoed around the yards, and all the workers stopped what they were doing. Lunch break, called Gears. You come for some grub, Mr. Carson? I'm staying here and keeping an eye on him, but bring me back some coffee, pronto. I could do with a cuppa, gasped Casey. He was already working up a thirst. All right then, bring him back a cup too. No coffee, just the cup. Grinding Gears made their way to the mess room, laughing at Cars's joke. They passed Corpse and Whitehouse, who were hiding behind some more oil drums next to the hut. Right, with everyone away, it should be easy to get Casey, whispered Whitehouse. But what about the other one? I heard someone else in there. I did too. His voice sounded familiar, but it's 1 against 2, so he should be easy to get by. Come on. Quickly, the two hurried into the hut. All right, you, hand over our friend and our engine, demanded Whitehouse. Cars turned round and stared. The three both gasped. How did you get in here? Exclaimed Cars. More to the point, what are you doing here? Insisted Corpse. Don't tell me you've been made to slave over making this dangerous stuff. This so-called dangerous stuff is my gateway to my career, and no rail pest is going to stop me from reaching it. Quickly, Cars drew the gun out of his pocket and aimed it at the two. Now, take it easy, Cars, Whitehouse said calmly. We know that you had trouble with the loss of your old job before, but you don't know anything about it, yelled Cars. I worked myself to the bone of that place to try and keep it going, but did I? No, of course I didn't. Everything I worked for was gone with a swing of a wrecking ball. With this, I have a chance of saving something which is crying out to be saved. Cars began to shake rapidly, tears swelling up with rage. And you're not going to take it away from me, he shrieked. The gun fired. Corpse and Whitehouse ducked. The bullet struck the steam feed pipe, causing steam from Betty to fill the whole room. Cars panned round, aiming the gun at the slightest movement that occurred. The steam was fading slowly, and a silhouette showed. Cars was just about to fire when something hard hit the back of his head.
He collapsed to the ground as Casey checked his shovel. "Trust me, it was frightening to do that, even if you are on the bad side," he said. "You two okay out there?" Whitus and Corpse emerged from their hiding places. They hurried over to the unconscious body of their friend. Corpse kicked the gun away from his hand, just in case. "Right, get him out of here while me and Corpse try and get Betty off this rig," instructed Casey. "Are you sure you two can manage? If they could do it, so can we. Now come on, before anyone else sees us." Then Corpse had an idea. "There's a car and trailer outside. It must have been used to get Betty here. I'll bike the car to the door and we'll load Betty onto the trailer. Good idea, but hurry." Whitus helped Cars to his feet, and with his arm resting on his shoulder, he carried him to the doorway. Cars began to mutter something under his breath. "You okay, Cars?" Whitus asked. Cars mumbled again. I didn't quite catch that." "I said, heads up!" Without warning, Cars headbutted Whitus and fly-kicked him into the next room, where the vats were kept. Cars turned to find Betty being loaded onto the car's trailer outside. "No, you don't!" Quickly, he sounded the alarm. The deafening sound of the bell alerted all the other workers who came hurrying from the mess room. Bernard poked his head out of his office window to see the commotion was. His eyes widened when he saw what was happening. "Stop them! Don't let them get away!" he yelled. Carr saw the gun near him and hurried back to pick it up. He was just aiming at Casey when a piece of broken wood knocked against his head, causing him to miss fire. He turned to see Whitehouse turning and running from the hole in the wall in the other room. "You!" Cars fired. Whitehouse ducked as the bullet struck the control panel behind him. "No!" cried Cars. He hurried after him, bursting through the wall and revealing the large vat. A sign on the panel said, "Overload. Error." "She's gonna blow!" yelled Corpse. "Everyone get out, quick!" Everyone turned and ran for cover. Bernard ducked under his desk while grinding gears jumped into 2 empty oil drums. Inside the shed, the air was becoming warm. Carr searched the area, still aiming his gun for the slightest movement. Whitehouse was hiding behind one of the vats. He hardly dared to breathe. He could just see the doorway outside, but in order to get to it, he had to cross over the largest of the vats, using the overhead walkway. Whitehouse made his way to the ladder. One vat was just keeping him from Carr's view, so he just needed to get to the top and then sprint his way across and out the door. Slowly and carefully, Whitehouse climbed the ladder. He hoped Carr didn't see him, but to his misfortune, he did. He didn't let on until Whitehouse had just made it to the top. There then came a yell, and Whitehouse looked down to find Carr pointing the gun right at him. "Now, I'll give you one last chance," Carr called up. He walked forward to get a better view, but didn't see a feed pipe at his feet, and tripped. In shock, Carr accidentally fired. The sound echoed throughout the yards, followed by a cry in pain. Carr quickly gathered himself up in time to see Whitehouse grasping his chest. The look on his face reflected all the pain and suffering that Carr had suffered, but here it was the opposite. Without enough support to take his weight, Whitehouse's legs collapsed beneath him, and he fell head first into the vat. "No!" yelled Cars, and hurried to the panel. Quickly, he activated the override shutdown to the vats. Thankfully, the bullet shot didn't cause much damage, and the overload was soon prevented. Quickly, Cars hurried into the room and over the vat to where Whitehouse fell in. "Whitehouse! Are you okay?" he yelled. There was no answer. Cars raced over to the drain pipes and hurriedly turned them on. The thick petrol poured out into the drains while the level of the tank dropped. Cars hurried over to the walkway to see if he could see Whitehouse in the vat. "Whitehouse! Are you down there?" he called again, but there was still no answer. The last drops of the petrol dripped out, and Cars could just make out the bottom of the tank. He squinted his eyes desperately, trying to see if he could see his old friend. But there was nothing. Not a thing. Just an empty vat. Cars went very cold, in spite of all the heat from the vat. What had he done? He committed the murder of his best friend. What's worse, he thought, the toxins in the petrol must have been strong enough to dissolve his body like a sugar cube. He could have sworn the petrol looked very red as he drained it. What had he done? Outside, a nearby passerby heard the commotion and alerted the police, who were outside questioning the workers and Bernard. Several officers were patrolling the yards when one of them spotted Cars staggering out of the sheds. "Excuse me, lad, could I ask you if you... Are you all right?" The dreaded look on Cars's face drew his suspicions, and he called other officers to inspect the shed. Shortly, one called, "Sarge, You better take a look at this. Please, sir, Cars begged, grasping the now surprised policeman by his collar. I beg you, sir. I confess, I really do. Tears were swelling up once more as Cars collapsed to the ground. I killed him in cold blood. I swear I did. Now calm down, lad. Paramedics, quickly over here. While all this was happening, Casey and Corpse made a quick getaway with Betty in the trailer. They were still in a stage of shock over what Cars just did, and they knew rightly that he too was feeling the worst. It took some time for the police to gather the information from Cars once he calmed down enough to talk properly. The directors were soon informed about Burnett's petrol scheme and demanded the project to be shut down immediately. The stills was dismantled and sold for scrap. Burnett was soon brought up before the court over his black market dealing and was shortly given 3 years in prison. The Motor Car Society was then handed over to Cars until Burnett returned. But mysteriously, Cars disappeared, and no one knew where he went. So, the gates of the MCS was closed and chained shut and didn't open again until Burnett returned. For the Model Engineer Society, work went about as usual with Betty now back where she belonged. But the atmosphere was still very grey as Casey went about his work. Corpse would often come up to see how he was and help out the best he could with the trains. But Casey would still feel upset from what happened and remained silent. 2 weeks had passed and no changes had been made. Betty's paint was showing signs of wear, and even Casey looked like he hadn't shaved or bathed in days. The day was grey, and signs of rain looked positive as he made his way to the station. It was still early for the passenger trains to start, so Casey parked Betty in her spot on the platform and waited, with his cap drawn over his eyes. He didn't notice the figure walking up and climbing into the guard's van, flags at the ready. His mind thought back to the fortnight ago, and thought about how Whitehouse distracted Cars long enough for him and Corpse to escape with Betty. If only he had gone back to help him. If only he prevented him from getting shot. If only... Well, are you just going to sit there, or are we going to run this railway? Strange. Even thinking back to the event, he could still hear Whitehouse's voice. Case, are we going or not? Casey paused. That sounded real that time. Was he dreaming or something? He jumped as a whistle sounded from behind him. Twisting round, Casey saw a boy sitting in the guard's van, whistle in mouth. There was something familiar about him, but he couldn't quite make it out. Well? Said the boy. Huh? Well, go on then. We've got a railway to run. That voice sounded familiar too. Casey looked carefully at the boy. His facial features and clothing matched those of... I must be imagining things. It can't be. Casey had to stable himself with Betty's cab as the boy rose to see if he was all right. Case? Are you all right? Casey paused again. Whitehouse? Yeah, Whitehouse said, unsure of what was going on. Whitehouse! You're alive! Yes, and your point is? But don't you remember? Carr said he killed you. You fell into the vat and disintegrated. And yet you're alive and... What? What happened to your hair? Whitehouse looked at his reflection in the window of the ticket office. Before, his hair was a dark shade of brown, but now it was a nice shade of Yale blue. How did that happen? Casey asked. Whitehouse thought about it. I'm guessing it was a side effect after I fell into the vat. You know how bleach takes the colour out of clothes? Well, this petrol must have made my hair blue. Can it change back? I don't think so, but I actually quite like it. Blue is my favourite colour after all. Well, I must say, it does make you stand out more. But you didn't tell me about how you survived. Oh, yes, I was up on the overhead walkway trying to get to the other side and out the door. Cars had me at gunpoint, and as he made his way towards me, he tripped on one of the feed pipes, causing him to fire. The bullet didn't hit me, but hit a stopcock on the wall instead. It sheared off, and the handle hit me in the chest. That explains me getting hit. What we didn't know was that tap actually fed water into the vat to clean it. It already watered down the petrol so I wouldn't suffer any harm upon impact, though it wasn't enough in some cases. My hair changed colour, and also took the colour out of my red shirt. Had to get a new one to replace it. But how did you get out of the tank? Surely we would have seen you. Yeah, I was a bit late on that one. You see, while Cars was busy shutting down the machine, I already swam over to the edge of the vat and climbed out. One of the windows was opened, and I jumped out and made a dash for cover in case the thing blew up. But that was 2 weeks ago. Why didn't you turn up? Everyone was worried sick. Whitehouse gave Casey a look. Case, I just fallen into a vat of hot, dangerous petrol after nearly getting shot by a madman. Do you think I recovered from that in an instant? Well, you have a point there. But all the same, though, it's great to have you back and Betty, too. Have you told Corpse or Cars yet? No, I haven't, but I'm sure they'll be surprised when they find out. Well then, Casey stood aside and showed Whitehouse the seat of the tender. Care for a drive round the circuit? He asked, smiling. Whitehouse returned the smile. In all fairness, Case, he said, I'd rather stay in the guard compartment for a little while longer. I've had quite enough adventures for one day. The two laughed, and with a toot on the whistle, Betty headed out of the station just as the sun broke through the clouds. And that, finished Cars, was our search for our lost engine. What do you think, Jane? Jane? The four looked over at Jane. What with all the wonderings of the event and staying up till the early hours of the night before, Jane was completely exhausted and had fallen asleep in the armchair halfway through the climax. I'd say the final was a bit too much for her. But then, it was kind of boring in parts, wasn't it? Chuckled Casey. Ah, well, shrugged Corpse. Maybe it's better that she didn't know. That way it makes the story more of a mystery than it was all those years ago. We may as well turn in too, yawned Whitehouse. I too am finding all these trips down memory lane tiring, and could do with a good sleep after all that. They agreed, and sorted themselves for the night. Cars brought in a blanket and draped it over Jane gently. Maybe next time when we have an adventure like that, Jane should come along for the run, whispered Casey. I'm sure she'll have some stories to tell after that. The four made their way up the stairs to their rooms. Cars looked down from the banisters at Jane sleeping peacefully. Who knows, he said, to no one in particular. She may have already been there.
Right, so they'll be able to hear me okay? Yeah. Alright. Okay, hello everyone, and thanks for tuning in to the Miniature Railway Adventures 15th Anniversary Livestream. If you don't know who I am, I'm Mike Whitehouse, or simply Whitehouse to my friends, and I'm speaking to you directly live from the Model Engineer Society's railway station. Now, I'm sorry we can't show you the railway, as we've had some issues with the camera setup. I mean, we did have it all set and ready to go, but then my cousin Rory, or as we nicknamed him in the series, Corpse, bumped into it while setting up the mics, and it fell across the railway line. I mean, it would have been fine to go over and pick it up, but Fast Eddie had driven over it with Sir Giles, our diesel, and yeah. So, Corpse has the camera over at the workshops right now, but chances are it won't be fixed in time for this live stream, so sorry, Michael. Sorry. But anyway, you know, things don't always go according to plan here for us at the railway. I mean, take that time Cars first came to work for us. I mean, it was an absolute nightmare. So, this tale you're about to hear is a more fictitious version of what really happened, and as far as I know, Michael's thinking about rewriting it, are you?
Yeah, at some point, yeah.
Yeah, he is. So, yeah, so some of the stuff in this here don't really make all that much sense, but I think it's probably maybe an episode or two later that things start to fit with how things originally went, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what time is it? Oh, sorry, I've got a dash right now here because I've got to get some coaches picked up here for another train. So, this is episode 2, On the Railways. Come on, Puffer, let's go. Right, new episode.
One grey Saturday morning, Whitehouse Films was late. His bike had a puncture and he was now hurrying over to the club to make up for lost time.
Meanwhile, at the MES, Casey Jr. paced up and down outside the sheds, while Betty simmered quietly.
Where is he? 10 minutes late. We can't wait any longer. Oh, come on, Beth. Let's take you to the station. There's probably some passengers waiting there. What the? Oh, something must be wrong.
Casey! Oh, thank heavens I managed to catch you in time. Look, the chairman has hired a new station master for us. He's over at the station now. Could you show him around, please?
Yeah, sure.
Casey walked over to the station to see a familiar figure standing there. He had a clipboard in his hands and was busy taking notes.
Ah, you must be the new station master. Well, I'm Casey Jr. and...
Oh no!
Cars?
Casey Jr.? I don't believe this. What are you doing here?
I work here. Sure, didn't you know that? Wait a second. Weren't you sent to prison?
Yes, well, the police thought it was the most stupid crime that they ever thought of. So, I needed work, so I applied for this job.
Well, don't cause any trouble like last time. I'm out of here.
Just a minute, come back here. It says here in the club's code of conduct that all trains must be equipped with a guard. I don't see your guard anywhere. Where is he?
Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, he's running a bit late, so... Oh, that sounds like him now. I bet the coal delivery guys just dumped the coal at the entrance again. We better go and see if he's alright.
Casey and Cars raced over to the engine sheds to find a pair of legs sticking out of a mountain of coal, while bits of a broken bicycle lay all around it.
Oh my gosh. Are you alright, mate?
Considering the fact that I crashed into a part of coal that shouldn't be here in the first place, and that the impact of the crash has somehow disturbed my flight during the repair. What do you think?
I know that voice from somewhere. No, can't be him. Surely not.
There we go. A bit sooty, but no harm done.
Thanks a lot, Kiss. Ugh. God, it tastes awful. Ugh. Right, let's go and, oh God.
Oh God. Oh God! It's a zombie! Kill him! Kill him!
Oh, jeez, car's knocking off! Ow!
Hey! Oi, stop it! He is not a zombie or any type of Alfred Hitchcock movie. He's just himself.
But I saw you get blown up, I mean...
Look, Cars, I'll tell you some other time. Right now, why are you here?
Well, I'm the new station master for this club, and right now your train is blocking the line, so get in it and get out!
Kiss, tell me, what is going on?
I'll tell you on the way. Come on.
It was a big surprise for the pair of them. They argued with the chairman, but there was nothing that can be done. For a few days, things started out alright, but then it soon started to get worse. It started when Casey and Whitehouse stopped at Bog Holt. They left Betty to raise more steam and went for a cup of tea. But unbeknown to them, Cars was nearby.
Oh, for heaven's sake, those two again. Right, that does it.
After a while, Casey returned to see Cars writing a note on Betty.
Hey, what are you doing to that engine?
It's blocking the line and behind schedule. Have you seen the queue at the station?
Blocking the line? We're the only train out today. How can we be blocking the line
Just
of
get
where
it shifted or I'll take you off this engine.
Look, you don't have any authority over us. I'm actually getting very fed up with you. I'm going
Kiss,
to
calm
report
down,
you.
for heaven's sake. I can hear you here yelling from the club room. What's going on here? Oh, it's you, Cars. What now?
Read for yourself. Now, I'm going to be away here for 10 minutes. If I return and see that Tin Pot engine still here, I'll have you both withdrawn from it.
Tin Pot! Right, that does it!
Calm down!
Let me at him! Right,
No, Kiss,
let me at him!
calm down! Listen, violence won't help anything. Now look, come on. Let's just get on with it.
Right, well we won't be needing this anymore, right? Into the firebox you go!
Well sorted, Kiss. Well sorted. Casey and Whitehouse wanted to get their revenge on Cars, but they didn't know what to do. But thankfully, luck was on their side. It all happened one evening. Right, that's another shift done and out of the way. You coming home, Kiss?
Nah, I've got work to do in the workshop. I'll talk to you tomorrow on YouTube.
Righto then. See you next week. But as Whitehouse was walking past the club room... What's that? Here, Case, come here, quick.
What?
Can you hear something?
Music? At this time of night?
More to the point, where's it coming from? It seems to be coming from the club room. Standing on one of the benches, Casey and Whitehouse peered through the window. There's Cars. What is he doing?
He's probably dancing to some of his rock music. How stupid is that? He wouldn't match any music known to man. Whitehouse? Why do you have that smug on your face?
Oh, you'll soon see, Case. Right, where's my video camera? Should be here
Video
somewhere.
camera? Why would you want to take a video of him? He's not even entertaining.
Now, I'll tell you in just a wee minute. Right, that should be enough footage. Now, Case, this is the plan. Now, what I'll do here is this. I take the video here back to my house, and when I go then I'll be
Oh!
there, you see? Oh yeah, it's gonna be fantastic. I'll bring the DVD of it next week. Oh god, he's coming! Quick, hide! Cars walked away from the club room, still humming that tune, while Casey and Whitehouse tried hard not to laugh in case they gave the game away. Right, he's gone now. I'll go and put this on DVD and we'll play it for the members next week before Cars arrives for work.
Well, I'm going to the workshop now to do some work that I needed to do. I'll see you later.
The following weekend, the video was shown to the members, and by the sounds of it, I think they found it very funny. And it was right here, dancing all over the place.
Well, with him dancing like that, he would give the sixth white man a run for his money.
Oh god, he's coming! Quick, Casey, hide the DVD! Casey grabbed the disc and threw it out of the window like a frisbee, but he didn't notice that it had flown back into the room and landed on the floor.
Morning, lads. You look very pleased today. What's up with you two? You think this is some sort of comedy show or something?
It's just that I've been telling Casey this really funny joke here. It was really funny.
Well, you can tell me it, and I'll see if it's as funny as your face.
Right, yes, joke. Yes, these two drunken men, they were coming home from a football match, you see, and they decided to take a shortcut by walking past the rail yard. And as they were walking on the tracks, you know, walking on in between the sleepers and all, one of them says here, "This is the longest staircase I've ever walked on." And the other one says, "You think that's bad? The flipping banister has my back broken." That was actually quite good, though, isn't it?
I don't get it. Now hurry up and get your train out to the station. We don't have time to tell stupid jokes.
I thought it was funny.
Casey and Whitehouse headed off to Betty, leaving Cars in the club room to finish off some paperwork. As he sat down, he noticed something flashing in his eye. He went over to look and found the DVD that Casey had thrown out of the window.
What's this? Must be one of Whitehouse's Thomas movies to show Casey. Well, better see if that's what it is. Yeah, is that the club room? Is that me? Oh my god! Oh, the embarrassment! So that's what they were all laughing about. Right, that does it. Time for revenge, methinks.
Cars planned out his revenge, but he needed the help from Corpse Fan. He called him up, and pretty soon Corpse Fan arrived in the remains of the Talon Giant.
God damn it, this stupid piece of junk! Oh, why didn't I install landing pads? Who wants me? If it's anything to do with that doomsday stuff, sorry. I ended up destroying it all getting here.
Gee, I'm sorry to hear about that, Corpse. But I'm sure you'll be able to find somewhere else here to restart your work. Now, let's get down to business. Now, look, here's £5. Go over to the shops here and buy 2 bottles of Pepsi Max and bring them back here as quickly as possible. And don't spend the change, I'll need that.
So let me get this straight. You got me to come all the way here, with how difficult it was, destroying all my life's work in the process, just to get you some drinks. This is more stupid than that promise Casey and Whitehouse made me. God rest him. I still haven't got that gaming contract yet from Microsoft. I guess that was a scam too. That's what it always is. That's what it always is. Well, they do make good games despite the fact that they consume the souls of all that touch them.
Will you just hurry up?
When Kaiser got the Pepsi Max and his change, he borrowed some laxative tablets from one of the members and popped them into the 2 bottles, making sure that they didn't fizz.
Good. Now I have to sneak them out of the club room without those 2 seeing me. I know! The old rabbit trap trick! It never fails! Now, where's that rope?
Casey and Whitehouse were in the club room, having a game of Top Trumps, the Top Gear version if you want to know. Oh, hang on here, Casey, let's ring that. Hello? Okay, I'm on my way now.
What's up?
Kaiser's having trouble with some falling branch, and he wants me to help him move it. Back in a sec.
Righto. Now let's see his cards. Flip! He's got all the good ones! Well, at least it gives me a chance to do some more work in the workshop.
Cars, where are you? Where is he? I don't see any fallen branch. Oh, what's this? A note. Hope you have a good flight, Whitehouse. Hey? At that moment, a lasso of rope appeared from underneath him and propelled Whitehouse high up into the air. Nearby, cars watched from behind one of the trees.
What the hell? How the heck did I get up here?
Good. That's him sorted out. Now to get Casey to the scene. Casey!
Hey Cars, what's wrong?
Well, Whitehouse is having a bit of trouble with that branch. Could you go and help him, please? I would help, but I'm needed elsewhere. I think the chairman's looking for me.
Huh? Surely Whitehouse is strong enough to lift a branch up the railway line. But if Cars says I must help, I must.
I really don't like hanging here like some pendulum in a clock. My leg is killing me from this confounded rope, and I think it's cutting into my ankle a bit. Ow. Hey up, someone's coming. Help! Excuse me! A little help here, please! It's Casey. Case! I'm up here! Casey!
Did I hear a voice?
Casey, I'm up here!
I'm sure I heard a voice.
Look up, you great clump!
Sounds like Whitehouse, but he would never call me a great clump. No, not him.
Oh, it had to be him. Great oaf.
Ooh, hello. Someone's left a rope across the railway line. That's very dangerous. Now, where's my penknife?
Oh, did he say penknife? Wait a minute. This rope tied to my leg is also tied to that stump where Casey's standing. Now, if you could... Casey, cut the rope and gently lower me down!
Now, the first one thing I like, it is the sound of a rope making a fwang noise when it's been cut. I wonder what it's holding on to.
No, Casey, cut it gently!
There we go.
I didn't know there was a river here.
Well, you do now. Oh, just look at you. You look like one of the oily rags that we use to light the engines.
I'll give you oily rag if you don't help me out of here.
Alright, don't be such a drip.
Very funny. Very, very funny, Case. Meanwhile, Cars has snuck into the clubroom without no one seeing him. They should be back here in a few minutes, so I'll put these in the fridge for the time being. Right, let the music play. After jumping out of the back window, Cars made his way behind an old wall and listened carefully.
I can't believe a fellow of your age can get so worked up by a few drops of water.
A few! Case, I'm completely drenched! Look at my shirt! Wringing wet! And my brand new shoes! They're now looking like compost wellies!
Stop making the fuss and get in here! We'll see if there's a radiator in here to get your clothes dried off. Do you want a cuppa?
Aye, why not? See if there's any milk left there, will you?
Right, let's see. Hey, there's some Pepsis in here. Do you want one instead?
Yeah, alright then. Are you not having any, Kiss?
Well, I've been drinking a lot over the summer, so... nah.
Well, surely one more here wouldn't hurt, will it?
Fine. But this is my last one.
Alright then, cheers. Hey, this is quite good. Must be a new formula that they're using.
Well, it's a different taste from the last one. Well, it is an improvement. Nothing like a good drink to keep you on the run.
Oh yes, Case. And I promise you that these ones will. Hours passed, and Cars kept his eye on the two railway bluffs to see if his plan would work. I can't understand it. I put a good dose into each of those Pepsis, and yet no reaction from the pair of them. Maybe these aren't laxative, and just... Cars looked up to see Betty stopping in the middle of the line, to which Casey and Whitehouse both fled from the train, much to the passengers' surprise. They came back a few minutes later and started off again, only to stop another few feet and do the same thing once again. That'll teach you! Now I can get on with my work in peace. All throughout the day, Casey's trains were stopping and starting all over the place, which was making the visitors very cross. Finally, after 2 hours of continuous stops, the laxative wore off. Poor Casey and Whitehouse staggered into the clubroom, feeling very, very tired. This has got to be the work of Cars. He must have found the DVD at some point. But how could he have seen it when you had it the whole time?
Me? I thought you had it.
How could I have it? I didn't even know where you threw it.
Well, anyway, he's got his own back on us, and we must think of a revenge on how to pay him back. But we'll think about that later, 'cause now I've got something that I was meant to show you earlier on.
What?
You'll soon find out. Now, come with me to the workshop.
Casey took Whitehouse over to the local workshops. The doors were shut, but a strange hissing sound seemed to be coming from inside.
Let me introduce you to the new member of our fleet.
He then disappeared into the workshop. A cloud of steam whooshed out of the darkness, followed by the sound of pistons pumping and wheels turning. Out of the darkness came a beautiful light blue steam engine with red and yellow stripes. The engine puffed quietly as it made its way along the line and stopped in front of Whitehouse.
Whitehouse Films I would like you to meet Lady Granger.
Whoa, Case! She's fantastic! Absolutely stunning, I must say. Tell me, when are you going to take her out for a run?
Right now, in fact, because I need to test her strength and see what her performance is. Come on, let's get the... Oh, bother, it's cars.
Right now, what's going on here? Your train's due out in 3 minutes, and there's not a single carriage at that platform. What's this piece of junk you've got here?
That piece of junk! It's the club's latest engine, but then you wouldn't know that.
Lady Grange? Huh. Sounds more like off the range to me. You can't take passengers in a loco in this condition. Why, it's falling to pieces. Look!
My buffer!
Cars! See, if I hadn't noticed that badly assembled buffer beam, you would have been in big trouble. Badly assembled? You broke that buffer beam off on purpose!
I have a good mind to...
Who's that?
Oh yes, I forgot she was coming today. Remember Robert who passed away a few years back?
Wee Bobby? Yeah, why?
Well, that's his long-lost granddaughter, Jane Wilkinson. She's joined up to follow her grandfather's footsteps and be the caterer for the club. Over here, Jane!
A young girl in her 20s walked over to them. She had long chocolate brown hair and the sweetest smile you could ever imagine. Cars looked at her. His body froze and his legs quivered.
Hi, Casey. Oh, it's great to be working here. I hope I fit in with all the other members.
I'm sure you will. This is my best friend White House Films. He does guards for my trains and helps me with my videos.
Ah, so you're White House. Casey's told me about you and all your modelling.
Well, I do my best. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jim.
And this must be...
This is Cars Are the Best. He's the club's station master.
Oh, nice to meet you, Cars. Is he always like this?
I don't know. Never saw him act like this before.
Cars? Cars? You alright? What? Sorry. Nice to meet you, Gian. Now, Casey, get that train over to the station, and White House, get those coaches over to the platform. If anybody needs me, I'll be in my office.
Well, he sure is efficient, isn't he?
Too efficient, if you ask me. Right, well, I'll take these over to the platform then.
Right, well I'll show Jane around and I'll meet you at the platform in a few minutes. Hang on, did Carr say he was going to his office? Since when did he have one?
Is that not that hut outside the station at the turntable?
I do remember seeing something being built there when we did our last trip. Next thing we'll know, he'll be having an affair with the club manager's wife.
Oh, I dread the thought of it. Anyway, come with me, Jane.
Right then, time to get this lot shifted. Oh, if only we had a shunter, we can get this here done in... Wait a minute. I wonder... Yeah, I'll ask him later. Now, let's deal with this lot first. Whitehouse slowly made his way to the station, pushing 5 heavy coaches. Sure enough, there was Cars's office, which was just a garden shed with some features at it. What the hell was that? Whitehouse looked beyond the station and saw a group of people emerging from the boat exhibit, carrying a struggling corpse fan. They threw him onto the embankment, shouting words that he never thought existed.
For the last time, I knew what I was doing until you came along and stopped me. Yeah, and the same to you, you good-for-nothing. Well, fry my circuit boards and call me Jemiah. Whitehouse! How in the name of God did you survive?
Well, let's just say that there's still functioning parts of the time tunnel that came in handy.
So that explains all the short-circuiting. And I thought it was the kill function.
So, tell me, what brings you to the club?
Well, Cars called me up to help him with something here at the club, but he didn't say what floor. But he did waste all my time getting here just to get him 2 bottles of Pepsi. Can you believe that?
Ah, so that's where those bottles came from. But anyway, what was all that about in there?
Well, you know that simulator they have in there? Well, I thought it would be fun to make it a bit more exciting for the visitors. But just before I managed to complete it, the staff members turned on me and threw me out. That explosion, by the way, was them trying to fix it.
Oi! Stop bickering, Whitehouse, and get this train sorted out! And get this other tin pot off the main line!
Here, cuz, I need to get back to work. Cars is doing our heads in, so I better get this here done before it gets worse.
Hold on, Whitehouse. I was wondering if there were any vacancies in the club because, well, you know, my life's work's kind of been destroyed because I was trying to help you.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll ask the chairman later on and see what he thinks. In the meantime here, you can help me with this lot.
Alright.
Right, just push him over to that platform there, and I'll move Betty out of the way.
Righto.
Now then, I should remember how to drive Betty by now. Let's see if I got this right. Handbrake off. Reverse gear. Whistle. And open regulator. Hey, we're away. Right, that's far enough. Close regulator and apply brakes. Oh. Apply no, Betty, what do you do? Oh, heck. I can't stop! Help!
Whitehouse, look out! You're going to hit the...
But it was too late. With no brakes to help him stop, Whitehouse and Betty were now a runaway, running at dangerous speeds towards Cars's office. With a loud crash, Betty's tender hit the buffers before taking a direct hit into the side of the office. The building vanished in a cloud of smoke and dust. Bits of wood and timber flew in all directions, which landed in certain areas of the station yard. When the dust and noise settled, all that was left of Cars's office was broken wood and glass. Betty's smokebox and funnel stuck out from one end, while her tender and Whitehouse were buried in the rubble.
Good lord! What happened here?
Well, Cars told Whitehouse to move the maroon train and, well, this happened.
Where am I?
You had an accident, but you seem okay now, well, except that cut on your forehead.
I'll tell you what, Cart is not going to be one bit pleased when he finds out what happened to his office.
I think he already knows.
Why?
He was in there when the crash happened.
What? Quick, get him out of there!
Both Casey, Corpseman, Whitehouse and the members dug into the rubble to find a very dramatized corpse. He looked around blankly before blacking out.
Take him to the club room. Jane told me she knows first aid. I think you could do with a look at too, Whitehouse. Can you walk alright?
Yeah, I can manage. But I think here, just to be on the safe side here, I might as well get this cut on my forehead looked at. It still hurts quite a lot.
Well, you'll be okay in a few moments. Just take it easy the rest of the day.
Thanks, Jane.
What happened out there anyway?
I don't really know, actually. I applied the brakes, but nothing had happened. Then I started to move faster, and then all of a sudden, this happened.
Well, I took a look at those brakes and I can definitely tell you they weren't in good condition. Seems that the brake gears have been worn down and this meant that the engine couldn't stop properly. Same thing with the regulator and just about everything else.
I have to say, you know quite a lot about mechanics, Corpse.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Casey, do you think we can get Corpseman a job here in the workshops? You know, we're actually short of staff.
Corpseman, welcome to the team. I'll inform the chairman about it and get your papers organised.
Geez, thanks guys. I don't know what I'd do without friends like you. Something interesting, maybe.
And what about Cars? How is he?
Well, he's recovered from the shock all right, but he's very annoyed about his office being damaged. Best to keep out of his way for a while.
Well, I hope he doesn't find out sooner or later.
I'm sure he won't. Right now he's been spending more time with me for some reason. I think he has a crush on me.
That probably explains the look he made when I introduced him to you.
Well, I hope he doesn't get any ideas about me going out with him.
Just say you want him as a friend.
Never thought of that. I'll say that to him later.
Yup, Cars is heading this way and he's got a grim look on his face. One of the members must have told him what was going on.
Casey! Whitehouse!
Oh, crud.
Quick, the back window!
Casey and Whitehouse leapt out of the back window, just as Cars burst into the room.
Right, where are they? That no-good Whitehouse demolished my office with that death machine! And I bet that Casey told him to do it. Just wait till I...
No, Cars. It was just an accident. Maybe.
And I bet you were in it too, Corpse. And I thought I trusted you. You...
Come on, Corpse. We better go and see what's happening.
You don't have to ask me twice, but 3 times you do.
The chairman of the club was giving his wife a tour of the club. And this is the station where our trains collect our passengers, dear. Ever since we hired cars of the best here, things have been quite different. Some of the younger members are starting to get concerned about...
Evening, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Who was that?
Oh, that was one of our drivers and guard. I don't understand why they're running.
I've got you! I'll kill you! I'm sorry.
Cars, what is the meaning of this?
I'm dreadfully sorry, sir. Here, let me help you, madam.
Take your filthy hands off me!
Cars, have you gone completely mad?
No, sir. You seem to misunderstand me. It was Casey and Whitehouse.
Now then, Cars, I've been getting quite a few reports about you and your behaviour here, but seeing this makes it completely different.
What do you mean, sir?
I'm saying you're completely out of your mind and obsessed with power. I'm sorry, Cars, but I'm afraid I have to ask you to hand in your cards.
But, sir!
I'm sorry, Cars, but it's the only way to keep my staff happy. Cars watched as the chairman walked up the path with his wife. Casey and Whitehouse watched him from behind a nearby bush.
Anybody hurt?
The only thing hurting now is Cars' pride. He got the push.
Poor lad. I hope it's not too serious.
I'm sure it's not.
Hang on, look at Cars.
They all watched. Cars stood there in the middle of the station yard. His shoulders twitched. He wiped his eyes, and calmly went over to a nearby bench and buried his head in his hands.
I think we were a bit rough on him. All he wanted was to help run this club as a proper railway.
And we screwed it up for him. God, I feel so bad. Hang on.
Where are you going?
I'm going to talk to the chairman to convince him to give Cars a second chance. Casey, you better come too. You're in this as well.
Alright, wait up.
We'll go and cheer him up and see if he's alright.
Alright, come on, Case. So Casey and Whitehouse went to speak to the chairman. He told them to give him time to think about it, and said everything will be sorted the following week. So, when the following week came, Casey was getting himself ready for the morning's work. Once again, Whitehouse was late.
Now where did he get to? How can I run my train without a guard when he... Ah, there you are. Where have you been?
Been doing my new job.
New job? What new job?
You are looking at the new pilot shunter for the club.
But you don't even have an engine to shunt the coaches with.
On the contrary, let me introduce you to the newest member of the fleet. He then disappeared down the line, only to return on a new engine. The engine was a small 040 tank engine, with London Brighton South Coast livery gleaming. Haha! This is Puffer, my own engine. After saving my pay from work, I decided to get him, and asked the chairman for the job. So, here I am.
But if you're doing the shunting, who does my guard then?
I think that's him over there. Casey turned round to see a familiar figure walking towards him.
Well, Casey, are we getting this train out or what?
Cars? But he... and I put he...
Don't worry, Casey, he won't be guard for long. He's learning his way up the board to become station master. Well, Cars, looks like we're in the same boat then.
Yeah, well, I'll be showing you how to do this job
Oh,
properly.
I can't take this. I really can't. I'm going.
Hang on a minute, the train's not due out of the station for 5 minutes.
Listen, mate, I'm the driver and I say what goes.
With that, Casey leapt onto Lady Granger's footplate and opened the regulator. The engine moved grandly towards the station, with Cars chasing his tail. Oi, Casey! Don't run him too hard! It's a long walk to become station master! Well, Puffer, let's get to work. Looks like it's going to be another grand old life on the railways.
Well, wasn't that pleasant? It's funny how that little story plot there was what me and Chris originally thought on what could well be the proper pilot for the series. So, now, before we start on the next item, I just want to say that during the time between that story and what was to follow, some changes were added that I felt could make things a little bit more interesting for the characters. And that was the inclusion of... Who's that? Hey, you're not supposed to be in here. Hey, come here. Hey, get off. Take that. Sorry about that. It's all sorted now. Oh, and, by the way, if you're wondering why I've suddenly sounded slightly different, it's just because I've gotten some smoke from the trains into my lungs.
You mean steam, Dolt?
Oh, sorry. I mean, I've gotten smoke into my steam dolt. Ouch!
Get to the announcement, Grinder.
Yes, sir. Well, seeing as we've gotten some minutes at hand here, here's a few words from the real star of the series, Mr. Bernard Martin Williams. Ta-da! Ow!
Listen to me, you miniature railway-loving fools. For too long has that wretched railway been receiving the applause, the attention, and the 15-year build-up to its animated adaptation being made. For you see, I, Bernard Martin Williams, head of the Motor Car Society, has been ensuring that this series has continued its duration, and without whom nothing could have happened. So you listen out there, or whoever has bothered themselves to tune into this live stream live to hear this. Inform Mr. White when he comes around that this series should be rewritten from the very start and be called the Motor Car Adventures, with me, Bernard, as the star.
Ta-da!
Once more, you will assure Mr. White that I must triumph in each and every adventure to ensure my goal to build my dream car factory is accomplished, and to see that miniature railway and its operatives be driven into a deep and forgotten grave.
Sir, he's coming round. We best be going outside and meet up with Gears in the getaway car.
Very well. But remember what I said, listeners. I must triumph, no matter what.
And you don't want to see him when he doesn't. It's not a pretty sight, believe me.
Get a move on, you dolt! And stop chatting with the audience. There'll be time for autographs later. After the live stream.
Well, why not now? There's a cute little fan over there that's caught my eye, and I was wondering...
Grinder!
Coming, sir. Oh, my head. Look, I'm sorry about all that. Sorry. I don't know what happened there. I mean, I was going to tell you about the introduction of the villains of the series, but... I think I need an aspirin here to get rid of this headache. In the meantime, why don't you lot have a listen to this next audiobook, which probably, or kind of introduces them. This is episode 4, Rivals. Oh, my head.
It had been a long spring. The snowdrops had been and went, and the blossom had since moved on till next spring. Summer was just around the corner for the miniature railway, and with it more passengers and tourists to travel on the little line. For a while, things have been very quiet for the railway, which for some can be fine, while others find it pretty dull. Casey and Whitehouse were among these groups. Our story begins with them at the station, taking a break from their morning trains. Casey busied himself as usual by tinkering with his engine, Lady Granger, while Whitehouse busied himself with a crossword puzzle in the railway's newsletter. He chewed the end of his pencil as he pondered a missing section. I'll tell you what, these crosswords the chairman puts into these newsletters gets harder and harder every month, he commented. Then cursed under his breath as he wrongly filled in a section. Where are you stuck? Asked Casey. 24 down, 8 letters. And the clue? Overgrown, confused, and losing the way initially, but ends up in charge. Casey raised his head from the cab and stared blankly. Governor, he said shortly. Pardon? That's what it is, Governor. Whitehouse checked it, and was surprised at how well it fitted in, and because of it, he was able to answer a few others. Wow. Okay, how did you know that's what it meant? Simple. It's an anagram of the word overgrown. Without the W, it's lost away initially, you see?
W being the first letter of way. I see. Said Whitehouse, quite impressed. Well, there's that, hesitated Casey, or the fact that I saw the answers for that crossword when I was collecting the engine shed keys. Ah, so you didn't use your general knowledge then. More like my common sense, Casey laughed. Anything new that we ought to be aware of? Any reports on this year's Steam Fair? Not at the moment. Let's see. Nothing about the Steam Fair, just this news about new parts arriving next week, the present eviction of Mr. B. Williams, and this article on why it's a good idea to use Arctic birch plywood for making driving truck bodies. Casey turned around suddenly. What'd you say there just now? The usage of Arctic birch plywood? No, before that. The eviction of Mr. B. Williams from prison. What's got you worked up on that for? That name. I remember that name. But from where? Casey began tapping the edge of his head, trying to jog that memory back into the light. Yes, now I remember, he said, standing up. Do you remember our events with Betty and how she was stolen for that petrol scheme? How can I forget, said Whitehouse, folding his newsletter and pointing to his blue hair. Go on. Well, that's the name of the person who runs the business up the road from us, the Motorcar Society. He's a nasty piece of work, and I've heard rumours that he's been trying to close the society down to build a car factory on top of it. Well, why would anyone want to do a thing like that? Well, you haven't met him in person. I have. He smokes these cigars that give off the most foulest of fumes. Oh, I tell you, it'll all be hell let loose if he ever sets foot here again. Which will be sooner than you think, came a voice. The two looked round and saw that two boys had appeared behind them with grim expressions. Sorry, no trains running at the moment, said Whitehouse. We're not here to ride those little tinker toys, the tall one said, in a voice that sounded like an angle grinder. We're more interested in closing this place down, like your friend just mentioned. Casey leaned against Lady Granger's cab and sighed. Grinder and gears. I wondered when the next time we'd meet would be. Still slaving up at that garage of yours? Or at least it pays the bills every week, Gears said. Casey raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Gears hesitated. Well, whenever they do get paid. But that's beside the point. We're just here to let you know that the boss will be returning shortly, and he will make sure you lot are out of here. What do you mean, out of here? Asked Whitehouse. Is it obvious? Said Grinder with a laugh. The boss has big plans for this place when he gets back. He's been telling us all about it in his letters. As soon as he's back in command, added Gears, our world-famous vehicles will send you folks out on your arses, engines and all. What do you think of that, Smurfhead? Hearing this remark, Whitehouse advanced grimly forward. Well, I'd like to see you try it, he said threateningly, but Casey stopped him before he went any further. You'll just be wasting your time on these two, he explained. Yeah, smiles Gears cheekily. No point wasting time knocking 7 bells out of us, eh? But Casey just smiled. No. You see, if you knock 7 bells out of them now, they won't be in a suitable condition for when their boss returns to do the same thing. Granger and Gears' grins dropped. You see, continued Casey, with all that time in prison, he's probably wondering how you two are managing the business. He has left somebody in charge, There was the sound of shuffling feet on the tarmac. And he'll also want to know how many vehicles you managed to sell, those world-famous ones that you so happen to mention. We would be selling our stock if your silly little railway wasn't taking all the customers, yelled Grinder. Well, what's wrong? A bit of competition getting the better of you, teased Whitehouse. Grinder raised a finger in protest. One of these days your railway will cease operating, and we'll be the ones who brings in the customers. Like that'll be the day, scoffed Casey. He looked over their shoulders and notices some people coming towards them. Now, if you two have finished your threats, perhaps myself and my friend here can get back to our work. Tickets, ma'am? Yes, just in that cabin over there, if you please. Thank you. As the train moved off, both Casey and Whitehouse gave the snarling brothers a smug grin as they rounded the curve and into the forest. It just makes my blood boil when they do things like that, growled Grinder, mocking us with their little toy railway. We'll work something out, bro, said Gears, patting Grinder on the back. Come on, we best go back before the boss returns. He's not going to be too pleased about it all. They began making their way up the road to a section where the trees seemed to have nearly lost all their leaves, while ones that remained were slowly turning brown. The air grew thick with exhaust fumes as the two proceeded through a rusty iron gateway below a sign which read Motorcar Society Limited, established 1972. As they strolled through the cluttered courtyards where old crocs stood rusting away, they noticed the familiar custom-made Rolls-Royce convertible of the Society's founder, Bernard Martin Williams. Some years ago, Bernard was arrested for producing illegal black market petrol within the grounds, and was also charged for his other black market dealings. He stated in the court that his petrol was the future of all other forms of fuel in the auto industry, and that no harm would come to those who used it. However, the evidence of what happens when this fuel is used proved to be more than necessary. Reports of vehicles running on this fuel spontaneously combusting the second the ignition was turned on, while others showed the horrific results should anyone ever made contact with the stuff. If you remember the story, Whitehouse fell into a vat of this petrol on the day Bernard was charged, but the mixture was not fully formed, so as a result the only change he encountered was the changing of his hair colour from brown to blue. An oil-stained finger tapped Granger on the shoulder. He turned and looked at the scruffy-looking employee, busy excavating a mound of earwax from his left ear.
He wants to see you two now, he said gruffly. He has a few questions regarding to how things were going while he was away. I hope you have plenty of excuses.
The boys gulped as they looked up towards the office window that overlooks the whole site. A dark silhouetted figure could be seen through the slits of the roller blinds before they were snapped shut, making both men jump in terror.
Well, we best go and see what he wants, gulped Gears,
as they gingerly ascended the metal stairway leading up to the office.
Enter.
Gears was just about to knock before Bernard's gravelly growl came from the other side of the door. Like two scared puppies, the brothers quietly made their way inside. The room was dimly lit, with the blinds closed, but they could just make out the layout of the room. Filing cabinets stood untouched, with paperwork shoved in so hard that no amount of tugging on the drawer handle would prise it open. A clock ticked on the wall nearby. Each tick sounded like the many firearms being cocked before an execution could take place. And there was the desk. The famous desk where all the schemes and deals were plotted out, one by one. And then, behind the desk, was blackness. A shadow formed within shadows, not revealing what lurked within. Then, a faint red glow formed, followed by a plume of thick olive-green smoke, forming a cloud which joined the many which hovered around the room. While inside, Bernard had to settle for standard cigarettes that he got from the other inmates, but they weren't anything compared to his own branded cigars. The tobacco was imported in vast amounts to a private firm where they were mass-produced and delivered by the day in large crates. If you ever met Bernard, the first thing that stays in your mind are his cigars. It wasn't that the smell was bad, but the plaster on the office walls reverted back to its powder form upon first contact with any vapors. What it did to Bernard's lungs, no doctor can find a medical definition to describe it. But one thing about these cigars that can be for certain, in Bernard's case anyways, was that they were very addictive. So addictive, in fact, that when the brothers reported to his office to welcome him back, Bernard had already finished off his 20th packet that morning.
Well, if it ain't the Brothers Grimm.
Bernard's voice came from within the darkness. Good to see you back with us again, sir, quavered Granger. It hasn't been the same without you. There was a long pause. The amber glow remained glowing in the shadows.
No, it hasn't.
Bernard sat up, revealing his grim expression.
Which is why this business hasn't made any money at all. And what, I dare ask, were you two playing at while I was inside? Stealing toy models to sell off?
Oh yes, I got word of it when I heard that you two were caught making a break for it. I'm surprised Mary bothered to pay for your bail. She needed somebody to yell at while Dad was doing his share of time, muttered Gears. The memory of his mum yelling at him still hadn't left his system.
How is Dad, by the way, sir?
They moved him to solitary confinement after he swung a right hook at the chef.
Was he threatening him?
He didn't put any salt in the taters.
He always likes his taters with plenty of salt,
chuckles Gears. And he's saving a right hook for you two after I told him about your little scheme,
Bernard said, getting back on topic. It was only to tie things over until we can make a sale, sir, Granger insisted. Which won't happen anytime soon now that Railway Society is in operation. Every minute in my cell I swore to get even with those railway brats if it's the last thing I do. My petrol scheme was perfect without fail. That is until they came and ruined it for me. And what's worse is that they also got their hands on the one thing that helped us get through our tough times. What? Cars. And before any of you two say it, I'm referring to Mark Carson. Yes, that Mark Carson. I can see from your expressions the memories of him are coming back to you. Never before had I seen such leadership. He made sure we were ahead of the game and even made plans to ensure the railway failed. Ooh, if we could relive those times again, we would be back in business. The trouble is that the railway is taking in more customers than we did, said Gears. Then we'll just have to find ways of making them fail, Bernard snapped, slamming his fist on the table. He steadied himself and puffed steadily on a cigar. All I want to do right now is give those other railway pests a piece of my mind, grumbled Granger. Especially after what they said to us this morning. They should be the ones that should fail instead of the railway. Bernard sat up and looked at Granger with interest. Tell me, who are these other railway pests you speak of? 2 drivers, Gears explained. The short one we saw working that engine we stole for the petrol scheme. The other had a punk-like shade of hair that you can't miss in a crowd. 2 drivers, eh? Murmured Bernard to himself. He pressed his intercom at the side of his desk. The buzzer outside the office sounded, alerting his secretary. Rachel, contact our hackers and get them to source me a copy of the Model Engineer Society's employee list. I'd like to know more about these 2 drivers. Jane Wilkinson was finding her time at the railway to be quite busy. There was no end to work, preparing teas, sorting out deliveries, as well as making some of her famous pastries. She also has time to talk, and sometimes listens to some of the stories the other members of the society talk about. Sometimes she would eavesdrop on a conversation that took her interest. In this case, it was Cars getting an earful from one of the workshop attendants.
November Lady, I've got evidence.
November Lady isn't in the 4:30.
It wasn't the 4:30, it was the 3:30.
It was October Lad.
It wasn't October Lad, it was November Lady. Now listen, if you and the others have put it all on October Lad, I'll sue you.
Oh, you will you?
Now, I know you're higher rank than me, but if you ever so reach the age of 90 and you can't tell the difference between a lad and a lady, you're a funny-assity, you hear me? A funny-assity.
And before Cars could put another word in, they left, leaving him standing by the doorway open-mouthed. Trouble, Mark? Cars walked over and leaned against the counter in disbelief. He thinks I've conned him, saying November Lady was the horse of the syndicate. October Lad is what it was. Actually, it was November Lady, said Jane. It just came through there on the radio. Apparently there was a mix-up in the numbering of the horses. Cars sighed heavily. Well, that's going to be difficult to explain later on. Cup of tea, please, Jane. Has Casey been in yet? Not yet. He should be in after the lunchtime run. Oh, wait, I can see him in White House coming over now. Here's your tea. Casey dusted off some ash from his cap before hanging it on its spot behind the door. Ooh, another shift done until the next hour, he said, stretching. 2 cream teas, please, Jane. Case, I've got you down for Friday from 2 to 4. You all right to cover that? If you spare me an hour on Thursday, I should be able to. I promised I'd help Clift with his steam test. Casey tells me that Bernard Williams is being released today, said Whitehouse. Cars nearly choked on his scone. Watch out, cried Casey. You're spitting crumbs into my tea.
He's what?
Cars exclaimed. Yeah, didn't you not read this morning's newsletter? I hadn't even got the chance. What with this private group coming on Friday, I'm lucky to even get this cup of tea. And placing bets on the wrong horses, teased Jane, refilling his cup. Cars pretended he hadn't heard. I just hope he doesn't find out I'm working here now, he muttered quietly. Oh, I doubt it, said Whitehouse. Then thought for a moment before saying, Mind you, we have been doing really well recently with you in second command. And so we should after all the trouble I've caused you in the past, Cars answered, before being hushed quickly by Casey. Listen, it's best no one knows about that event, he whispered quietly, so Jane or anyone else within earshot could hear. Nobody knows about what happened to Betty when you acquired her for Bernard's scheme, and we'd like to keep that out of the record books for as long as possible. Cars knew what Casey meant and gave a nod to show that he understood quite clearly. I only mentioned it, continued Whitehouse, because I'm wondering if it would cause some suspicion with them. I mean, I don't think we've become this popular since then. You might have a point there, mused Cars, then shrugged off the thought. Nah, besides, we're a working example for the rail galleries at the museum, so I'd say that would be the real reason. Well, I suppose so. Oh yes, we also saw 2 of Bernard's workers before we did that last run. Grinder and Gears, I think their names were. Ye gods, are they still working there? Questioned Cars. And then again, there is some family connection with them and Bernard. Can't remember what, though. But best keep an eye on them should you ever see them again. In my time working for Bernard, I noticed they can be very determined when it comes to carrying out one of their tasks. I'm sure we'll be very careful, smiled Casey. He stood up and went over to the counter. Could you pour a cup out for Corpse, Jane? I'm just heading over to the workshops now. I'm sure you could do with one. Sure thing. Give me a sec. What time is this group coming on Friday? Asked Whitehouse. 1 o'clock, but I'd say there'll be more of them arriving later on. Just make a note to have extra coach stock ready just in case. Here's that tea case, said Jane. Oh, thanks, Jane. I'll see you guys later on. Casey paused at the doorway before turning and gave Cars a wink. By the way, I heard November Lady did very well in the 3:30. Oh, get out of my sight, snapped Cars. Whitehouse and Jane simply smiled. Casey raced through the grounds of the Motorcar Society, dodging past stacks of old oil drums that blocked his path. As he ran past them, each of them burst open, sending jets of exhaust fumes which formed memories, recounting the events of the lost engine. His first meeting with Bernard, Cars threatening him at gunpoint, and how he shot Whitehouse from the gantry over the petrol heating vats. He tried to run from these memories, but could feel himself being tethered and pulled back to act out the whole scene like a puppet. He felt himself being pulled up by his strings to find Grinder holding the control rods, while Gears produced a pair of scissors from within his cap. With one snap, the strings were cut, and Casey fell rapidly from his great height, making towards a smouldering petrol vat ready to claim him. He felt a bang, and then silence. Casey raised his head and looked around. The wind howled outside his bedroom window, while his bedside clock ticked the hour of 2 a.m. He picked himself off the floor, unwrapped the bedsheets that were constricting his arms and torso, and climbed back into bed. The thoughts of the past were still getting to him, and he only hoped that nothing like it would happen again anytime soon. Whitehouse was also having trouble sleeping. He too was thinking about the events of the lost engine, and thought back to when he fell into the vat of petrol. He could remember the slight burning on his skin, and almost mistaking the red dye seeping away from his shirt for his own blood. If Cars hadn't quickly added water into the vat when he fell, he would have had a much more scarring outcome. He stared at the permanent status of his hair in the bathroom mirror, and thanked the heavens he got off lightly. He made himself a hot drink and listened to a chapter of an audiobook before turning in. The next morning, Casey had arrived early to get Lady Granger ready for the visitor's arrival. While the fire was burning nicely, he set about getting the engine wiped down before he set about polishing the brasses. But something seemed to be off with the pressure gauge. Usually when he gets to the stage of polishing, the pressure should be hitting 60. Casey tapped the gauge again. The needle moved, but ever so slightly. "You must have a steam leak somewhere, old girl," Casey said, and proceeded to look the engine over. He looked all over, but he couldn't find a leak anywhere. Perhaps it's the coal. He took out his pocket watch and checked the time of the visitor's arrival. He should have time to relight the fire again, and then hopefully should have steam up. But by the time the others started to arrive at work, Lady Granger hadn't improved. There was nothing wrong with the coal, as her fire was good and hot. Maybe there's a blockage somewhere. There was no time to look for it. By now, Whitehouse was bringing his coaches to the platform with Puffer, and the visitors were already arriving. "Let's just hope it clears before I reach the station," Casey muttered as he clambered into the cab seat. Lady Granger wheezed her way along the line towards the station. Dark clouds of smoke began to appear from the chimney, as well as several sparks. "What a time for the spark resistor to fail on me," sighed Casey. The passengers were waiting at the platform when he arrived. Whitehouse had just turned Puffer round on the turntable when he saw the wheezing state of Lady Grange. "Here, her ladyship doesn't sound too good today, Case," he commented. "Nothing that a good run along the line shouldn't fix," Casey said, but deep down he was wondering how far the engine would go under her low steam pressure. Cars was at the platform seeing to the visitors' tickets. "I say, my man, this engine of yours does look a bit smoky by the way it passes there. I just hope it isn't going to be any more of that flying ash and that sort of thing on our journey, "I really can't say, sir," said Cars, looking on as Casey began backing the engine down onto the train. "I might have a word with him when I get the chance, though." Lady Granger's steam pressure was now showing signs of strain. The needle kept jerking back and forth, but nothing seems to be getting through. Casey tapped the gauge glass again, while Cars went through the safety procedures to the passengers. The right-of-way was given, and with a feeble whistle, Lady Grange remained where she was. Casey jerked back and forth the regulator handle to try and coax a bit of steam into the cylinders, but nothing but a hiss came out. Then suddenly, everything happened at once. Without warning, Lady Grange jerked forwards, causing the coaches to bump into each other and knocking the passengers about. Casey tried to shut off the regulator, but another jerk caused him to push it full open. Lady Grange gave a mighty whoosh, and from her funnel a cloud of hot soot and ash shot up into the air and rained down on top of Casey, the visitors, Cars, and Whitehouse. The visitors shouted and yelled as they took shelter under the footbridge, but by then the damage had been done. All the visitors' smart clothes were ruined. "You stupid kid!" one of them yelled at Casey. "Do you realise how much I paid for this suit? I will be reporting this railway to the directors," another one stated, pointing the tip of her umbrella at Cars's chest. "Think this is funny, pulling stunts like that?" "Well, I'm terribly sorry, ma'am, but this has never happened before, and I will definitely be looking into the matter," said Cars. He hurried over to where Casey had managed to control Lady Grange before another eruption occurred. He swatted the soot off his cap against his boot before looking gingerly at Cars. I can't understand it. She was working just fine yesterday. I don't know what's wrong with her." "Clearly something you missed while cleaning her out last night," said Cars. He looked inquisitively. "You did clean Lady Grange's tubes out last night, Case?" Casey looked at his feet pitifully. "It was only the one time," he muttered. One time? And what has that led to?" Cars exclaimed. "And now because of this little mishap, we've lost half the visitors for this special. Look, take Lady Grange back and get her cleaned up to be ready for the next lot to arrive later on. Whitehouse, see if you can find a cleaner set of coaches." Cars was about to write up the report, only to find that his clipboard had nothing but black sooty patches all over it. "If anyone needs me, I'll be in my office to clear my head," he muttered to anyone who could hear. Casey couldn't explain what could have caused Lady Grange to act in such a manner. But what else could it be? He kept pondering about it while he tried to scrub the worst of the soot off the boiler, which was slowly cooling now the fire had been dropped. Maybe it was caused by clogged tubes. But they never got this bad. And he was sure he'd remembered to clean them this morning. Well, he should have told Cars about that there when he asked him if he had cleaned the engine out. But he was so puzzled by everything he forgot. This wasn't like him at all. "Everything all right, Case?" Casey looked up to see Corpse walking towards him. "Heard you cause a smoke screen at the station. Blocked tubes, do you think?" "Possibly. But not something you'd expect from an engine this size. Honestly, I've driven Lady Grange so many times since I bought her, and she never gave me trouble like this." "Well, how long have you had her?" 3 months. Maybe she's due for an overhaul." "But she can't, though. She was in tip-top condition when I left her in the sheds last night, and today she does this." "Well, maybe you've been overdoing it with the work lately. Maybe you just lost your touch." Casey looked horrified at this. He'd never lost a knack at driving an engine. Every engine he'd driven at the railway, he'd managed it with care and attention. Maybe he was losing his touch. Perhaps this is something that happens to drivers from time to time. "Look, why not go and have a cup of tea and I'll have a look at Lady Grange later today. I'm sure I'll find out what's wrong." Casey took his cap off and scratched his head. The events of that morning made him feel quite anxious and, well, a cup of Jane's tea always seems to make him feel better. He thanked Corpse and, after some hesitation, made his way to the mess room.
And he has no understanding of the cause? That is correct, sir. He says she was working fine last night and only started acting up like this morning. Probably a small technical fault, but I have Rory at hand to see through the repairs. It could mean that we won't have an engine free to take the visitor's train. The chairman thought about it carefully. Then he remembered something. We do have one engine available. That one we use for shunting purposes. Puffer? Well, it can haul a train all right, but with passengers it might be a bit risky. Mike isn't due his passenger hauling test until another 4 weeks. Well, we'll just have to look over this one for now until we can get Betty steamed up to carry on the rest of the day's trains. See to it. Very good, sir. But I can't take passengers now. I'm not qualified yet. Look, Mike, you're the only one at the moment with an engine at the ready. It's just until we can get Betty steamed up to cover for you. But Puffer isn't as strong as Lady Granger or Betty, added Casey. Look, if it can arrange our trains with ease, surely it can tackle one with ease, said Carr sternly. Now go on over and have your engine ready for the next group to arrive. I still don't think that engine should do it, said Casey when Whitehurst had left. And what do you expect me to do, Kiss? Have Sir Giles brought out of the sheds? Sir Giles was an old diesel engine that the railway had bought many years ago. It can haul a train of passengers with ease, but its heavy pollutant exhaust, loud engine and dodgy regulator made it a 7¼ gauge nightmare. Casey had taken a great dislike to the diesel and made sure it was well kept at the back of the sheds. I suppose that's the first time for everything, he said after a pause. Is that our engine? I always thought they were bigger than that. Well, it is a miniature railway, I suppose. The comments from the passengers upon seeing Puffer backing down onto the train were getting to Whitehouse. He knew he wasn't ready to take passengers until he had passed his official test, but then desperate times called for desperate measures. The passengers boarded the train and Whitehouse waited for the right of way. As the guard whistle blew, Puffer's wheels spun vigorously to get a grip. At last, some traction had taken hold, and the little engine pulled a line of coaches out of the station and onto the open line. They rounded the curve and into the forest, Puffer's whistle sounding through the treetops. Past Bog Holt, the carriage sheds, and through Pine Tree Holt with no trouble at all. Now for the loop. The line steepens here, and sometimes, though quite rarely, engines get stuck at this point. But Whitehouse wasn't going to let that happen on his first train. He increased the power on the controls as they went through the wall portal and entered the section. Corpse was nearby examining Lady Granger with Casey. They could hear Puffer approaching and decided to see how the little engine would get on. Puffer came into view from the wall's portal. Whitehouse gave a quick tootle on the whistle to show that everything was okay. And then... Well, no bones broken at least, said Jane some time later. But you've taken quite a nasty bang to the head there. A few days of rest should do you good. I'm glad none of the passengers got hurt. But it cost us a coach, though, said Corpse. The whole thing split in half. Not to mention the damage Puffer got when I hit the wall. I knew that engine was no good to take that train, exclaimed Casey coldly. Mark shouldn't have put him to it. Guys, Mike has just come out of a serious accident. I think something more along the lines of, "Are you all right?" or "Glad that you're not too seriously hurt" may be more suitable, said Jane coldly. Casey and Corpse subsided. Where is Mark now? Asked Whitehouse. He's with the chairman and the directors, said Corpse. Apparently they're not too pleased about the whole incident. I should think so too after the way Mark has treated the whole incident, said Casey. Chris, Jane said sternly. Casey remained quiet and sipped his tea. Just then the overhead tannoy whirred into life. This is a model engineer's announcement. Could Christopher Jones and Mike Whitehouse report to the chairman's office? I expect he wants to apologise after all that has happened, said Corpse, helping Whitehouse to his feet. You okay now? I'm fine, said Whitehouse. Head's still a bit spinning, but I'll be alright after a short walk. I'll help you over, said Casey. Jane watched from the mess room's window as the two walked over to the chairman's office at the other side of the site. She turned to Corpse. How long will it take to repair Whitehouse's engine? It'll need a new drive wheel, and the axles need strengthening. The body shell took most of the force and will need straightening out and some parts remade, but I'd say probably maybe a month at least. And Lady Grange? Well, I actually have no idea what's wrong with her. There's a blockage somewhere in her system, but I just can't find it. How have you found your position here since Whitehouse got you that job? I think you once mentioned you wanted to pursue other tasks. What made you decide on working here in the end? Oh, I don't know really, said Corpse. Family connections, I suppose. I didn't often see Whitehouse, but it's great to be able to see him again and socialise. But maybe it was to do with the, Corpse paused as he considered what he was going to say next. Yes? Asked Jane. Staff shortage. Corpse said at last. Yes, staff shortage. He had almost told Jane about the lost engine and insisting the Whitehouse to stay quiet about it. Oh, said Jane, somewhat surprised at the result. Well, I thought there was something more to it. Just then, young Matt rushed in, looking quite distressed. They've sacked them! He exclaimed. Who sacked who? Asked Corpse. Chris and Mike! Mark's given them the push! Some cups smashed to the floor. He's done what? Jane nearly shrieked, but Corpse was already out the door before she could say another word. Cars was walking back to the mess room with his clipboard behind his back. His decision was not considerate, but he felt that it was the best thing he could do. Now, to sort out another matter, and it was coming his way. Have you gone out of your mind? Said Corpse. Chris is our best driver here, and Mike is also a key worker too. Why'd you give them a sack for something that they couldn't control? I've spoken to the chairman and the directors, and they too have agreed that it's best that Chris and Mike were relieved of their duties here at the railway, said Carr sternly. I don't believe you, Mark, said Jane coldly. What was it that you said the other day to them? You came to help us after all the trouble caused to Casey and Whitehouse, which has now helped us become successful, and now you've given them their cards. In order to continue to be successful, sacrifices will need to be taken, said Cars, his tone still not changed. Now, if you would excuse me, I have to sort out who's taken this evening's train. Jane and Corpse watched on in disbelief. This was not like Cars at all. He's certainly changed for the worse, said Corpse. It's almost like he's back working for the Motorcar Society. The who? Asked Jane. That had done it. But Corpse was too cross with Cars to stop himself from mentioning it. A while back, Cars used to work for a firm up the road from us here as its second-in-command. The Motorcar Society is a black market dealership that sells old and sometimes stolen vehicles to customers for dodgy prices. Anyway, one day something happened that resulted in Cars resigning from it altogether. That's when he came to work for us, and to be honest, I'd say he'd be best to go back there. The sooner the better. Perhaps we should ask them to take him back, suggested Jane. You think we should? After what he's done? Of course! Like you said, that place is only up the road from us, so we won't be gone for too long. Corpse thought about it. If they can sneak out before Cars notices that they're missing, they should get everything sorted. Alright, but we'll have to act fast. You'll have to make an excuse for the mess room to be closed while I'll see if I can find a relief to cover me in the workshops. 10 minutes later, Corpse and Jane found themselves walking through the rusty gateways of the Motorcar Society. The memories of his last visit here made Corpse feel uneasy. He noticed the old building where Bernard had made his homemade petrol and where he and Whitehouse snuck in to rescue Casey with a homemade bike that he had made. He had left it behind since then and could now see what remained of it, now in bits, scattered across the courtyard. He was too busy thinking about it when he bumped into an employee mechanic. Oh, sorry, Corpse said. We're looking for the boss. You buying? Asked the employee. His face then turned to Jane as a grin began to form on his greasy face. Or are you selling? He said. Jane gasped in horror, but Corpse stood firm. We're here to discuss an ex-employee that we'd like him to take back. Now, can you tell me where to find the boss? Corpse turned to Jane, who pointed to him where two boys stood by a metal stairway. Corpse got the feeling that he'd seen them before, but he couldn't quite picture it.
You'll find the boss in this direction, sir, said the tall one. What was up with that voice? Did he have a sore throat? Nodding a thanks, Corpse and Jane ascended to where they were directed to a large office, which had the strangest of odours coming from it. A young girl about Jane's age sat at a desk, struggling to type on an old-fashioned typewriter. Didn't this place have computers at all? We're here to see the manager, said Corpse. I'll just let him know you're here, said the girl. She pressed an intercom buzzer beside her. There are 2 people here to see you, sir.
Send them in.
The 2 entered the office, which was nothing that they had ever encountered before. It reminded Jane of those offices from those old black and white American detective films her grandparents used to watch. Hello, said Jane. Anybody about? Ooh, could do with opening a window in here, said Corpse, waving away some olive green smoke. Where's the smoke coming from, anyway? A match struck close by, lighting up a face from behind the darkened shadows by the wooden desk. Bernard smiled at the pair as he puffed life into his 57th cigar. You'll have to forgive me smoking, he said warmly, but my doctor says it's medicinal for my health. What doctor prescribed you that? Asked Jane suspiciously. Bernard waved a hand dismissively. Some doctor chap I knew 40-odd years ago. Anyway, it's done me good, so I'll leave it at that. And now, he said, showing the 2 some carefully placed chairs before them. It almost gave the impression that he was expecting them. What is the honour of having Mr. Clements and Miss Wilkinson visiting my little business? He raised a hand before either of them asked. News travels fast in these parts. Your reputation to the little railway has been well known to us. So please, what can the Motor Car Society do for you? At first, Corpse wasn't so sure what to say. This wasn't the welcoming he remembered when he was last here. Maybe the prison sentence did something to this man that made him see the light in some way. We've come to ask about a past employee of yours, Mark Carson. I believe he served with you a while back as your second-in-command, asked Jane. Bernard leaned back in his chair and puffed another cloud. Mark Carson, he mused. Yes, the name does ring a bell. I believe he left us during a troublesome time here, a time where we needed his services deeply. Well, he's currently working for us at the Miniature Railway, and, well, we don't think his way of running the system works for us, so we were wondering if you would like to hire him back. Bernard looked at the 2 with some concern. He seemed surprised at such thought. But my friends, isn't your business not doing so well with how he works it? Well, yeah, but, hesitated Corpse, he fired 2 of our key workers for something they weren't responsible for, finished Jane. Bernard's eyes widened in horror. Really? Your key workers? We found his actions to be irresponsible to how we run things at the railway, explained Corpse. All we ask is for him to return working here where we think his way of command will be more suitable. Bernard stood up from his desk and walked to the window thoughtfully. Well, I thank you for taking the time to come and tell me this. But like I said, Carr's left here when we needed him most, and I don't think we would like to welcome back a deserter to our ranks. I don't even know if he wants to leave. We can arrange for his dismissal, said Corpse. We'll hold a deputation with our chairman and explain everything about his actions. Our chairman will understand when we tell him. He always does. Bernard shrugged with a sigh and returned to the desk. Well, if you really wish for him to return here, then I'm sure we can arrange for his employment forms to be sent over. I'll have 2 of my best men bring the documents over to your society in the next hour. Now, if you don't mind, I have some work to sort out. Good day to you both. Bernard waited till the door closed before a Cheshire Cat grin formed on his face. Soon, it wouldn't be long before the fools make their biggest mistake. And so, sir, that is why we feel it right that Mark should leave now in case he puts the whole railway out of operation. The chairman raised his fingers in a steeple-like manner and leaned back against his office chair. Well, I must say, Mr. Clements, you've put it very boldly with the subject. However, Mr. Jones and Mr. Whitehouse's dismissal was concluded with the evidence of lack of attention to work and enthusiasm. Lack of enthusiasm, burst out Jane.
With respect, sir, I think you should look further into your employees' bios, for I'm positively sure that Casey and Wellhouse have as much enthusiasm to work here than anyone I've served tea for here. The chairman turned to Cars, who was sitting very quietly by his desk. Casey and Whitehouse? He asked. We sometimes address ourselves by our childhood nicknames, sir, Cars explained. Chris is Casey, and Mike is Whitehouse. Casey Jones, mused the chairman with a chuckle. The youth today. But coming back to the matter in question, you think that sending Mr. Carson back to the employment of the Motor Car Society will be a big help for the railway? Corpse and Jane looked very serious about it. That is correct, sir. And if we may add that when he leaves, may we have Chris and Mike back to our employment? I suppose something could be arranged, if they so wish to return. The chairman turned back to Cars, who was unmoved by the whole scenario. Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Carson? The room fell silent as Cars straightened up and looked coldly at both Corpse and Jane. Yes, sir, I do. The two thought he was going to erupt, but surprisingly, it never happened. Instead, Cars began to clap his hands and smiled. The chairman clapped too, much to the confusion of Corpse and Jane. Well done, said Cars. You played the part to a T. At first I wasn't so sure you were going to do it, but I was wrong. Corpse and Jane just stared. And I can't believe you actually went into the MCS and up to Bernard's office too, Cars continued. He held out his palm with a laugh. That's £20 you owe me, sir. To which the chairman exchanged a note from his jacket pocket. Sorry, did we miss something here? Asked Corpse. Do you actually want to go back working for Bernard? Cars looked shocked. Back to Bernard? Are you out of your mind? Never in a million years. But we... All will be explained in a few moments, said Cars calmly. He went over to another door and called into it. You can come in now, lads. Jane and Corpse stared open-mouthed as Casey and Whitehouse entered the room. You? But I thought you were... Oh, come off it, Jane. Did you really think I would actually sack two of the most vital working employees here? Laughed Cars. But those accidents, said Corpse. And the visitors. Yes, those were unfortunate, said Cars, nodding gravely. And I'm sure it has dampened our reputation a little. But sometime after Casey's accident, I had a feeling that something was not right. As Casey had said earlier to me, Lady Granger was in tip-top condition before she was put in the sheds last night. And then suddenly, she becomes troublesome. How? Casey has taken care of that engine since he first bought it, and has since slaved away to ensure that it is the finest working engine we have on this railway. So how could she have failed when so much care and devotion was given to ensure she wouldn't? He paused before announcing, Sabotage. Sabotage? Asked Corpse. Yes, Corpse. But at the time I wasn't properly sure, until Whitehouse's accident with Puffer. Now, that was when I knew that something was up. And so, I arranged for Casey and Whitehouse to come here and told them my views, and to create this small charade of sacking them. But hang on, said Jane. If you knew it was sabotage, where's the proof of it? We can answer that, said Casey, stepping forward. You see, after you and Corpse left to go to the MCS, myself and Whitehouse went to check on Lady Granger and the section where Puffer derailed. It took me a minute to prize it out, but this was the culprit for Lady Granger's smoke screen. From his waistcoat pocket, Casey produced a now soft, ash-covered apple. It had been jammed down the chimney so that it completely bunged it up. When the heat in the smoke box built up, the apple cooked instantly, enough for all the blocks soot and ash to shoot up like a geyser. Puffer's crash took some time to solve too, said Whitehouse. After the crash, when you were helping clearing away Puffer and the smashed coach, you also fixed a bit of track that got broken in the accident. That's right, said Corpse. I fixed it before I went to check on you at the mess room. Aha! But what if that rail was already broken before the crash? Said Whitehouse. Puffer isn't as heavy as other engines here, so it couldn't have broken the rail. None of us had yet used that section of line when we started work. I took the coaches to the station on the opposite side of the circuit rather than my usual route, as Puffer was not facing the right way. But how did the rail get broken then? Asked Jane impatiently. We did some inquiring at the rail galleries, said Cars, opening his laptop, and they allowed us to gain access to their security cameras which are placed around the railway.
Now, if you watch this video first here from yesterday's run, you'll see that the rail has not been tampered with. But fast forward 3 hours after closing time, they all watched as 2 figures appeared on the screen. The first went to the engine sheds, picked the lock and went inside. The other figure went over to where Puff's crash was going to happen and began prizing the rail out of place with a crowbar. "So those are our culprits," said Cars, pausing the video to where the figures on the screen stood next to each other. Corpse looked at the screen carefully. "Hang on," he said. "I think I know those 2. We saw them earlier at the Motorcar Society." "But hang on," said Jane, still feeling confused. "If you knew that the Motorcar Society was behind all this, why did you let us go through the whole scenario of getting them to hire you back?" "I had to though, Jane," explained Cars. "I had to let this plan go ahead so that we can get the reason for this act to be carried out. So far, you and Corpse played your parts well, and I must ask for your forgiveness for making you go through all this without any consent. Making this feel more natural would be the only way to convince Bernard that this plan to hire me back is to go ahead. But he doesn't know that we have a plan already cooked up for him." Bernard hummed a tune as he busily made the final checks in the re-employment forms he had made up for Granger and Gears to take round to the railway. Now, to the eye, they looked perfectly fine and basic, with the common uses of the wording, "I, insert name here, hereby agree to undergo the tasks that are placed before me under the care and ownerships of the distributors, etc., etc., promptly attend the hours given, etc., etc., fax mentis incentium gloria cultum, etc., etc., memo bis, punitella delicatum." Maybe those last bits were a bit much. But then who's ever studied Latin these days? Bernard then checked the last item on the forms before he signed his seal of approval in the signature box, leaving the opposite blank for Cars to fill his name in. To the naked eye, these signature boxes looked perfectly normal. But while Bernard's box was indeed a box, the other was made of many words which included the following: "By signing this contract, I, the individual, bestow my labor to the party enclosed for the rest of my duration." This had worked for all his workers. If only he had done it while Cars were still working for him. But then he did such a good job on his first day, the thought of it left him. But that was going to be put right once and for all, and not even the directors could stop him from carrying out this trick. He pressed his intercom button. "Rachel, send Granger and Gears to my office." The brothers reported as requested. Bernard handed them the envelope on which he had placed the forms in. He smiled as he struck up a celebratory cigar. "It'll be good to go back to the old days again and have the money flowing in once more. Make sure that he signs the forms in full so that we've got him for sure." Gears saluted with a grin. "Have no fear, sir. We'll make sure of it." "We'll be back with him in no time," added Granger, elbowing Gears in the eye with his salute. "Good. Now off you go. It is nearing the time of your appointment." "I can't wait to see the look on his face when we bring him back with us," scoffed Granger as they made their way towards the railway. "But seeing as we had more time working for Bernard than he did, perhaps we'll be the ones teaching him for a change." "I like the sound of it," agrees Gears. "Then we'll be the ones barking at the orders to him." They rounded the corner to where Corpse and James were waiting by the station platform. The brothers stopped a few feet away, looking around for Cars. "So, has he decided to show up? Or should we wait till the iron horses drag him out?" calls Granger. A figure stepped out from behind the ticket office. "I'm here," said Cars. He walked over to Corpse and Jane, who both looked very serious. "So good to see you again, Mark, after so long," smiled Granger. "You'll have lots to catch up on once you're back with us." "Did you bring the forms?" asked Corpse. Gears responded by waving the envelope. "He's been asked to sign them first," he informed, and beckoned a finger to Cars. "You still want me to do this?" Cars asked Corpse and Jane aloud. They nodded in unison. Cars only walked halfway to the brothers, where he paused and turned around. "Supposing I said I was sorry about what I did, and we let bygones be bygones, I'm sure we can work something out." Corpse and Jane looked at each other,
in a confused manner. "Oh, please," said Grinder. "Like that's ever going to—" "All right, sure," smiled Jane. "We can deal with that option. We may have gone a bit overboard with the whole firing issue. I'm sure we can work around everything," agreed Corpse. "Sounds good to me," smiled Cars. He turned back to Grinder and Gears, who were dumbstruck by the sudden turn of events. You guys don't mind, do you?" "Mind? Of course we mind!" spluttered Grinder. "We didn't come all this way just to be told that you're not coming back with us." "Well, it looks like you have," smiled Corpse, walking up to Cars. "You better tell Mr. Williams that we changed our minds." "Now hold on," Gears scorned, storming up to the group. "We came here under Burnet's orders to take you back to the MCS. Now either sign this form and come back quietly, or we'll have to use other matters." This time it was Jane who stepped forward. "You're not laying a hand on him," she insisted. Gears grabbed her arm and thrust her aside onto the ground. Cars glared at him. "Sign the—" But before he could say another word, Jane let out a scream. "My arm! It hurts so much!" Jane sat on the ground, clutching her left arm in pain. The tears were rolling down her face, but not as much as the embarrassed sweat that was rolling down Gears's. "Jane!" exclaimed Cars, and hurried over to her. "She did nothing to you, and yet you struck her down!" shouted Corpse. "Oh, nice one, Gears!" yelled Grinder. "Make the cute one cry, why don't you?" There was a silent pause in Jane's sobs, almost as if she took offense to that remark. But her wails began again, while Cars tried to comfort her. I didn't mean—" Gears hesitated. He looked on while Jane continued whimpering. "Here, let me help you up," he said hospitality. Jane's sobs slowly started to subside. Then it happened. Without warning, Jane swung a left hook and got Gears right between the eyes. Wham! He stumbled backwards and collapsed on the ground, while Grinder watched on, open-mouthed. The form papers scattered about the tarmac. "Whew. One thing you must never do when working for a miniature railway," said Jane, shaking life back into her hand as she stood up, "is to never let your guard down." "Or mess with Jane," added Corpse, watching on impressed. You little," Gears cursed, checking that he wasn't bleeding. "We should have waited so that you were the ones that got fired instead of those drivers." "So you were the ones that caused those accidents to happen," said Cars, raising an eyebrow. "Gears, you idiot!" yelled Grinder. "You're not supposed to tell them!" "It was Bernard's idea," exclaimed Gears angrily. "We just followed orders." "Shut up!" said Grinder. "And all this just to trick me into coming back to the MCS? What do you expect? Gears, shut up!" "Thank you," said Cars. He turned and called out, "Did you get all that, Casey?" Casey stepped out from behind the ticket office with his mobile phone in his hand. "Got everything?" he called back. "But," exclaimed Grinder. "Hold on," said Cars. He turned and waved at the security camera on one of the lampposts. From his pocket, he pulled out a walkie-talkie. "You got the footage all right, Whitehouse?" "Clear as crystal," Whitehouse's voice replied. Cars returned his gaze to the brothers. "I'm sure the directors will be very interested to see what Bernard has been up to since he returned," he said. "Now look," said Grinder, "all we wanted was to get back on track with the business. We're not doing so well as it is, and we need the knowledge you provided for us to get things sorted." "He's bluffing," said Casey. "I can see that he is." "No, he isn't," said Cars. "I know these two more than you do, and I can read them like a book. But what they say is true." "But hang on, Mark," said Corpse. "You're not doing what I think you're doing." "They are another business as well as us, and are also doing the best they can to keep things going." "By selling black market vehicles?" "Well, yes, but maybe there are other reasons," sighs Cars. He thought a moment, and then said, "All right, you two. This is the deal. I will contact Bernard via phone call to discuss how to get his business back on track. I will provide what knowledge I know, but after that, that's it. You're on your own. I made my choice when I left the MCS, and I'm not going to go back on my word. I'm staying put here at the railway, and nothing, I repeat, nothing, is going to make me change my mind." Without another word, Grinder and Gears headed back to the MCS to relay the information to Bernard. Whitehouse arrived from the museum's security booth. "I've got the CCTV footage," What do you want me to do with it? He asked. And my vocal recordings of Granger and Gears' confession, added Casey. There was a pause before Cars answered, Destroy them. What? Even if we blackmail Bernard, he will always find ways to wriggle out of it, explained Cars. If he does mend his ways after my phone call with him, then so be it. If he doesn't, then we'll have more of this charade to come in the near future. But fear not, for with my knowledge on how they operate, and with our background on dealing with them, we will see to it that they will not succeed in closing us down. Background? Questioned Jane. The four looked at her, then to each other. Who was the one to get them out of this predicament now? Yes, said Whitehouse slowly. You see, it's like this, Jane. As strange as it does sound, this is exactly how it happened. You see, Bernard needed Cars to make a sort of ray gun. As Whitehouse explained his story to Jane, the others sighed with relief. Their secret was safe. Shortly afterwards, work resumed as normal on the miniature railway. Both Lady Granger and Puffer were back in working order in no time, and continued with their work without fault. After word went round that the events that happened with Casey and Whitehouse's trains were acts of vandals and sabotage, the visiting group returned and finally got the chance to experience travelling on the little line, with positive outcomes, I might add. And what about the MCS? Well, Cars did make his phone call with Bernard and gave him all the details needed to get his business back on track. However, doing so would result in a lot of sacrifices, ones that Bernard was not financially prepared to make. So despite Cars' attempts to get him to redeem himself, Bernard resumed his business the way it had always been, selling black market vehicles to unexpected customers and plotting ways to get rid of the miniature railway to make his factory. But that will never happen. For with the help of the small group, the railway has nothing to fear in its years of operation. And you will hear how they got on in the next installment of Miniature Railway Adventures.
It's on? Oh, it's on. Oh, it's recording. Okay. Hello. This is pretty much the first time I've actually spoken to you all in the 15 years this series has been running. Well, for those who don't know, I'm Casey, one of the stars in Michael's series. I just wanted to take this moment to say I hope you're all enjoying the live stream so far, and that things are going the way they should be. And why wouldn't they? I mean, it's taken 15 years to get to the stage we're at now, and this is for the very first series. Now, I know some of you would have expected this series to include something on the lines of talking trains and such, but that's not what this series is all about at all. Our stories may not be that special or that important, but I think it's nice for Michael to take the time to write a series about our little railway, and the work that we do to ensure it keeps running. True, some creative writing would have to be done to make the plot a little more adventurous, but it all comes back to the reality of everyday life and situations we face each day. So, for those who have stayed and tuned in for our adventures these last 15 years, I thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I've got Lady Granger waiting at the station ready to take a train out. But before I go, I'd like to introduce the next story, which is all about when Lady Granger got a new whistle. This is episode 5, Granger's Chime.
There is something about June time that makes one think that the summer has well and truly arrived. All week long, the sun beamed down, lighting up every hillside and valley with rich colours of green, yellow, and many others in the form of floral. Colours were also the biggest theme, most notably on several posters that had been put up around the Transport Museum's grounds. A steam fair was coming, and was to be located on the grounds close by to the miniature railway, who were busy preparing themselves for the event. All the platforms were swept, and plant pots of flowers of many varieties were placed in decorated places to help brighten the station. A lawnmower was being driven across the green, where miniature traction engines would later be lining up and demonstrating their superior power and motion. The smell of freshly cut grass drifted through the air, inwards to the railway's grounds, towards the windows of the mess room, before being rudely rejected by another aroma, one that some members of staff would find pleasant and delectable, while to others... "Oh no, not stew again," wailed Casey, sniffing the air when he arrived to get signed in for work. "Why is it we have to have stew every time we hold these events? Why?" "Because it's traditional," said Cars from behind his morning paper. "And besides, there's nothing else the elder members of staff would eat, apart from soup. Soup I can tolerate. It's just the stew I'm fed up with every year." "Well, I'm just fed up making it every time we have these events," snapped Jane, stirring a large steaming pot of the bubbling substance. "Having to translate Grandfather's handwriting from the recipe that was left for me is bad enough, and having to listen to you complaining about the smallest of things. Well, this year, try not to make it so thick. The stuff we had last year was good enough to fill in those potholes we had in the laneway." "It's the recipe's fault, not mine," protested Jane crossly. "That's how I've always made it all this time, and I'm not changing it." "Well, I say it's too thick. Stone the crows," sighs Cars, setting his paper down and walking over to Jane. He briefly glanced at the contents in the pot, before doing a double take. "Actually, Casey has a point, Jane. I remember making this stew once, and it was never this thick." "Are you sure you're following the recipe correctly?" "I followed exactly what it says. I couldn't have made a mistake." "Oh, I'll leave you to it. I've got an engine to get ready," said Casey, heading out the door. "You must have gotten it wrong somehow, Jane. You'll have to bin this lot and start over again." "Seriously? That's just a huge waste of food." "All right, well, let's just get another pot and start again fresh. We can probably have use for it somehow." "Like filling in potholes," Jane muttered to herself as Cars left. She looked at the recipe again and sighed. "I just can't understand how I got it wrong all this time. I've always made this stew the way Grandad Bobby made it. Just how could I have gotten the recipe wrong?" Whitehouse was leaving his bike near the station when he saw Corpse hanging up some bunting on the footbridge. "Looking grand so far," he called up. "Thanks, but there's a lot more than that needs to be hung up. And I've got all these coaches to get serviced before the fair. Why don't I deal with the decorations? Puffer is still getting its battery charged, so I won't be doing any shunting today." "Cheers. And also, congratulations. You didn't tell me you've passed your passenger hauling test recently." "Well, I wasn't going to say until later, but thanks. At least now I can be more help to the line by hauling the first trains to give Casey time to get Lady Grange steamed up." Corpse climbed down from his ladder and shook his cousin's hand warmly. Well done all the same." Then both their ears perked as the sound of an engine's whistle approached. "Sounds like Casey's got Lady Grange steamed up already. It's early for him. He'd only arrived more than 10 minutes ago. Knowing Casey, he'd find ways to steam up an engine quicker than lightning. I'll tell him the good news as he passes." But as the engine got nearer, the two found out it wasn't Lady Grange, but Betty. Young Matt was driving with some empty coaches to leave off at the platform. "Do you know something, Whitehouse? In all the months I've been working for this railway, I still get those two engines mixed up by their whistles. They both sound alike." "I'd have to agree with you, Cuz," Whitehouse confessed, hands in his pockets. "I too also get them mixed up when I was doing my shunting duties. Remember the picnic service 2 months back? How can I? Casey has only just gotten over the mix-up with his coaches for that special and the weed killer train. When I next see him, I must see about convincing him to see about ordering a new whistle for Lady Grange. Here, come with me and I'll kit you up with more bunting. I've got a box of them in the workshop." The station did look the part with the decorations. Quite an eye-catcher. In fact, it was already catching a few eyes from the upstairs office window, far off from the railway's grounds to the polluting airspace of the Motor Car Society. Down at ground level, the youths, Grinder and Gears, were looking over the latest acquisition. An old crock had been brought in for them to touch up, and so far, the restoration was going as usual. The rusted bodywork was given a go over with papier-mâché to fill in all the areas where the rust had eaten away the metal. Loose headlights and bumpers were stuck back in place with Mitre-Bond superglue. Even the top coat was on the cheap side too, by giving the whole body a coat of cheap pound shop spray paint, before being polished with Mr. Sheen to hide any areas that were missed. Grinder removed his gas mask as he applied the last of the paint, though he should have waited till the fumes had settled. "We'd better send out another order of this brand before the week is out," he exclaimed through watering eyes. "A banger like this requires twice as much as what we use on a regular vehicle." He stepped out of the painting shed and breathed in lungfuls of air. The air out in the open, with all the pollution that society makes, was no better than the air in the shed. Still, it was air he was familiar with, and it wouldn't be long before the hallucinations caused by the paint fumes evaporated from his vision and left him in peace. Gears stepped out before he too removed his mask. "From the progress we're making so far, I'd give it an hour or so before that lot dries, and then we can give it to the lads to do the top coat. Are you alright?" Said Grinder, staring into space. "I asked if you were alright. Did you loosen your mask straps again?" "What? No, they're as secured as a ship's... whatever it is they use to secure themselves to a dock. Anyways, I'd say we'd grab us some lunch, and then we... Oh!" Grinder's foot hit a couple of paint tins that were lying in the courtyards. Some of the yellow gunk stuck to his shoes and trousers. "I thought we told Paddy to clear away these tins." He tried brushing off the gunk, but caused it to soak into his jeans. "That's the same stuff they use for drawing in yellow lines we see on the sides of the road. The boss must have gotten a batch from the auctions again," noted Gears. "Wish he'd gotten something to remove it from jeans. I only got these 2 days ago." "Well, they looked awful on you even before the paint spill. Anyway, I'm hitting the mess room." "Oh!" Gears walked into a large-built man who stared down at him. He had to bend his body over in order to do this, on account of that his neck was lost in the mass of muscle that formed across his body. "Sorry, Jack. Didn't see you there. I'll just be heading on now." "Hold up," rumbled Jack. Gears found himself skyborne as Jack lifted him with ease by his jacket collar. "Have you finished with the painting?" "We sure have, JJ. That is, we've done our bit. I mean, we've got most of our bit done," said Grinder. "That doesn't sound like it's finished," Jack growled. "We've done the first few coats, but we need another order of this paint before we can make any more progress. I was just going to see about ordering us more from our dealer." "No more ordering. The job gets done today." "Now look, JJ, we want to sell a motor as much as everyone here does, but we can't do that till it is right." "Then make it right." Jack dropped Gears into an oil spill and stormed off to the mess room. "What's biting him?" asked Grinder, picking Gears up. "Usually JJ is a quiet sort of worker." "Must be because Bernard laid him off from his old post as an embroiderer for the seating." "Also, since when did you start calling him JJ? His surname's Old Finnegan. It's to do with his new position. Remember that old hydraulic jack that failed last month?" "You mean Bernard made him?" "Where did you think he got those big guns from? A gym? And besides, Jack the Jack has a nice ring to it. Anyways, what shall we do with this old banger? We can't leave it like this." The overhead tunnel crackled into life. "Grinder and Gears to Mr. Williams's office." "It will have to wait. We'd better go and see what his nibs wants now," said Gears. "Though, if it has anything to do with you mixing the fuel pumps up, don't come crying to me for backup." "That was one time," yelled Grinder, as he followed Gears up to the gangway. Bernard was looking over a flyer on his desk. The olive green smoke from his 40th cigar that morning wafted about him as he pondered the matter. "You sent for us, sir? What do you two make of this?" He passed the brothers the flyer. "Well, if you give me 2 minutes, I can make tie into a paper hat or boat," suggested Granger. "You always go for easy forms of paper folding, don't you, Granger? Paper planes are all the rage now." "I meant what's on the flying numbskulls," Bernard shouted. The boys looked at the illustrated piece before them. "Annual Steam Fair 2011. Steam train rides and model air display for all the family. Admission Saturday 25th. They've certainly got a lot of fun activities in store come Saturday. Fun for some maybe, but take a closer look and you'll probably notice there's something missing." The brothers scanned the flyer for some time. All the while Bernard waited, choking heavily on his 56 cigar before having to empty the ashtray. "Ah, I see what's wrong here," said Granger at last. Bernard sighed heavily. "At last. Well, they forgot to include prices. They always do this every year, and by the time you get there, they get you when you least expect it. £3 it costs for a stick of candy floss, and they don't even give you enough to last. Not to mention not keeping chocolate does chilled in the hot weather. I still haven't got the stains out from last year's fair. Bringing you two out of your confectionery complaints, you failed to notice that we are not taking part in this year's fair. Again!" "Oh, is that all?" asked Granger. "Maybe the fumes from that spray painting are still clouding that head of yours, Granger. I suppose I'll have to repeat it for the 3rd time in 3 years why this is so." "You don't have to, sir," Gears began, but Bernard was already flying. 3 years ago, I set about making black market petrol to make millions in the auto industry, when a group of no-good railway brats came and stopped me from dispatching a single batch and resulted in me doing porridge. And because of this, I'm on heavy probation from the directors of this transport museum not to carry out further scams like it, which includes banning this business from taking part in this steam fair." "But we are still carrying out schemes, sir," pointed Gears. "Myself and Granger were currently working on one of your restorations before you called us here. From the sloppy job you two make it, the longer it stays hidden from the director's sight, the better," Bernard muttered to himself. "Anyway, the fact is that the steam fair is being held at that miniature railways ground this year, and knowing them, they'll be making a show if it too. I want you two to go and see what they're planning, and plot how it can be possible to make their special day turn out for the worst." "I know I had another box of bunting somewhere here," said Corpse, as he looked through the shelves and cupboards. "Maybe they're in here," said Whitehouse, taking down an old cardboard box. Something broke through the bottom and stubbed his foot. "Ow!" he exclaimed and dropped the box. More bits tumbled out and rolled about the floor. Corpse tried to gather them up, but landed on an object which rolled and caused him to trip up and fall on Whitehouse. In his fall, Whitehouse caught a broom handle, which ripped into another box on another shelf. Bunting streamed out of it and covered the two, who lay groaning on the workshop floor. Just then Casey arrived to collect some dry blocks for Lady Granger's fire. He raised an eyebrow in puzzlement at the pile of the groaning bunting. "Managing all right with the decorations then, Corpse?" he asked. The cylinder object nudged his foot as Corpse emerged from the pile. "At least we found what we're looking for," he laughed, rubbing his sore chin. Then he noticed that Casey was looking at the object with great interest. "Where did you find this from, Corpse?" "That? Oh, it was lying in a box of spare parts that I was meaning to sort out. Guess I can move on to that now while you're hanging up the bunting, Whitehouse. But don't you know what this is? Just an old steam whistle. But don't you see? It's a chimer." "Oh, what?" asked Whitehouse. "A 4-chime steam whistle. I've always wanted one of these. I wonder if it still works. Here, can you fit it onto Lady Grange's corpse? If she's not in steam, then yeah, I could. Great, I'll bring her over now. A short while later, Lady Granger's steam pressure was climbing gently, while Casey gave the new whistle his special polishing treatment. It shone like a gem in the warm sunshine, and it was getting to that time when the pressure would be just about right. Casey topped up Lady Granger's oil and waited for the valves to lift. Corpse came out to hear the new whistle, just as the valve went off. Haven't you tried it yet? I wanted to wait until the time was right, which appears to be now. Casey stared at the whistle chain, his hand hovering over it. Well, go on then. If you don't do, I will. Corpse went over and pulled on the chain. Now it's worth pointing out that just the exact moment Corpse pulled on the chain, Jane was carefully measuring the gravy granules for the new batch of stew to ensure she got the recipe right. She held a jar of the granules in one hand, carefully tapping the right amount into a small measuring spoon, which she was holding in the other hand. Opposite the workshops by the boating pond, Whitehouse was trying to hook a bit of bunting on top of a tall ladder. The nail to take it was just out of his reach, and he had to lean further to get at it. And not too far away, along the tall border wall, Granger, with branches and leaves in his cap, was being helped up by Gears to get a look over. The best spot they could find was right next to a large rose bush that had just bloomed, and its petals was just big enough to hide the sharp thorns from public view. Granules confettied the mess room, while the jar fell into the pot, which quickly turned the stew into a thick paste. There was a yell, followed by a loud splash. Gears jumped and felt the weight of his shoulders gone. The rosebush, however, would have started blooming all over again as its sudden encounter fell on top of it with a yelp. Corpse let go of the chain. Only the sounds of crows crying and the ringing in everyone's ears was all that could be heard. Casey unbunged his fingers from his own ears and shook his head to stop the ringing. I thought you said it was a chime of this whistle, said Corpse. It is. I don't know why it made that sound. Usually chimers are supposed to be, well, you know, chimey. Well, I can say this for sure. This is not chimey, confirmed Corpse. Carls was hurrying over from his office to find out what had caused that loud noise. Phone calls from the museum had been sent down, and quite a few of the residents in the houses nearby were also complaining. He was just passing the boating pond when a loud gurgling sound stopped him. He jumped in surprise as a green hand appeared from the side. Algae dribbled from its large shape as it slowly descended from the depths. Who the hell was responsible for that noise? The shape demanded. Carls recognized the voice. What on earth were you doing in there, Mike? Finding the wreck of Titanic, squelched Whitehouse, shaking pondweed from his ears and returning a frog whose mid-morning nap was rudely disturbed back into the water. What was that? Sounded like it came from the workshops. Jane came storming up, covered in thick stew and granules clinging to her hair. Who is responsible for this? She demanded. I'm having enough trouble in that kitchen while someone is out performing a bad rendition of the magic flute. She stared at Whitehouse's state, to which he hinted that he was in no mood to say what happened to him. The workshop door opened, and Corpse and Casey pushed Lady Granger out. Probably something that got stuck in it while it was in the box. I suggest giving it a few blasts every now and then, and hopefully it should dislodge it. So, it was you that made that noise, said Carls as they walked over. Casey had to do a double take when he saw Jane and Whitehouse. Don't ask, they said in unison. We were only trying our Lady Granger's new chime whistle, Corpse explained. though we've noticed it developed a bit of a fault while in storage. That's quite a bit if it can make that sort of noise, said Whitehouse. It's only temporary, said Casey quickly. There's something stuck in it and it's causing it to sound like that. Once we cleaned it out, it will sound better. Well, do it in your own time, said Carl sternly. We've no time to fool around with upgrading engines. We need to have everything ready for the steam fair, and there's plenty for us to sort out. Though some might have more to sort out, he added quietly, as Jane and Whitehouse went to get cleaned up. Well, what do you have to report? It's the usual palaver, sir, said Gears, though they seem to be testing a sort of new security system. That would have explained the sudden noise that sounded a while ago. But then again, they are engineers, and we know how advanced they make everyday things. This will require some thought. Speaking of thinking, where's the other one gone? He's, gone to get the last of his injury seen to, sir. He should be feeling better shortly. A small clatter from outside could be heard, with a liquidy aftermath. Grinder stormed into the room, his uniform covered in yellow paint. Sir, I wish to complain about the way Paddy has been storing your latest purchases. I'd only gotten this uniform clean last month, and now look at it. You look like an advertisement for Fives, laughed Gears. That paint does look funny on you. What's worse is that it doesn't wash off, grumbled Grinder. Permanent paint this is. I'd look like a right nana if I go out in public like this. A right banana more like. Gears couldn't control himself. Grinder grabbed him by his jacket and was about to lay into him a right hook when he remembered where he was. He dropped Gears to the ground and turned to Bernard, blushing. Bernard had said nothing since Grinder came in and was already lighting his 60th cigar. The idea was so perfect that the last cigar didn't get the chance to stay long enough to see it unfold. Grinder, you are a genius, he said at last. He stood up and looked out into the courtyard. How much of that paint do we have in the stores? About 20 tins, said Gear, smiling. He too was starting to see what Bernard was thinking. And if you want, sir, I can whip us a sort of rig that could deliver these tins to their clients in double quick time. I like the way you think, Gears, my lad, Bernard smiled. There'll be a little something extra in your pay packets if you pull this off. Enough to, shall we say, paint the town red. Or in this case, yellow, added Grinder. Their laughter could be heard all around the grounds. However, it has been drowned out by Lady Granger's whistle nearby. That was the most uncomfortable train ride I've ever had, said the grandmother of 3 children. If that's the sort of noise to be expected at this railway come Saturday's fair, then I'd rather not bring my grandchildren to it. There goes another unsatisfied customer, sighed Casey. He sat back in his cab seat and thought. Maybe if I ask for Betty to be fired up and cover you for this afternoon, my ladyship, and we can see just where this blockage is in your whistle. Look sharp, Case, Carl said, coming over. We've got more passengers to take now. And for your information, Betty is having its paintwork redone for Saturday. She is the railway's own engine and needs to look the part. I'd like to have Lady Granger to be the railway's main engine. She does more work than Betty does. Those were the chairman's orders, Case, not mine. If you have any issues with it, you can take it up with him. Now get yourself sorted. Casey grumbled as he refueled the bunker. He was so deep in thought that he didn't notice a young girl who was getting on the train with her family broke free from her mother's grasp and ran over to Lady Grange. I want to blow the whistle, she exclaimed happily, and before anyone could stop her, she pulled the chain. Everyone held their ears. The noise was worse than before. The child let go of the chain and fell backwards onto the platform in shock. She picked herself up and scampered over to her mother, shaking like anything. "I will speak to your manager about this," scolded the mother crossly. She carried her screaming child out of the railway's grounds. Cars turned back to Casey. "On second thoughts, I think it might be better for everyone if Lady Grange doesn't attend Saturday's fair." "You're not serious," exclaimed Casey. "She has to attend. She's one of our main engines." "That new whistle of hers makes a dreadful noise and is scaring off our passengers," said Cars. "And if it carries on sounding the way it is, nobody will attend, and then what will happen?" "I think we better get Sir Giles out and take over from you for today." "But Mark, Cars looked stern. "Chris." "Very well then," Casey sighed. He uncoupled Lady Grange from the coaches and sulkily drove Lady Grange back to the sheds. On his way back, he found Corpse putting the decorations box back into the workshops. "Corpse, where did you put Lady Grange's old whistle? I'm thinking of fitting it back on her as the new one is not right at all." "Sorry, Case, but one of the other drivers bought it not long after we fitted the new one." "You sold it? But now that means Lady Grange can never run again until I can find a new one. Oh, this is just not my day at all." "Well, if you undo the whistle once Lady Grange has cooled down, I can take a look for you tonight and see what the problem is." "Don't bother," sighs Casey huffily. "I've lost all interest in this whistle now anyway. I shall have to order a new one when I get home. Thanks anyway, Corpse." Corpse watched on as Casey continued up to the engine sheds. "Poor old Casey," he muttered to himself. And he was so looking forward to taking part in the steam fair too. A frustrated scream came from the mess room. It sounded like Jane. Corpse dropped what he was doing and hurried over to see what was wrong. He found Cars with Jane in the mess room, while she buried her head in her hands. "Stew for tomorrow not right again?" asked Corpse, to which Cars nodded. "I just can't seem to get it right," exclaimed Jane. "I followed the recipe exactly how Grandad Bobby wrote it, and I've very little ingredients and patience left to make another attempt." Corpse looked at the stew. It was thick as chocolate and tasted very foul. "Where is this recipe, Jane?" he asked. Jane handed it to him as he studied it carefully. "No wonder it's so thick, Jane," he said after a while. "Look here." Jane walked over and looked at the list of ingredients. Corpse pointed to where gravy granules were written. 1,350 grams? Corpse questioned. "Why on earth has your grandfather written that down?" "I don't know," said Jane. "I also found that odd too." "That can't be right," said Cars. "Sure, I made that stew once when you were ill a few years back, Jane, and I never saw 1,350 grams being mentioned." He looked at the recipe carefully. Sure enough, it said 1,350 grams. Then he remembered something. "Ah," Carl said. "I think I know what happened." "Well?" asked Jane. "We're waiting, Mark." "When I made this stew before, I had to fill in a form that I had to sign, and I wasn't sure if the pen I was using was working." "Go on," pressed Jane, raising an eyebrow. "And seeing as I had this paper at hand, I just thought I'd test my pen and, I think I made the mark a bit too close to the 3 and..." Cars hesitated. "And with it being the same colour ink as the... well... So you're saying," Jane said slowly, "after all this time, the amount of embarrassing negative feedback I got from everyone regarding the stew was all because you wanted to check if your pen was working and had used my grandfather's recipe as a test sheet?" "Well, we all make mistakes, Jane. Not the same one for 3 years." "Look, I'm sorry, Jane. Why don't we sit down, have a nice cup of tea, and maybe we can see about sorting this out? Jane, what are you doing with that spoon? I think I'd better get back to work while it's still daylight, said Corpse, as Jane picked up the cool pot of thick stew. He made it out the door as the first shot was fired. You incompetent bugger! Yelled Jane, scooping a thick spoonful of cold stew and firing at Cars, who ducked. For 3 years I made that mistake and you never said anything! You are a complete and utter... Now, Jane, we can sort this out, Cars exclaimed. Just calm down and we can... Don't! He exclaimed. A spoonful got him right between his eyes. Whitehouse was on his way to the mess room to get a cup of tea when Corpse stopped him heading in the opposite direction. I'd best not go in until the all clear is sounded, he said, looking back. Jane is having a peaceful discussion with Mark, and I think it's best we don't interfere. From the noise of it all, Whitehouse clearly understood what Corpse meant. How's Casey getting on with his new whistle? Has he got it sorted yet? No, and I don't think he will, sighs Corpse. And because of it, he can't run Lady Granger anymore. And all because of that whistle? Corpse nodded. Well, that's not fair at all, exclaimed Whitehouse. Casey's been looking forward to the steam fair for ages. I'll have to talk to Cars about it. Maybe when he's... Corpse says as the mess room door burst open. Cars tumbled out, covered in thick stew. And don't you dare tamper with my family's recipe again! Jane called from the doorway before slamming the door shut. Boy, she definitely knows how to make good weapons out of old stew, exclaimed Cars, picking himself up. Cars, you have to let Lady Granger be part of the steam fair, said Whitehouse, as Cars unbugged a bit of carrot from his left ear. Having her withdrawn from it at the last minute is just not fair on Casey, especially he's been getting her ready for it. And like I said to him earlier, I'm not having an engine running with a whistle that makes all our customers deaf upon hearing it, said Cars firmly. He turned to leave. Hold up, said Whitehouse quickly. What if we were to find an alternative about this? Say we got Casey to use something else as a whistle, and not have to use that one Lady Granger's fitted with. Do you have an alternative in mind? Cars said, raising an eyebrow. Do we? Asked Corpse. We do, said Whitehouse. If you give me half an hour of shunting duties, I will return with the solution. Well, Cars said, thinking it over. Very well, but you'd better be right about it. I hope so too, Whitehouse thought later on, as he headed up towards the museum's gift shop. You've got to be kidding. Casey looked at the wooden object in his hand. Well, it was the best thing I could think of for you to have Lady Granger running during the steam fair. Yeah, I'm grateful for you helping me out like this, but... This is a child's toy train whistle. What would everyone else think if they saw me driving her ladyship round the railroad with this sticking in my mouth? Well, at least it will stop you from complaining, muttered Corpse, but Whitehouse kicked him in the ankle. Just try it and see what you think. Casey stuck the whistle into his mouth and unskillfully blew a note. See, that's not so bad, is it? Said Whitehouse. Corpse tried not to laugh. Pugh! I think it's stupid, said Casey, spitting out the whistle. Look, it's either that or have Lady Granger removed from service. Which is it? The day of the steam fair arrived. Lots of people arrived to experience the many displays and showcases of different steam-driven machines. The miniature railway was also very busy, carrying people around the circuit and picking up another load. Jane was very busy too, serving hot soup and stew from a stand. Thanks to the solving of the mistake, the stew was finally welcomed back by everyone. It was so well received that Jane soon forgave Cars for his mistake, providing he did the washing up afterwards. Everyone was enjoying themselves. though Casey was not. He drove Lady Granger around the track, ducking every time he came to a whistle board to discreetly blow on the toy whistle. At first, the passengers were confused by the sound of the whistle, and were even more puzzled when Casey insisted that the children didn't have a turn up blowing the real whistle, in case the game was given away. "You're doing fine," said Whitehouse as he passed him on the loop track. "This is very embarrassing," muttered Casey to himself. "I only wish for a miracle to happen." On the outer perimeter of the railway, hidden away in the bushes, Grinder and Gears were just about to start their plan to sabotage the fair. "Are you sure this will work?" asked Grinder as he tied the bucket on. "It's simple," smiles Gears. "We used Jack's model helicopter that we borrowed from him, and using it we carry the tins of the paint to where those pufferheads are running. Then you use your pellet gun to make a hole in the tin, whilst it's over an unexpected train, and splat!" "This is sure to be fun to see," laughed Grinder. "Right, let's get started when no one is looking." Gears launched the helicopter with the tin dangling from it. Everyone was far too busy with the fair to notice, and the steam-driven organ was loud enough to drown its motor. Cars was doing a checkup to make sure everything was running smoothly. He found Casey taking on water while his next train was being loaded. "All good, Case?" he asked. "So far," Casey replied, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Did Whitehouse find the solution to your problem?" "He did that, as well as creating another one," muttered Casey. "Good, good. Well then, I'll leave you to it." Cars was just turning to go when he spotted the whistle on Casey's seat. He picked it up and looked at it. "Sorry, has anyone lost a toy train whistle?" he called out to the passengers. Casey turned and saw what Cars was doing. He quickly ran over and snatched the whistle back. No, nobody has lost it," he said quickly. It's mine." Cars looked at him puzzled. "What do you want with a child's toy whistle?" Then he realised. "You're kidding," he said. "You're not seriously using that as a replacement for—" Casey only looked at him. Cars stared for a second, looked around in case anyone else was watching, before walking up so only Casey could hear. "Uncouple this engine at once," he hissed, snatching the toy whistle from Casey's hands. He then looked around. "Matt, bring Betty over with this train." He turned back to Casey. "Put Lady Granger in that siding and I will speak with you and Whitehouse later," he said coldly. Casey reluctantly did what he was told. The passengers were very confused with the change of locos. "Why is the blue one going away, sir?" asked a child. "It's not feeling too well and we're giving it some rest," said Cars. "And I'm not too well either," he added to himself. "To think he got away with that is just uncanny." The right of way was given and Betty steamed out with the happy passengers cheering behind. All the while, Grinder was keeping an eye out while watching from a tree close to the railway's wall. "First pigeon is on its way," he radioed to Gears. Gears moved the helicopter into place and waited for the signal. Betty was steaming well. Her new coat of maroon and gold paint gleamed in the sunshine. They rounded the bend and were on the home stretch. "Get ready," said Grinder. He aimed his pellet gun and fired. The sharp pellet hit the tin and created a large hole at the bottom. The yellow paint fell like an atom bomb and landed smack bang on top of Betty's boiler. The engine hissed as the paint stuck on its hot boiler and bubbled all over. Young Matt and the passengers were also covered in paint. Quickly, Gears flew the helicopter out of sight before anyone had the chance to look up and see where the paint came from. "How was that?" asked Gears. "Beautiful." "Just beautiful," giggled Grinder. "That engine looks like a rhubarb custard crumble." Oh, next pigeon is coming now. Quickly. What a sight that arrived at the station. The passengers stormed off the train, demanding the reason of this incident. I had only gotten my hair dyed yesterday, young Matt complained. Now I look like a whopping great jelly baby. He turned and pointed at Casey. I hope this isn't one of your jokes, Chris. Casey looked horrified. You think I would stoop so low to pull a stunt like that? How dare you? Will you both shut up for a minute? Interjected Cars. Now look, where did this happen, Matt? Just back there as we were coming along the homeward stretch, Matt pointed back. There then came another scream and a splash. One of the visiting engines pulled up, with its driver dripping wet with yellow paint. Some hooligans is chucking paint on us, he growled. Just what are you going to do about it? Corpse came running back from the line. I can't see anything there, except the spots covered in paint, he said. Cars looked at the paint carefully. I've seen this kind before, he said. He looked down the road and frowned. They wouldn't have, he muttered. But then again, what? Asked Corpse. Cars paced the platform, worried. I have a feeling that maybe this is a setup to sabotage the fair. Now I can't be too sure, but this could be the work of the Motor Car Society. The Motor Car Society, explained Casey. I thought we'd seen the last of them last year. I thought so too, but we'll have to check in case it is them. Whitehouse, I'll need you and Puffer for this. Take me and Corpse around on a spare coach, and Casey, you follow behind in case you see anything. Signal to us if you spot anything. I'm not having Puffer getting covered in yellow paint, exclaimed Whitehouse. It won't unless we don't find what's causing this, said Carr scornfully. Matt, keep a lookout along the stretch in case you see anything too. Report if you spot anything. Reluctantly, Whitehouse drove Puffer along the circuit with Casey following behind. All the while they kept looking about the line side in case they saw anything. Granger could see them from his tree. Just watch yourself now, he radioed to Gears. They smell something's up and they sent a search party. Have this next one at the ready though, and we'll dump it on them when their backs are turned. Roger that, Gears replied as he tied another tin on. Any signs of anything? Called Carl from the coach. Whitehouse shook his head and shrugged. Maybe they've stopped, he called back. That's what you think, whispered Grinder as he loaded his pellet gun. I wonder if this paint will make your blue hair turn green. Hee. Casey was only a couple of yards away from the others, and Two was keeping a lookout. He had just rounded the curve leading to the home stretch when it happened. He could see the train ahead reaching the halfway point of the homeward stretch, when something flew out from the trees. It looked like a model helicopter, with a tin of paint dangling from a cord. Guys, look out! He called, but he was too far off for them to hear him. He looked for his toy whistle, and remembered that Cars had taken it off him. There was only one thing he could think of. Sorry to do this, guys, Casey said, and pulled hard on the whistle chain. Lady Granger's whistle gave a shriek of a blast. But then, something unexpected happened. Something small and hard shot out from the depths of the whistle as soon as it sounded. It shot into the grinder's tree and whacked him against the side of the head. As he fell from the tree, his pellet gun went off and missed the paint tin. But it didn't miss the helicopter. It hit the electrics and smoke and sparks erupted from within. Whitehouse stopped Puffer. He could hear a whistle behind him, but it was one he never heard before. Both he and the others looked back to see Casey, still pulling Lady Granger's whistle chain and pointing them to the sky. Would you look at that? Exclaimed Corpse. They could see a stream of black smoke and sparks plummeting towards the other side of the wall. Grinder picked himself up and hurried over to where Gears was trying to regain control of the helicopter. Quick, they're onto us! Try and bring that drone of a copter back here quickly and scarp her! Where is it? Exclaimed Gears. What did you do to it? They heard a spluttering sound as something dive bombed from the treetops and struck the other tins of paint next to them. everything went yellow. Everyone came running to find where the helicopter had landed. They were soon met with the sight of the two brothers knocking the living daylights out of each other in yellow paint, with bits of model helicopter and paintings scattered about them. "Call yourself an airman?" yelled Grinder, force-face planting Gears' head into a pool of the stuff. Gears elbowed him in the stomach before swinging a right hook at his chin. "And you said you were a sharpshooter? I've seen better shots in a nightclub bar." "All right, that's enough, you two," said Cars, stepping in to stop any more fighting. "I said knock it off!" he yelled. This soon stopped them. The brothers glared at him while paint dribbled down their bruised and blooded faces. "Well, I wasn't sure if we'd seen the last of you lot, and I can definitely say that we will never forget this encounter for many a days. Especially me," said Matt from the back of the crowd. "If you want my advice," said Cars to Grinder and Gears quietly, "I'd suggest you both hightail it out of here before this lot leaves you in a state that not even Bernard would have to finish you off. And I mean now," he added coldly. That was all Grinder and Gears needed to hear. "All right, nothing to see here," said Cars, ushering the visitors back to the station. He found Corpse, Whitehouse and Jane standing by Casey and Lady Grange. "Looks like you saved the day for us, Case," Cars said, "and even this whistle proved itself useful for once." "That's not all it did," smiled Casey. "Just listen to this." And he pulled the whistle chain. Cars was about to hold his ears when he heard it. Instead of a shrieking sound, the whistle gave a very chimey sort of sound, the sound a proper chime whistle should make. "Well, I never," he said. "That truly is something." "Looks like that blockage has finally shifted itself," said Corpse. "Told you it would. And it's much more different than Betty's whistle," added Whitehouse. "Looks like the MCS did something good for once," laughed Jane. "Perhaps," smiled Casey. He turned to Cars. "But does that mean her ladyship can still be part of the fair then?" Cars smiled in return. "Absolutely," he laughed and waited for a response. It didn't come. "Really?" said Jane. "That's the best pun you can come up with?" "Maybe you should check if there's a blockage inside you that's making only the bad jokes come out," laughed Whitehouse, to which the others laughed heavily. Cars only sighed and shook his head. Bernard emptied his now full ashtray out of the office window before sitting back down at his desk. The many bills for a new repaint for Betty, line-side cleansing, and damaged clothes from Grinder and Gears' stunt was not doing the MCS's finance any good from what they were like before. He had already dealt with the brothers when they reported back, and they were currently having the paint sand blasted off them by Jack the Jack, who insisted he'd help them when he found out what had become of his model helicopter. One thing for sure, those two will be sore for weeks. There was a knock at the office door. Yes? Rachel Davidson, Bernard's secretary, stepped in, wheeling a trolley behind her. "Sorry to disturb you, sir, but this was left at the gates for you, sir." She parked the trolley and unloaded the box that was on it. "I didn't order anything," Bernard said, lighting his 96 cigar. He walked over and looked at the box. There was a tag attached to it. He read it. "To Mr. B. Williams, we are sorry that your business couldn't attend our steam fair this year, but were truly surprised by the unexpected entertainment that was sent on your behalf, especially when it helped fix an engine with a faulty whistle. To show our thanks, we have sent over what we hope would prove to be used to your business as an alternative pothole filler for your driveways. Kind regards, the Model Engineers Society." Bernard then noticed that the box was leaking slightly. It had a sort of gravy, meaty sort of smell to it. As he opened it, he jumped back as a wave of Jane's failed thick stew poured out and began flooding the office and gangway with gravy, carrots and bits of boiled beef. "Get Grinder and Gears in this office at once!" bellowed Bernard, his feet wading through the sludge. "At once, sir!" exclaimed Rachel, hopscotching through the stew and trying not to laugh. I hate that miniature railway, growled Bernard as he bit his cigar in half. I hate them so much! The rest of his screams and rants were drowned out as they sailed through the open air, most notably by the sound of the steam fare and the cheerful and much better sounding chime of Lady Granger's new chime whistle. Hello folks, this is Jane Wilkinson, speaking to you live from the Model Engineer Society. I hope that you've been enjoying the series so far these last 15 years. We at the Railway have been very honoured by the attention it's recently been getting. Our second in command, Mark Carson, or Cars as we nickname him as, hopes the series will help boost our Railway's business and help outdo the likes of the Motor Car Society. But while there are some exciting stories that are told at the Railway, there are some which we find hard to listen to, and this next one is somewhat very personal, especially for Cars. While he would like to speak to you all about it, he asked if I could do the introduction instead. I must admit, this story is also hard for me to listen to, for something that I did in it which led to, well, I suppose you'll have to listen for yourselves and find out what happened. This is episode 7, Love Hurts.
Warning. This following audiobook will contain a scene that some listeners will find upsetting. Listeners' discretion is strongly advised by the author. Late August brings the feeling of change to the landscape. Preparations for the harvest are being planned out by farmers around the country, while young children prepare for a new year of school. The weather also makes a change as autumn season draws in. The bright blue skies will slowly transform to a wash of whites and greys, indicating to the wildlife that winter is not too far away. Though in some areas like the Motor Car Society, the skies are always grey and bland. The pollution from Bernard's black market vehicles helped create a permanent backdrop not even the talented artist could paint over. If you were to venture through the rusting iron gates of the society, past overheating crooks that grubby mechanics slave over to coax back into life, you will find the metal stairway that takes you up to where Bernard's office overlooks the site. And if you were to make 1/8 of the way up, you'd hear Bernard's voice clear as clear, as he gives his views on another mishap that would set the business back another month. In this case, it was when Grinding Gears lost the MCS the contract to relay the road that runs past the miniature railway. £10,000 you pair of clapped-out lanciers have cost me, fumed Bernard, waving the receipts in front of the brothers. And most of that was to the damage you nitwits left that roller in. Well, those railway pests weren't so bothered about their wall getting smashed, objected Granger. They didn't even bat an eyelid when we got the roller hauled out of the rubble. Aye, that's because we accidentally created a new feature for them to show to their customers whenever they take a ride around their track, growled Gears. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother hiring you two to carry out my biddings, sighs Bernard. If Mark Carson was still with us, he'd ensure you two were kept in order. But now that he's made his mind up working for that miniature railway, I'll just have to stick to what I have. Hey, we're just not that well experienced, said Granger testfully. And anyway, we spent more times trying to think of ways to cause havoc for the railway and not trying to focus on our real work. For once, Grinder has a point, sir, said Gears. Our real talents and mechanics are not being used more, with you telling us to come up with more schemes. And besides, if we do think of a scheme, the railway lot will see us coming miles off before we do anything. Bernard got up from his chair and walked towards the office window that had a clear viewing point of the miniature railway. He sighed as he finished his cigar and tossed the remains of it into a large pile of others in his waste bin. I suppose, but there must be some way we can get that railway to fall behind. We could always send in a spy, suggested Gears after a while. Bernard snorted. And who do you suppose I'd send down there? Like you said, they spot our wolf before he even gets to the lamb. He patted his jacket for another cigar, but failed to source one. He leaned over and pressed his desk into calm. Another box of the usual, Rachel. Shortly, the door opened and Bernard's young secretary, Rachel Davidson, walked in with a new box of cigars. She was about Jane's age, with blonde hair styled in a glam-up half bouffant. Her uniform was a navy blue jacket and skirt with a cream blouse. This kind of uniform would have been fine for somebody working in the 1970s, but to Rachel, it was a complete embarrassment. But it was in her contract that she must wear the uniform given to her, and to have a small notepad and pencil at the ready should Bernard need anything typed up. Of course, being Bernard, he didn't abide by using modern-day computers, and so Rachel had to do all her typing using an old-fashioned typewriter that he inherited from some uncle who used to work for a newspaper firm. Rachel placed the cigar box on Bernard's desk, and he lit one there and then. He sat down and leaned back in his chair, puffing the olive-green clouds above his head. He usually does that when he's thinking, Granger explained to Rachel, who found this act to be somewhat confusing. Will that be all then, sir? She asked after a pause. Bernard said, poking his head out from the cloud. Oh, yes, you can go. Then finally, something clicked. Wait, he said suddenly. Rachel spun round. What do you know about Mark Carson? Bernard asked. Seeing Rachel's confused face change to her surprise made him understand clearly. You were very close to him back in the days, if I remember correctly. Inseparable, added Granger. Rachel blushed, embarrassed. I don't know what you're talking about, sir, she said quickly. However, what they said was indeed true. She and Cars had quite a past together. Well, you are well overdue some time off as it is, and deserve a break. Why not take a few days off, go places and see old friends? He can tell from her expression that this was something she wanted to do for a very long time. Very good. You will start your week's leave at 12, no later. But call in here on your way out. That's all. Do you think she suspects anything? Asked Gears when the door closed. From that distance expression when you mentioned Cars's name, sir, I don't think she suspects anything. Chuckles Granger. So far, the first stages of Phase 1 are now in operation, said Bernard. When Rachel calls back here, I'll give her instructions. Before that, these are your instructions to be carried out. Rachel sat by her typewriter, thinking back to long, almost forgotten memories. How long has it been now? 8? 9 years? To think that they were apart for so long, but only a short distance of each other. From the depths of her desk, she withdrew an old photograph that she had kept. Mark was a young lad back then. What if she didn't recognize him now? No, she'd know him a mile away. It always seemed like yesterday that their first encounter took place in this exact office. June 2006. It's only a short work experience, Rachel thought to herself as one of the MCS staff showed her to her desk. She was expecting a desktop computer with built-in word processor. What met her gaze instead was an old rusty typewriter and piles of mouldy paper. Some files of documents were dropped on the dusty surface of the desk. There's your equipment, and the work you're to check over. The boss wants the spreadsheets by noon, as well as the accounts for those recent sales made. And just how am I supposed to make a spreadsheet using a typewriter? Asked Rachel. What do I look like? Tom Hanks? Get to work. Rachel stared blankly at the piles of paper, and then the typewriter. She pressed the key to check that it worked. A slight twang could be heard within its mechanical interior, and 3 key stamps sprung up in unison. Still, if this is what the modern world's going to be like, then so be it. But first things first, her workstation was in an appalling state. If she was going to be working as a secretary, then her desk should look the part. The first thing to go were the oily rags and tins of grease. To save on costs, the MCS gets its grease from the Society's canteen. They find that sausage grease makes the perfect lubricant. To cut even more costs, though only to Bernard, the staff were required to bring in their own sausages, even the vegan ones. Rachel began reorganizing her workstation by setting the heavy clanking typewriter aside to see if someone could take a look at it later on, before arranging her papers in order. Now for something to write with. Her instructions before coming in were not to bring any stationery that includes pens or pencils, but one cannot leave the house without something to take notes with. Rachel took the pen out of her concealed hiding place, in this case, her hair. The clip on the pen's lid did not do much in terms of holding back her hair, but with the aid of a stray rubber band from the stacked bundle, a quick tieback was made. Now for these spreadsheets. She needed something to rule the tables out. Seeing as the typewriter was not in working condition, the spacebar was carefully prized out and used to rule the lines. Noontime came, and as promised she had the spreadsheets drafted up. It hadn't been easy, but she managed to get all the papers in order. As she was carrying the pile over to the office door, two youths hurried past on their way in. The shortest bumped against her, and the pile was knocked out of her hands. "Hey!" Rachel exclaimed. "Watch it!" growled the youth as he entered the office. Bernard could see from his desk the mess that had been made, and called out, "If those are those spreadsheets I asked for, they better not be if you are to resume your position here, miss." "I'm sorry, sir, but this fellow knocked them out of my—" "Just bring them in here and don't argue," Bernard snapped. Rachel placed the ruffled pile before him. Bernard looked up at her before he took a sheet and looked at it. That one seems to be in order. And this one. Though they all appear to be handwritten. Didn't I state that no pens were to be used? What happened to the typewriter issued to you? "It's not working, sir," Rachel confessed. "The return spring has broken on it. That, and I don't seem to have any experience with that particular model." "Well, even though these are handwritten rather than typed, I'm impressed by your speed and the layout on which you have made these," Bernard said. "Fine. Well, seeing as you're good at handwriting, maybe you can take this down for me to be typed up." "But the typewriter is—" Rachel began. Bernard just looked at her. "Very good, sir," Rachel said. She looked about for something to write on. May I borrow a sheet of paper, sir?" Bernard remained looking at her. "You've got a brain, don't you?" he asked. "Yes, sir." "Then use it to remember it. Now then, take this down. Dear sir, in regards to your purchase of the 1962 Austin Haley, I am writing to inform you that the vehicle has been well tested long before your purchase and has been in showroom condition since it left our grounds. I cannot understand why the engine gave out when it did and how the prop shaft snapped so easily. We regret that the refund is not possible under the terms and conditions of the contract you signed under Section 5, Paragraph C of the enclosed, but can supply you with a full engine service of the sum of which can be discussed. Yours sincerely, B. Williams, MCS. Now, you got all that?" I think so, sir," Rachel said after a pause. "Right. Well, have it typed up." He held his finger up before Rachel could speak. "Once you have that typewriter looked at, and bring it to me for signing." "Very good, sir," Rachel said, and left the office. She heaved a frustrated sigh. How would she be able to remember all that? She went back to her desk and tried to lift the typewriter. It was very heavy, and she struggled to take it down the gantry stairs. Too late, she tripped and the typewriter fell out of her hands and smashed on the tarmac. "Oh no!" exclaimed Rachel, and tried to see if everything was all right. A few pieces had sheared off from the impact, and she wasn't sure how to fix them. "I think you dropped this," a voice said. Rachel looked up from the tarmac to a young lad who'd seen the commotion nearby. He held out a type button in his outstretched hand. "Thanks," Rachel said, taking it. "You must be new here, yeah?" the lad asked. "Only just started this morning," Rachel answered, "though I'm not really enjoying the progress of it so far." "Yeah, it's hard starting off with Bernard, but you'll soon get used to the way things work. Here, do you want a hand with that?" He picked up the typewriter while Rachel picked up the remaining bits that had broken off. "Thanks. I'm Rachel, by the way. Rachel Davidson." "Well, Rachel, I'm Mark Carson, though friends call me Cars for short." "I like that nickname," smiled Rachel. "You do?" said Cars. "Well, I thought it was a bit silly, but my friends seem to like it." They stood there for a moment before Cars held up the typewriter in disgust. "Has Bernard got you right with this old thing?" he asked. "Honestly, that man thinks of everything to make cutbacks on new equipment. Tell you what, I've not got much on at the moment. Leave this for me and you get yourself a nice cup of tea in the canteen. I'll have it fixed in no time." Are you sure? What about Mr. Bernard?" asked Rachel, worried. "Oh, Bernard will just have to wait his turn," Cars laughed. "Don't worry about it." Rachel made her way towards the canteen, but not before turning back and looking at Mark, or Cars, as he said his friends nicknamed him as. At least he seemed nice to talk to compared to everyone else here. Rachel stepped out from the MCS's gates. She looked back into it concerned before looking round to the opposite side of the site. Small plumes of steam could be seen rising from behind a brick wall and moving in a leftwards direction. A whistle sounded. The miniature railway was in full operation as usual. "I don't suppose he'd still remember me after all this time," Rachel said quietly.
but something urged her to walk towards the steam and see what she hoped would happen would. Lady Grange pulled up at the platform to drop off some more happy passengers. Casey stepped out from the cab and mopped his brow with his red handkerchief. It may be late August, but it was a hot one nonetheless. The sweat was pouring from him. Nobody seemed to be around, and there weren't any more passengers needing a ride on the railway. Quickly, Casey turned the station's stand tap on, and as the cool water gushed out, he thrust his head into it. Oh, bliss. Casey stood up, water soaking into his uniform. "Oh, please, don't let me deprive you of your mid-morning shower," said Cars, who was standing by the fence. I was only just, Casey hesitated. What with it being a hot day and all? And what would the directors say if they caught you bathing in the station like that? They'd have a field day, said Cars. I hardly think quenching my head with the hose is anything near bathing. Just be glad I didn't have a bottle of shampoo or conditioner in my toolbox, said Casey. He walked over to the guard's van and dried his hair with one of the flags. Cars snatched it away from him. Misuse of railway equipment is another offence, Chris. I'll have to mark you down for that. Oh, give over, Mark. In another 15 minutes it'll be dry again. That's not the point, though, said Cars. In the next 2 days, the directors will be coming here to do an inspection of the site to see if our proposal for a new track extension is to go ahead. And if they see anyone slacking off, they will refuse. And why am I being told this now? Asked Casey. Honestly, I think this heat is making you forget a few things. Including me, a voice said close by. The two looked over and saw a young girl push a bike towards them. Well, I hardly think we'd forget a passenger, laughed Casey. Are you looking around on the, railway? He noticed that she wasn't looking at him, but to Cars. Cars remained static. His mouth dropped open. Rachel? Hello, Mark. They stood there for a moment. It seemed too much for both of them to take it all in. You know each other? Asked Casey. He was watching from the cab and wasn't so sure what to think. Then, all happened at once. Both Rachel and Cars ran and embraced each other, laughing excitedly. I never thought I'd see you again, exclaimed Cars. The same to you too, said Rachel. I found your letter after all that had happened, and I didn't think Oh, it's just so good to see you again. And she hugged him again. Then she noticed that Casey was looking at them from Lady Granger's cab. She stood up and composed herself. I'm sorry, you were busy working, weren't you? Huh? Said Cars. And then he remembered Casey. Oh, Chris, just take Lady Granger on to be cleaned, would you? Look sharp. As you say, Cars, Casey said, and steamed away. Cars? Said Rachel. You regained that nickname again. Well, it took a while, but yeah, said Cars. But you can still call me Mark if you want. But I like the nickname. It's short and sweet. Again, they stood there looking at each other, taking it all in. Have you time for a cup of tea? Asked Cars. Our tea girl Jane makes some really nice cream teas. Well, I don't want to intrude, said Rachel, but I can never turn down a chance to have a cream tea. With their arms linked, they walked towards the mess room. Casey found Corpse and Whitehouse outside the workshops and was telling them about Rachel and Cars. They could see them walking across the court and up to the mess room. Well, she looks like a nice young lass, said Corpse. I never thought he had a girlfriend from the old days. I didn't either, said Whitehouse. Mind you, he was a different character back then. At least she's not as bad as Gran and Gears are whenever they're about. Said Casey. Chris has got that feeling again, nudged Corpse. Whenever we see anyone from the MCS, he gets all sus with them. And you think I shouldn't? Said Casey testfully. Well, I'm not saying that, it's just, you seem to always suspect the worst of someone before you actually know much about them. And what's wrong with that, may I ask? Well, it's hardly what you call the welcome package, is it? Hello, welcome to the Model Engineer Society. By the way, we hate all those from the MCS. Okay, I do not sound like that. Kinda does, Case, chuckled Whitehouse. And you can shut up too. Honestly, you two are nearly as bad as Gran and Gears on one of their good days. And since when have they ever had a good day? Asked Corpse. Well, never as far as I'm aware, Casey concluded after a pause. But that's besides the point. The fact is, I'm not comfortable with her here. Well, the only person you'll have to complain about that is the Cars case. And we know what the answer will be, don't we? Whitehouse turned to Puff's controls and headed on down the line, while Corpse returned to his work in the workshops. Casey was left alone, annoyed at the lack of concern.
An MCS worker can't change their character. You'll see, he called out to anyone who'd hear. You've managed well with yourself, said Rachel, being the second in command of this railway and its crew. Aye, they do their best, smiles Cars, sipping his tea. And I can't think of any other place to work for, not even back at the MCS. Cars' smile dropped. He looked into his mug and sighed. You have to understand, Rachel, that I want to bury what happened in the past. The day I left taught me a lot of things about the MCS and how I couldn't live a moment longer while working for them. I'm still shocked you're still working with them. I thought you would have left long before I left. I thought the same too, Rachel confessed. I was supposed to finish and return to my studies after 2 weeks there, but Bernard stated that I had signed a contract that states I was to work with him for as long as it takes. I take it you got one too when you joined? I was one of the lucky ones, Carr sighed. My first day there left such a good impression that it caused Bernard to forget to give me a contract, and so I never really was an employee for him. But you, though, Rachel nodded sadly. I'm just sorry I left you that day when it all happened. I had a lot was going through my mind at the time, and I just couldn't think properly. I understand. It has been very quiet without you around. You were always there whenever I needed you. Even in my early days there, you always came to help me. I still haven't forgotten what you did on the evening of the first proper sale. Cars thought back. Then his face showed a sign of sudden realization as he remembered. He nodded slowly. July 2008. It had been a busy day. However, it was to be expected. The recent sales that had been made were definitely what the business needed to finally make a profit. It was all down to young Carson, so it had been said, with his clever ways of advertising, and the staff were celebrating noisily in the canteen. Grinder and Gears were doing a reenactment of how the recent sale went, by having the customer acted out as a dim-witted fool, while the salesman was the hero of the day. It was the bit where the passing of the notes was made that the cheering went up, which called for another round of drinks to be brought in. Everyone was drinking themselves for the country. Rachel, on the other hand, had decided to leave while the celebrations were beginning to look obscure. The workload for that day had made her weary, and she wasn't in the mood for partying. She slipped away quietly and made her way over to where her bike had been carefully chained up. The MCS were very skeptical when it came to bicycles, and there was always someone within the complex looking for spare parts. To prevent any thefts, Rachel had bought a special lock that not even the toughest of chain cutters could break, and she had the only key to it. However, as she looked within her bag for it, Rachel was unaware that someone had been watching her. He was one of the ones off the engine production lines, and had been known to be one over the eight since Bernard had signed him in. He drowned his depression through drink whenever he could, and found all life within the MCS to be utter hell. Well, tonight he'd seen an angel, and he wanted to ensure that some good was to come out of this torture. The drink had made him restless and stressed, and there she was, all on her own, right for the picking. Just one bit of pleasure, and that would be enough. She appeared to be leaving. Oh, hell no. He downed the drink that he had in his hand and advanced for the door. The lamplight flashed as Rachel tried to see where her bike's chain key was. She just wanted to get home and rest her aching head. If she had to stay a moment longer within this place, she would...
Well, hello, my dear. What's a pretty thing like you doing all the way here on your own?
Rachel felt a hand grasp her shoulder as she was spun round to meet a hideous sight. I was just heading home, she stammered, backing slowly.
Home? I go home while the night is young, and there is so much to celebrate. In fact, I'm in a celebrating mood myself, as you must know.
From the amount of drink he must have had, I'm not surprised, Rachel thought, as she tried to unlock her bike chain. She felt his foul breath on her neck as he advanced towards her.
I don't think you heard me right,
he said, this time more determined.
I said, I'm in a celebrating mood, and I'm going to ensure I get what I want.
He grabbed her chest. Forget the bike chain. Rachel had to get out, and fast. She rammed her heel back hard, and for a brief moment thanked the heavens she hit the right spot. He loosened his grip to clutch his groin. Rachel desperately tried to run, but he regained himself enough to reach out and grab her shirt. There was a ripping sound, and Rachel felt cold air on her shoulder. She looked back briefly and fell over some oil drums by the wooden shed. She got up quickly again before he pinned her against a tree. Rachel tried to scream, but he quickly clamped his other hand over her mouth. Now I've got you where I want you, he grinned before thrusting her around and pinning her once again to the tree. Rachel prayed that this was a nightmare and that she would wake up safe and sound. Oh God, please, no! The sound of the zip was suddenly halted by the sound of a metallic thud. Rachel felt the pressure on her neck loosen. She slowly looked round to see what had happened. The unconscious form of the drunken MCS staff member lay before her, completely out for the count. Standing by him and throwing away the worksite sign was Mark. "Are you okay?" he asked softly. Rachel slowly nodded. She was shaken from the shock and was limited in her speech. Mark took off his jacket and covered her shoulders. "Come on, and I'll take you home, away from this place." After some hesitation, Rachel carefully walked over the drunken form before taking Mark's hand. He unchained her bike and walked her home, but first he took Rachel to the nearest doctor to ensure that she wasn't hurt, before reporting the attack to the police. Bernard was also informed, and after the police's investigation was made, the employee was immediately withdrawn and sentenced. As Rachel lay in bed that night, she thought about how kind Mark had been to her. He said that he would call in after work to see that she was alright. None of the others at the MCS had ever showed that much care to an employee, not even Bernard. The only kindness he'd ever given was the brief comment about her spreadsheet layouts. But Mark was sociable, supportive. He'd come up to see her while she was working and bring her a cup of coffee and a bun. Was he like this to everyone, or just her? Well, tonight, that was definitely a sign that there was at least someone looking out for her within the MCS, and she was alright with that. "So how long has Bernard given you time off?" asked Cars, bringing Rachel out of her memory. "Just today. Though I don't think I've ever had this much time away, to be honest with you." "Well, we've a lot to catch up on," said Cars, taking her hand, "and I'm going to make sure that time is spent well." Rachel smiled, but deep down she knew that she still had to carry out the task given to her. Just then, the overhead tannoy whirred into life. "Mark Carson to the chairman's office, please." "For crying out loud," muttered Cars to himself. "I'm sorry about this," he said, stepping up. "It's fine," said Rachel. "I'm holding you back from your work anyway. I'll just head on." "No, wait! At least stay a little longer. Jane, make another cup of tea for Rachel, would you? I'll be back as soon as I can." With that, Cars hurried out the door. Rachel remained sitting in the mess room, looking over to Jane, who returned the look. She quietly brought over her tea. "Thank you," Rachel said quietly. "So, you've known Mark for a good while now?" asked Jane. Yes, said Rachel nervously. She sipped her tea. She flinched. "Sugar?" asked Jane, and placed the bowl before her. Rachel slowly began to scoop some sugar in before doing another taste test. All the while, Jane remained watching her. Rachel began to feel a bit scared. However, this feeling suddenly dropped when Jane burst out laughing. "I'm sorry. Just what was I thinking?" she exclaimed and sat down opposite Rachel. "It's all right, dear. I'm not jealous, and you've no right to feel nervous. Any friend of Mark's is a friend of mine." Rachel heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. "I must admit, you did make me feel worried there for a moment. I thought he must have Jane smiled. "Don't worry. I think you're the only love he has in his life. That and his work. Oh, he's not still making his work the main focus of everything, is he? Every day of the week, 24/7. I tell you, he has everyone rushed off their feet by the way he burst out his commands. Was he ever like this at the MCS when you first met?" Rachel thought back carefully. "Not that I recall of," she said after a pause, "though he did sometimes yell at Granger and Gears whenever they goof off. But I don't think he ever... No, wait. There was that one time, though." At this, Rachel became more serious. Jane looked concerned. "What's the matter? What happened?" Rachel looked away, as though she was trying to cast away this memory. Her eyes squinted as the thought of it came back. "I don't know what happened to him. He was such a different person on that day when it all happened. I never saw him look so stern." "Can you tell me what happened?" asked Jane. Rachel looked unsure. "It's all right. I won't tell anyone," Jane promised, and crossed her heart to prove it. Rachel looked deeply into Jane's face. She could tell that she was very serious about that statement. "Well, I can see that you are trustworthy," Rachel said. "That's one true thing I've heard about you lot here at the railway." She took another sip of tea and thought back to that day. "Mark Carson to Mr. Williams's office, please." Carr strode up the gangway to Bernard's office. Despite the strong smell of pollution in the MCS, there was a very small fragrance of lavender in the air. He was feeling very good about himself this morning. He had promised to take Rachel to the pictures that evening after work, and before going into Bernard's office, decided to check in and see if that engagement was still on. Plus, he wanted to show her the new uniform that had been issued for him to wear not that long ago. He was originally meant to get one when he first joined, but this had slipped Bernard's mind. The uniform could only be described as a set of overalls hacked away with a pair of hedge trimmers, to which only the top half was used. The rest of the material went to make other uniforms for other employees. Well, anything to save costs. The only problem with Cars' uniform was that, even though it did give somewhat of a mechanic look to him, if he was, say, 10 years younger, this uniform would have fitted him perfectly. But he was 18 years old. He found Rachel at her desk, busy typing away at a letter. The typewriter was working like a new model after his careful persuasion to the lads at the workshop some years back. "He's just dealing with a call right now," informed Rachel. "He'll let me know when he's ready for you." She turned to look at him, then looked away quickly as she tried to hide the laugh. "What do you think? Do you think it brings out my eyes?" asked Cars, strutting around the room in a catwalk fashion. "It looks great," said Rachel, recovering. He gave her a kiss. "You're looking very busy today. Has he got more paperwork for you to do again?" Rachel looked at the pile, took her glasses off, and rubbed at where the stress had built up in her head. "Statement sheets, spreadsheets, and invoices by the carload. I doubt I'll get anything done by the end of the day if this pile doesn't go down an inch." Cars briefly looked at the document and smiled. "I shouldn't bother with this, really. I've seen this invoice before." "What do you mean? See this name here? Well, Bernard's been sending payment demand letters to this fellow for the last 3 months for that Ford Angler he bought 2 years ago, which he's already paid off for. Honestly, I don't know where he gets these things from. Anything to squeeze more money from the previous buyers. So what shall I do with them? Type it up, give it to Bernard to sign, and then chuck it into the bin for all I care. Then give it a few days before drafting up a fully paid receipt. Hopefully that should leave them alone." Rachel chuckled as she finished the letter. "Is Mr. Carson there, Rachel? I'm ready for him now." "I'll send him in now, sir," said Rachel. She mouthed a thanks to Cars as he walked into Bernard's office. "Mr. Williams, sir?" "Ah, Mark. Good to see you. How are you finding your new uniform?" "It's fine, sir." "Good. Now, I ask you up here to..." The door closed. Rachel pondered for a moment on what Bernard wanted Mark for. Probably some new advertising scheme he wanted to set up again, she thought, after the half an hour had passed. Or maybe something a little different for a change. Well, whatever the reason, they seem to be in that room for a good while now. Rachel continued her way through her paperwork and was just about to go down for a coffee when the door opened. A wave of olive green smoke emerged from the door. A figure stepped into the doorway. It breathed heavily into the cigar that had been given by Bernard and blew out a cloud. Rachel waved away the smoke as the figure walked over to her. She looked up and saw... "Mark! Oh, you gave me a fright there. I was just going to go down to get some coffee. Care to join me?" Cars looked at her with a cold stare. He then looked in the direction of the paper pile. "Shouldn't you be working?" he said. That didn't sound like Mark. It sounded cold, sinister, like Bernard. "Well, yeah, but I just thought I could do with a short break, and I just wanted to..." "You will do the work that is given to you, and only take your breaks when we say you should," Cars replied sharply. He took another draft on the cigar, and stubbed the remains on top of the pile Rachel had ready for Bernard to sign. It burnt through several sheets before it finally put the embers out. Rachel looked back at Cars, who was already making his way down the gangway stairs and barking out orders to grinding gears. What had happened in that room? And who was this person she once knew as the bright Mark Carson? "And you never found out?" asked Jane when Rachel finished. Rachel shook her head slowly. One moment he was all laughing and smiling. The next he became a sort of villain from a spy film. I just wish I knew what happened in that room. That would help me understand. Jane looked unsure. She did know what had happened, for Cars and the others had told her a while ago, but she was told not to tell anyone else. However, Rachel was around when that event happened. Surely it wouldn't hurt if she... I might have an answer for you, Jane said slowly. Rachel looked up. What? It's difficult to say because, well, I was confided not to tell anyone else. But seeing as you told me your secret, I don't see why I shouldn't tell mine. You mean you know what Bernard said to him? Yeah, but it's not easy to process. I can take it. What did he tell him? And so Jane explained everything. How Bernard warped Cars's mind into believing how bad the Railway Society was, and that they were responsible for closing down the previous business he'd worked for before coming to the MCS. She told her about Bernard's petrol scheme, how Cars arranged for Betty to be stolen, and the fight that took place during the MCS's rescue attempt. Rachel couldn't believe what she was hearing. I just can't believe he did all those things, she said at last. But that's what happened, said Jane gravely. And then there was the bit where he shot one of our staff. He what? Rachel gasped. Well, you see, that was one of the main reasons why he left the MCS, because he thought he killed him and... But Rachel didn't want to hear anything else. She jumped from her chair and hurried for the door. Hey, where are you going? Asked Jane. She hurried to the doorway, but Rachel had already vanished. Jane stood in the doorway looking very uneasy. Had she done the right thing in telling Rachel about that event? And what would she tell Cars when he got back? Without another thought than those two questions, Jane went back into the mess room, feeling very guilty. The next morning, Rachel arrived late at the MCS to find Bernard, Granger and Gears waiting for her at her desk. Bernard lit up a fresh cigar as he looked over to her. I'm sorry I'm late, sir, Rachel said quickly. I had a bad night and lost track of time. Did you do the task I asked you to do? Bernard asked, ignoring her excuses. Rachel lowered her head and nodded sadly. And? He only told me that since the day he left, he wanted to bury the past, sir. He would say that, said Grinder, folding his arms. Did he say anything else, though? Pressed Gears. Rachel shook her head sadly. But Bernard could read a face as easily as a book. You're hiding something, though, he said. Rachel hesitated. What else did you hear? I heard something else from one of the other members of staff there. About Mark and what happened to him on the day he left. Bernard sat up in the chair and steepled his fingers. Go on. Rachel bit her lip. She wasn't sure she wanted to tell him. We're waiting, said Grinder testfully. During the raid of 2008 with your petrol manufacturer, Mark shot one of the staff of the railway. He believes he killed a person in cold blood and holds himself responsible for it. This was something both Grinder and Gears weren't expecting to hear. He shot a bloke? Hey, you don't suppose it could have been that one with the punk hairdo, do you? Whispered Grinder. But he survived just fine, as far as we know, confirmed Gears. Be quiet, muttered Bernard. I think I have a plan forming. He stood up from the chair. I see. And in all that time, he should have been charged with attempted murder, he said sternly. And I will not stand for any of this. Scamming customers is one thing, but to actually try to murder anyone goes beyond anything else. Little did Rachel know that Bernard had also an attempted murder charge that the police or any of the directors knew of. During the time of the petrol scheme, he hinted to Cars to take out Casey with the gun he shot Whitehouse with if he failed to do their bidding. Of course, Rachel didn't know about this. I think a phone call to the police is in order, Bernard announced, and we'll sort this out once and for all. No, cried Rachel. You can't do this. Oh? And how so, pray? Because I... Rachel tried to think of a reason, but there was nothing she could say. Perhaps it's the fact that you still feel some affection for him, despite the fact he has done this sinful deed, Bernard pressed. Deep down you still love him, and to see anything happen to him would break your poor little heart. Is that not the case? Rachel looked away, and regretfully nodded. Gran and Gears smiled as they looked at each other knowingly. Well then, what would you say if I were to wave this matter away if you carry out a little deed for me? Said Bernard. Rachel looked round, puzzled. What deed would that be, sir? Oh, nothing too practical, simply to disrupt the military railways inspection tomorrow. What? We'll provide you with assistance, said Gears helpfully, much to Rachel's dismay. And if you do the task without issue, then I won't say anything to the police. So, do we have a deal? Bernard held out his outstretched hand. Rachel hesitated. She remembered what Cars had said about Bernard's deals to her in the past, and knew that somewhere along the lines there would be a small print that she had overlooked. But this was a handshake agreement. No signing or anything. But is what she's about to do right? Her heart told her that it was, for Mark's sake. Slowly, she accepted the handshake, to which Bernard grinned his settlement grin. The one that says, "Gotcha." Cars was feeling anxious. Rachel had been on his mind ever since she came back into his life, and her sudden disappearance yesterday was quite a mystery. Corpse and Whitehouse were the only ones to have seen her leave, and he was squeezing just what he could get out of them. "And are you sure she didn't say why she had to leave?" Cars asked for the umpteenth time. "Look, Mark, we could even have it inscribed in stone that she simply raced past us while we were chatting at the station," said Whitehouse. "She said nothing of a greeting or a goodbye, but just jumped on her bike and pedalled out of the sight." "But was there anything else? Anything that could give us some sort of clue as to why she left so quickly?" "If we'd known, we'd tell you," said Corpse. "I'm sure whatever it was, it couldn't have been anything serious." "Like what?" "Well, I don't know. How am I supposed to know? She's your girlfriend, after all, Mark. You were with her most of yesterday, anyway. Surely you must have picked something up." "It just doesn't sound like her, though. Running off like that, without saying goodbye. I said I was going to be back, and then we were going to..." He paused as he remembered something. "Jane!" he exclaimed. "She might know. I left Rachel with her before she scampered off. Did any of you see Jane yesterday evening?" "Only briefly," said Whitehouse. "I think she wanted to get home early because the mess room was closed early yesterday afternoon. I can understand Jane closing early on Fridays, but at 3 p.m.? Cars pondered about it. And then it made sense. "Is Jane here now?" he asked. "Should be," said Corpse. "I saw her bike parked outside the mess room earlier." "Tell the others that this mid-morning tea break is postponed just for today, and I'll add another hour onto the afternoon ones to make up for it," said Cars. "I think I need to have a small chat with Miss Wilkinson." He strode away in the direction of the mess room. "Did you hear that?" asked Corpse. "Miss Wilkinson?" "If Cars is addressing Jane like that, she must have done something wrong," added Whitehouse. Normally they wouldn't interfere with such matters, but whenever Cars refers to him like that, it wasn't going to end well. Jane had been feeling very uneasy all morning. She was still thinking about Rachel's reaction to what she had told her the day before, and was feeling quite anxious about it. She didn't dare mention it to the others in fear of what they would say after knowing that she'd told a stranger about their secret. She stared into the waiting mugs of tea on the counter for the mid-morning tea break and pondered the matter over and over. Her mind was disrupted as Cars walked into the room. Hi Cars, I have your coffee ready." "Jane, can I ask you something?" Jane tried to look busy as she began pouring the coffee. "Huh?" she said. "Oh, yes, ask away." "You don't know what happened with Rachel yesterday by any chance?" "Rachel? My girlfriend..." "My old friend from the old days." Cars tried to compose himself. "Oh, yes? Oh, I've put too much sugar in that mug. I'll make another." Outside, Whitehouse and Corpse were sitting underneath the open window and were listening to the conversation going on. Casey noticed them while he was collecting wooden blocks for Lady Granger's fire and came over to see what was going on. He just managed to dodge the hot sugary coffee that Jane chucked out of the window before reboiling the kettle to make a new one. "Did she say anything about me at all?" continued Cars. "Anything at all?" Just the usual, how it was great to see you again and all that," Jane said hurriedly. Her hands were shaking slightly from the nerves. "Was there anything I said to her that could have upset her?" asked Cars. "What would you say that would upset her?" returned Jane with a smile. This managed to steer Cars away from targeting her and caused him to think over what he had talked about. However, after some thought, nothing he had said could have left such an impact that caused her to leave like that. "I left her with you while I was away on that call," Cars said, just as Jane started pouring the coffee. "Did you say anything to her that might have upset her?" "Ow!" Jane yelped as she missed the mug and scalded her hand with the boiling coffee. The others heard this from outside and burst into the room to find Cars helping Jane soothe her burnt hand out of some cold water. "It's all right," Cars said. "It's just a small burn. Chris, get the first aid box out from the cupboard, will you?" "It's not like you to burn yourself while making the teas, Jane," said Whitehouse, helping her to her seat. "What did you do, Mark? Nothing. I was just asking you a few questions about Rachel, and then this happens." What did she ask? If she said anything to Rachel before she left? Cars turned back to Jane, who was nursing her hand while Casey applied the bandage. Well, Jane? Jane looked uneasy. Jane, what did you say to her? Asked Cars again. We were only talking socially, Jane said quietly. We were just talking about you and had a laugh about this and that. What this and that? Cars said, his voice starting to sound stern. Nothing. Just Jane. She was telling me about how you became who you were before the petrol scheme, Jane said reluctantly. There was a pause as Cars took this in. She was worried about you and wondered what had happened to you when Bernard assigned you to do it, Jane continued. Cars nodded understandingly. Of course she would have been. That's why she was surprised at that revival of his nickname. But that couldn't have been why she ran off. And what did you say? He asked. Now it was the moment that Jane feared. She looked away ashamed. You didn't tell her about what happened, did you? Asked Casey. About the real lost engine incident? Jane said nothing. How much did you tell her? Asked Cars, leaning closer. The lava was simmering. Jane tried to get the words out. I only thought that, what with her being around at the time... For God's sake, woman! What did you say to her, Jane? Exclaimed Cars, slamming his fist down hard on the table, making Jane jump with a yelp. Mark! Gasped Whitehouse. Answer me! Yelled Cars. Everything! Screamed Jane through scared tears. I told her everything! About you, Chris, Mike, and Rory. Everything! Cars stood up and advanced to the mess room doorway, breathing heavily. She ran off when I got to where you shot Mike on the gantry, Jane said quietly, standing up. Mark, I'm so sorry. She wanted to know. I thought it was okay. Okay? We trusted you, Jane Wilkinson, hissed Cars. You said that you would never tell anyone what we told you about what happened. And you went and blurted out everything to Rachel. I didn't tell her about what happened because it would only upset her and make her think that I was just as bad as Bernard. And thanks to you, she probably now thinks that. But Mark, I don't want to see you on this railway's turf after today. As of now, you're through. Cars stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Jane stood where she was, tears forming in her eyes. She looked over to the others, who gave her a cold response. There was no hope in asking them for support. One by one, they too left the mess room in a foul mood, leaving her to mourn over her actions. Cars stood on the footbridge by the station, looking up into the grey clouded skies, and thought. What would he say to Rachel if they ever met again? How could he explain everything? It wasn't his doing, but Bernard's. If at all, he should be the one to blame. How could Jane tell her? How stupid is she to do that? I thought it was okay. When did she ever think? But then Cars remembered what Jane said before that bit. Rachel was seriously worried for him. She wanted to know what had happened to him. She cared for him, like he cared for her. Some droplets of rain began to fall. There was a crunch of gravel. Cars looked up. Jane was cycling her bike away from the railway. Her chocolate brown hair covered her sorrowful face as she refused to look at him. The rain helped hide her tears, but Cars knew rightly that she was crying. He took a step in her direction, was about to call out to her. But what could he say? He said his say, and now look where it got him. With an unhappy sigh, he turned up his coat collar and walked back to his office. I can't believe she did that, exclaimed Casey crossly. He threw a shovelful of ash over his shoulder into the bushes. We trusted her to keep our secret, and she did this. I have to think I have to change my suspicions of everyone I meet from now on. Heck, I wouldn't even trust you two. Hey, don't start bringing us into the matter, Case, retorted Whitehouse. We're just as annoyed as you are, and don't you forget it. Maybe Jane had a reason, said Corpse. Casey and Whitehouse stared at him. What? They asked. Well, think about it, though. If you loved someone so much that even the slightest change in their character could cause a lot of suspicion, wouldn't you want to know the answer? Casey Whitehurst looked at the ground and thought about this. Maybe it's about time we stop making this secret a secret, continued Corpse. The past will come back to haunt us, but that doesn't mean we can keep it shut up while it still gives us trouble. But it still gives us trouble though, Rory, said Casey. I still have the nightmares about it to this day. And you, Mike? Whitehurst looked into his reflection in the puddle the rain had made, at the blue-haired figure staring back. Yeah, me too, he said after a pause. And the same with me also, added Corpse. We're all in this boat together, and it's high time we found our oars and paddled our way out of this creek. And how do we plan about doing that? Asked Whitehurst. Corpse just shrugged. That's something we'll have to discuss with Mark when the time is right. But for now, let's focus ourselves on getting things ready for tomorrow. I have the route maps still yet to be drafted to show to the directors for this extension. I'll see you later on. Casey and Whitehurst remained where they were for a moment, thinking. After some time, they looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Something would have to be done. So, this is the plan, said Bernard, scanning over a large map of the site. Tomorrow, the directors will be arriving at 10 to begin their examination of the railway. They will obviously start here at the station and continue as far as here. He stood up and looked at Gears. And where do we go from here, Gears? Along the route, there are areas that we've monitored where the engines have the most difficulties. The worst is right here. Gears pointed to the return loop located close by to the engine sheds. There is an embankment along this section which for the last few days has become unsteady, and thanks to the rain we started to get, it should be at the stage where a landslide will occur. And if we can help it happen sooner, continues Granger, it'll stop those engines from running, as well as preventing the extension from being carried out. Rachel looked at the map concerned. But wouldn't they do an inspection of that section anyway? She asked. They're bound to notice. Mark has done inspections of that section for years and has not once noticed anything, says Gears. And if he misjudges again tomorrow and the landslide happens, then it'll be his responsibility for misconduct. And recently, thanks to you, Rachel, he'll be all on the tiz to pay any attention to his work. Why? What has he done? Our hackers have found out that he fired their T-girl regarding that little info she told you. Looks like Mark wanted to keep it quiet from you for a particular reason. Rachel looked horrified. I didn't mean to cause her to be fired. I only wanted to know what happened to Mark back then. I must speak to him and explain. Said Bernard, as Granger blocked her way to the door. Remember our agreement, Rachel, my dear. And if you don't want Mark to be imprisoned for his crime, you better stick to the plan as we agreed. You got that? And don't think I haven't thought about keeping you under surveillance till tomorrow. As we speak, I have several of my men keeping track of your house and your telephone, just in case you ever thought about getting in contact with Mark. Rachel glared at Bernard and stepped away from the door. Good girl. Now, as we were discussing, Mark will be in such a state about not conducting a proper inspection of that embankment, the directors will find him unfit for duty and have him sent down from running that railway. That's when you, Rachel, will come in and scoop him up to bring him back here, where I'll be waiting with the forms for him to sign his life away working for me. Bernard chuckled as he finished his 70th cigar and struck up a fresh one. Now, off you go and get that paperwork sorted out. And be sure to send out a letter to that fella about his Ford Angler payments. Rachel said nothing as she headed out the door. Her mind was already racing with what had happened when she left the day before. Without any means of contacting Mark to warn him, there was nothing she could do to prevent this deed from being carried out. Perhaps that was the same for him whenever the petrol scheme was being carried out, all those years ago. September 2008. You ready? Mark asked. Rachel grabbed her coat and bag as she quickly finished typing a letter. Sorry, better have me typing up more of those payment notices. That's Mr. Williams to you, Mark said, stopping Rachel at the doorway. He pointed his index finger at her face threateningly. Remember that. Let's go. They walked down the gantry towards the gateway. Rachel could sense a kind of stress about Mark's movements. Like he was under a lot of pressure about something. This had gone on ever since Mark's character had changed a few weeks ago, and was starting to show more as the days went on. They stepped through the gateway and noticed Granger and Gears leaning against one of the railings not too far off from the miniature railway. There was no words from either of them, but Mark gave a nod indicating that something had been organised earlier on and that they were going to meet up again later. As Mark turned away, he caught a glimpse of the miniature railway and gave a snarl. Rachel looked back as they resumed up the road. "What was that about?" she asked. Mark said nothing. They continued walking, all the while not saying anything. She decided to lighten the mood. "Would you believe it if I were to say that those payment notices I was typing were those you told me to throw away? I don't know how they ended up on my desk again after I did what you said about them." "I put them back," said Mark. "But you told me to throw them away after I typed them." "It is not my job description to disrupt a co-worker's task. That information you have provided is false." "But you definitely said—" Mark spun round. He glared at her in the face coldly. "If you start stating any more false statements, I'm calling this date off." He resumed his walk, leaving her following behind, puzzled. From behind one of the museum's conifer trees, an MCS worker stepped out and watched on as the couple resumed on their journey up the road. He took a hip flask out of his pocket and took a long, hard swig. "I think the scampi looks nice, though I am particularly keen on a bit of haddock. Anything you like?" Mark had not been paying much attention since they arrived and was scanning the restaurant constantly for something. Rachel followed his eyeline. She couldn't see anything or anyone that she knew. "Are you okay?" "Yes. Only you seem to be a bit on edge about something lately. Is someone watching you?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "The way your eyes keep shifting like that makes you look like you're an escaped convict." "It's probably just your imagination. That's the sort of thing you have to start growing out of if you want to continue your career with us." "About that, I wanted to talk to you about my contract. I was reading a copy of one while I was sorting out the files, and I noticed that Mr. Williams, has placed a hidden small print which is clearly hidden within the signature box where I signed. It says I have to work at the MCS until I drop dead." Mark's eyes suddenly snapped over to Rachel's. "What? Is that some sort of trick of Bernard's, or is that real? I assumed it to be a joke, but that wouldn't be allowed by the directors though, wouldn't it?" Mark continued looking at her as if he'd seen a ghost. A sudden memory came to him as he looked away slightly. "You alright?" "Yeah, I just remembered Mr. Williams. I forgot something." "Is it important?" asked Rachel. "More important than you think," Mark muttered. He looked back at Rachel, this time with that old look that she knew. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said sadly. Rachel laughed slightly. "Sorry? About what? You haven't done anything wrong, have you?" "No," said Mark quietly. "Not me." Rachel didn't know what he meant. "Have I done something wrong?" she asked. Mark only sat back in his chair. Was that a tear she could see in his eye? However, he rubbed it away as the waiter came over. "Are you two ready for your orders?" There was a slight boozy odour coming from the man that Rachel recognised. She smelled that aroma from somewhere before. But where? Mark looked up and gazed sinisterly as the man poured more water into his glass. His face was slowly going crimson. "I'll have the scampi with new potatoes, please," said Rachel, looking through her menu. She looked up and her blood suddenly went cold as she remembered the face. Mark stood up from his seat and grabbed her hand. "On second thoughts, I've gone off fish," he said. "I'll just pay for the water." "But the water's free, sir," said the MCS worker. "Then I'm not out of pocket," said Mark, and they hurried out the door. They ran down several streets before darting into an alleyway. "It was him!" Rachel screamed through deep breaths. "That's the man who tried to—" "How can Bernard do such a thing?" fumed Mark. He took his temper out by kicking a dustbin hard. "I thought he trusted me, and yet he goes and does this!" "What are you talking about, Mark?" "I'm trying to tell you that man had been spying on us. Yes, I know," snapped Mark, clearly forgetting what Rachel was trying to tell him. "Bernard must have put him out to ensure I had to—" He kicked another bin. A frightened cat ran out from within and jumped over the wall. Mark leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. Rachel watched him, uneasy. She'd never seen Mark lose his temper before. "I can't believe I missed that bullet," he said, more to himself than to Rachel. "I'd almost done it when I joined, and yet somehow, something prevented it from happening, which spared my whole life." Now he looked at Rachel, and this time his face looked like a frightened child's. "And you," he said, shaken. "You, so young and with a planned future before you." "Shattered!" he screamed. A dog barked somewhere in the next street. "Mark, you're frightening me," said Rachel. "What are you talking about?" But Mark had turned away and was starting to pace back and forth from one wall to the other, muttering to himself. "I'll do this one last job and then that's it. When the time is right, when production is in full swing, I'll make an excuse. But what sort? Maybe get more supplies? No, he'll have them already ordered in and stored. Maybe an errand of some sorts. I don't have anything to do. Maybe I have to go to my grandmother's funeral. No, that one's been used by everyone. What do you think?" He stopped in front of Rachel, and before she could even speak, he quickly raised a finger for silence. "What?" asked Rachel. Then a sound caused them to both look towards the opening. Footsteps could be heard approaching. That familiar odor could be smelt again. "He's coming!" gasped Rachel, and looked at Mark for support. Mark just stared blankly as the footsteps grew louder. Then quickly, he turned to face her. "Just play along," he whispered quickly, and before Rachel could even think of anything else, he planted a long kiss on her lips. A few seconds later, the MCS worker pulled Mark away from her. Mark suddenly became annoyed. "Really? First dinner and now I can't enjoy dessert?" Rachel wasn't sure if he was faking it or not, but that remark caused her to automatically slap him across the face hard. Mark went down like a ton of bricks. She realized now from his expression that he was indeed faking it, and was more surprised than she was with her quick reaction. "The boss has instructed me to ensure you get to your task without any delays," the worker said. He turned and gave Rachel a sly wink. "Glad you floored him for me, miss," he said. Rachel looked back at him puzzled. "Because now, I can do this." And before Mark could do anything, he swung his foot out. Mark let out a gurgled gasp and crumpled into a ball. "Call it payback after 2 years waiting." He turned back to Rachel. "Maybe once I delivered him to his assignment, we could maybe finish what we started 2 years ago." Rachel's eyes stared horrified at him, at which he just smiled, before picking Mark up to his shaking feet and escorting him out of the alleyway. Rachel watched as they passed her. Mark looked up at her, and with all his might, mouthed a small "sorry" to her, ensuring that it wasn't noticed. Rachel remained in the alleyway alone, confused and worried about what was happening with Mark. "Oh, God! Oh, stone the crows! What the heck did you use to make this tea with?" exclaimed Casey the next morning. "Oh, don't you like it?" asked Matt from the counter. He took a sip from the spare mug and quickly spat out his mouthful. "It's not as good as James's," said Whitehouse. Corpse kicked him from under the table and nodded to the door. Cars walked in and signed his name in the book. "Right, look sharp, you lot. The directors will be here shortly. I want a good turnout from you all. Understand? Roy, have you those maps drafted like I asked for?" They're just in the workshop." "Well, go get them and hurry about it. I haven't had a chance to see for myself if they're right or not. And you, Chris, get Lady Grange clean and smart looking for the directors." "She is clean and smart looking." "Well, clean her again. And you sort out the coach's mic. Come on, get going." All right, we're going." "Sheesh, she's in a right mood today and no mistake." "I think Rachel is still on the mind," said Whitehouse as he passed Casey his cap. "Not to mention what happened with Jane yesterday. I think it's best we don't say anything to him yet about what Roy suggested. Come on, let's get this over with." "Seems like we're starting to go back to the old days, when he first came to work for us," sighed Casey. "He was a right pain back then, and no mistake." A short while later, the directors and the chairman were waiting at the platform for Casey and Lady Grange to take them round to the proposed work site for the extension. Cars was also waiting with them, though he kept looking about him in case he were to catch sight of Rachel should she ever think about coming back to see him again. Return loop proves to be a great strain to our current fleet. Is that not so, Mr. Carson? Mr. Carson? The chairman cleared his throat a little loud, making cars jump. Oh, I do beg your pardon, sir. It's the sun, you see. The heat does tend to make you lose track of everything about you. Yes, well, please don't lose this track, Mr. Carson. Have you done your inspection of the line this morning? Yes, sir. All presentable and ready for us, sir. Very good. Mr. Carson takes our daily routine of trackside inspection quite seriously, you know. For the last 8 or so years, we've not had any accidents thanks to his careful monitoring. Yes, well, he seems to be monitoring the road back for some time, mused one director. Cars had disguised the fact that he was simply watching out for any early visitors to the railway. Whitehouse arrived with Puffer and a line of coaches for directors to board. With his mind distracted, Cars failed to notice Granger, Gears, and Rachel sneaking by the other road into the railway's grounds. Rachel tried to get Cars' attention, but Gears pulled her away just as she uttered the first syllable. Cars looked round, but saw nobody. He sighed as he and the officials waited for their engine to arrive. The three peered round the corner of the outer wall where the engine sheds were located. Casey was just finishing giving Lady Granger another clean when he checked his watch. He should have been at the platform 2 minutes ago. Quickly, he jumped into his seat and scampered off to the station. Right, the coast is clear, said Grinder, and they made their way over to the return loop. The embankment was about 5 feet tall, and several trees stood tall and proud above it. Right, we just need to cause a weak spot for that lot to fall, said Gears. He looked about him and spied the shovel Casey uses when he's clearing away the ashes. This should do the trick, he said, and began to scrape away the earth. I really don't think we should be doing this, Rachel said. We might seriously hurt somebody. Aye, and Bernard will seriously hurt us if we don't get it done properly, said Grinder testfully. Just you stand over there and glam yourself up for when you have to sweep Cars up when he gets fired. Rachel folded her arms. I refuse, she said. I've labored as much as I can with the MCS, and I'm not following any more orders from you or Bernard. You what? Said Gears. He scraped the shovel out from the earth and held the blade dangerously at Rachel's throat. Don't forget what Bernard had said about you following orders. And let me also remind you that as an indefinite employee of the MCS, according to the contract that you signed when you first joined with us, do not get out of the company's clutches until you have gained a halo, wings, and a golden harp. So if you refuse to be part of this task we've been assigned to carry out, then that arrangement could be made. You see there? Grinder pointed Rachel to a spot right next to the engine shed's tracks. 9 years ago, we took out a bloke who was standing there with this very shovel. Unfortunately, you didn't hit him hard enough, Gears commented. Not even Mark's bullet took him out when he shot him. What? Gasped Rachel. Grinder whacked Gears hard with the brim of his cap. But I thought Mark killed him. What difference does it make? The fact is you'll get the same treatment as he did if you don't follow orders. They then heard a whistle. Rachel quickly sprinted in the direction of the whistle, but Gears was quicker than she was and grabbed it before she could reach the portal. Mark! She called, but Gears clamped his hand over her mouth as he pulled her away. Grinder quickly tried digging the embankment some more. A small rumbling sound could be heard. The soil and earth began to slide. That should do it, called Grinder as he ran to a safe distance. Gears pulled the struggling Rachel towards him as they watched the landslide take its toll. It piled up over the tracks, leaving only the roots of a large pine tree sticking out like waiting claws. So far, the journey to the site was going very smoothly. The directors and chairman were quite impressed by the condition of the track. Their Cars were still thinking about what he should do. As they passed the steaming bays, Casey gave a long whistle as they came to the brick portal before the return loop. He opened up the radiator more as Lady Grange reached the steep gradient. I hope they crash, Gears said. That'll be a bonus. £10 says he plows straight into it. That's Grinder. Rachel had to stop them, but what could she do? Then a memory of her attacker came back to her. What did she do to stop him when he grabbed her? Gears' laughter suddenly became a gasping gurgle as he let go of Rachel and folded up. Grinder tried to stop her, but she quickly grabbed the shovel off him and whacked him hard across the face. Rachel sprinted to the spill and climbed to the top where she hoped Casey could see her clearly. Thank goodness she had her red handkerchief with her. She tied it to the shovel and with her makeshift flag waved her with all her might. Lady Grange appeared through the portal. She was going quite fast. Stop! Yelled Rachel. What on earth? Exclaimed Casey. Cars looked up and saw... Rachel? He gasped. Lady Grange's brakes sounded. The coaches clattered into each other. The chairman and directors fell out in their seats as the whole train skidded along the curve. Everything went white as Lady Granger's drain cocks engulfed the whole train. Rachel braced herself for the crash. And yet, somehow, it never happened. As the steam cleared, Rachel could see that Lady Granger stopped within millimeters of the landslide. Everyone was safe. Casey looked up from the cab and wiped the perspiration from his brow.
Well done, old girl,
He said, and patted his engine's cab.
Well done, that girl,
Said one of the directors, sitting up.
Thanks to your quick thinking, young lady, you prevented a serious accident. Now then, Mr. Carson,
He said as he turned to Cars.
I thought you said you made a thorough inspection of this site before we started this journey, and said that this site was completely safe.
It was, sir, said Cars severely. I checked it through and through.
Gotcha!
Grinder and Gears appeared over the pile and grabbed Rachel. Grinder grabbed the shovel and was just about to clout Rachel with it when Casey saw them.
Grinder and Gears!
Cars, the chairman, and the directors all turned and saw them.
They were the ones that did this, cried Rachel. They wanted you to fire Mark and let them...
She managed before Gears gagged her with his gloved hand.
Mr. Jones, are these individuals part of your local roster?
Asked one of the directors.
No, sir, they're not,
said Casey haughtily as he backed Lady Granger up.
These two belong to none other than Bernard Williams of the Motor Car Society. And if you take it from me, sir, this is probably one of their schemes to cause trouble for us here, and to get me fired, no less.
Added Cars.
So that Bernard can hire me back again. Well, we won't stand for this kind of action,
said another director.
You two come down here at once. You'll have to catch us first,
calls Grinder with a grin. He threw the shovel towards the pine tree's roots. Some more earth shifted, followed by a groaning noise. Gears tried to pull Rachel back, but she shook her head away enough to allow her teeth to bite down hard on his hand.
Ow!
Gears yelped as he threw Rachel down onto the spill and sprinted after Grinder. The groaning got louder. The earth shook.
Rachel, look out!
Yells Cars. Rachel looked up and saw the might of the pine tree falling towards her. Cars tried to run to her, but he was pulled away from the earth pile by the chairman and Casey. Rachel turned and they both saw the horror in each other's eyes.
Rachel! Mark!
Everyone fell to the ground as the ground shook. Whitehouse, Corpse, young Matt, and the rest of the railway staff came hurrying over when they heard the noise. As the dust settled, all they could see was the large form of the pine tree half buried within the earth pile. The rest of it lay right across the staff car park and a quarter of the way through part of the outer wall of the garden.
Rachel!
Cars jumped to his feet and ran towards the earth pile and began digging for all his life. The chairman tried to pull him away again, but this time Cars pushed him away.
I must find her!
He yelled desperately.
What happened?
Asked Corpse, and Casey quickly told him in Whitehouse what happened. Cars continued on digging when he saw something that made him stop. Poking out from the earth was a red bit of cloth. It was attached to something hard. Cars tugged at it and pulled out the remains of Casey's ash shovel with Rachel's red handkerchief still tied onto it. He untied it and held the bit of cloth in his hands, like cradling a newborn child. He raised his head and looked around the site.
Rachel!
There was no response, except the crowing of the frightened birds and the wind in the trees. The realization of it all had hit everyone. Casey respectfully removed his cap, while Corpse and Whitehouse lowered their heads. Cars looked at the handkerchief again and broke down into tears. The chairman and the directors were about to ask who Rachel was when the chairman felt a tug on his sleeve.
She was his girlfriend, sir,
whispered Casey.
They hadn't seen each other for 9 years, until a few days ago.
At which the chairman fully understood, and he too respectfully removed his hat, as did the directors. It took some time for men to remove the tree and to shovel back the earth. The police were called to help remove the body, but nothing was found. Granger and Gears were soon caught, and Bernard skillfully fought his way out of another prison sentence, claiming that the brothers were under the powerful influence of a new oil cleaner that the MCS were using. Inhaling its fumes would result in obscure violent behavior. The two were given 6 months rehabilitation, and Bernard a stern warning, though Cars demanded a life sentence. However, the courts found no proof of Bernard's involvement in the crime, which left Cars enraged. The Model Engineer Society gave him a few weeks to recover, but when he returned, he still hadn't changed. Casey, Whitehouse and Corpse decided to leave their planned talk for a much later time, and respectfully gave Cars the space he needed. The site had since been cleared for the landslide and tree, and work was undergoing to cut back any other trees that were too close to the embankment's edge. The directors instantly granted the approval of the extension, and so construction was set to take place within the upcoming months. Every day, Cars walked over to the place where he last saw Rachel before the tree struck her. He had asked Corpse to make him a small cross from bits of scrap wood in the workshops, and had given it a small engraving. Rachel Davidson, forever free. He tied the remains of the handkerchief around it like a scarf, and planted it in a small patch that he had made inland, where he also planted some of Rachel's favourite flowers. Train services were placed on hold every time Cars walked to the site each morning, and everyone respectfully stuck to it. However, after the 4th week, the passengers started to complain, to which Cars was informed, and so had to make his visits at the end of each day. And while the chairman was respectful in showing sympathy to his employees during a sorrowful time, he had to remind Cars that he must regain focus on his work, to which Cars fully understood. Casey, Whitehouse and Corpse finally got round to have their talk with him, and without hesitation agreed to have the secret of their Lost Engine episode known. While it did raise a few questions from everyone, they soon understood the friends' shifty behaviour whenever the mentioning of Bernard's petrol scheme was brought up, and they said no more about it. While this did lift some weight off his shoulders, Carr still couldn't get Rachel out of his mind. One afternoon, Whitehouse arrived at his office with a letter that had just been hand-delivered to him by one of the passengers. There was no forwarding address, except the envelope looked as if it was typed using a typewriter. Mr. Mark Carson, the Model Engineer Society, Transport Museum, Colchaw. "Were you expecting anything?" asked Whitehouse. Cars just stared at it before tearing it open. All that was inside it was a torn bit of a railway timetable, with the time of the last train highlighted. Cars checked his watch. That train was due at the nearby railway station in 4 minutes. "I've got to go," he said, and grabbing his coat, sprinted out the door. He raced past Casey just as he was coming out of the gents. "Where's he off to?" he asked. "Your guess is as good as mine," said Whitehouse, as he continued watching the figure running off. Cars reached the main station with just 2 minutes to spare. He looked around him, but couldn't see anything. It was getting darker, and the station lights started to flicker on. One lit up a figure standing not too far off by the shelter. It had a suitcase next to their feet. Cars turned and saw the figure. It looked back at him, as a small smile formed. "Rachel? Hello, Mark." This time, Cars didn't hold back. He sprinted down the platform and nearly sent her flying as he hugged the girl with all his might. "Oh, Rachel, my Rachel," Cars wept. He didn't want to let go of her, but had to give in when she asked if she can get some air. "But what happened? I saw you get crushed by that tree." "I managed to roll away before it hit me, and then I ran for cover," Rachel explained. "I was about to reveal that I was all right when I saw Granger and Gears looking for me. I knew Bernard would be looking for me when there was no body to be found, and so I had to stay away for a few weeks until Bernard's men called off the search. Oh, Mark, I'm so sorry for putting you through all this suffering, but I couldn't see you in case he would have found me. That was when I decided to send you that letter." "And the train time?" asked Cars, puzzled. Rachel gave him a sorrowful look. He knew what she was going to say. "No, you don't," he said, noticing the suitcase. "You're not going anywhere. I lost you twice. I'm not losing you a third time. But Mark, but nothing. Don't you see how much you mean to me? I haven't stopped thinking about you since you came back into my life, and I haven't stopped since." "Same with me," Rachel confessed. "But you managed to restart your life without me. But I can do it again, with you by my side. But what would the others say? All that gossip. I told you, I don't care. And your reputation to the railway." "Oh, to hell with the bloody railway!" "Mark!" Cars composed himself. "I'm sorry," he said at last. "I just get so expressive when my feelings get the better of me." "Which led to you firing that young Jane," Rachel said. "You shouldn't have taken your anger out on her when it was me that persuaded her to tell me your secret. Remember that. You must understand that this is important for both of us. I'm now free of the MCS's contract, and I can have that future that I had planned all those years ago." "But without me," Carr said quietly. Rachel looked down at the ground. "No," she said. "And you have that job that deserves your talents and skills, and have more important friends to look out for you. But without you, yes. That is the small print we fail to notice. But we must follow as fate's contract states." As the two talked, a sinister figure stepped out from the shadows. He was now much older, but still the same MCS staff member he was 9 years ago. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "She's catching the next train to the airport. You want me to tell her?" Bernard sat in his dimly lit office. He held a glass of whiskey in one hand and his 200th cigar that day, and the phone in the other. He thought a moment before saying, "Let her go. She's fulfilled her contract." "Understood." The man turned and, cursing under his breath, disappeared into the night. The train glided into the platform as cars helped carry Rachel's case on board. "Is there no way I can change your mind about leaving?" begged Cars. Rachel just looked at him pitifully. "At least promise to write, just so I know you're okay and safe." "I will. Goodbye, Mark. Goodbye, my dear Rachel." With the limited time they had, they kissed in the light of the carriage's doorway before it closed and separated them for the last time. Rachel ran to the carriage's window and waved as the train glided out of the platform. Cars chased after it, waving all the while till he ran out of platform and watched as the rear carriage's lights dimmed as they faded into the night. Cars sat in the mess room some weeks later. A mug of cold coffee sat next to him as he read through the US stamped letter that arrived for him that morning. It spoke of Rachel's safe arrival in the States, how she was able to find a new living as a journalist, and meeting Gerald. He sighed deeply as he read the date of when and where the wedding was going to take place. All the while Cars read, he was not aware that the mess room door had opened and someone stepped quietly inside. "And finally, I just want to tell you that we are very happy together, but regretfully, I must inform you that this will be my last letter to you, my dear Mark. Live long and make me proud with what you achieve in your new life. Yours forever, Rachel Davidson." Cars lowered his head sorrowfully, but raised it as he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. He looked up and smiled. "I thought you could do with some company," said Jane kindly. "I'm so sorry, Mark." "No, it is I who should be sorry to you." He took Jane's hand and held it gently in his own. "I shouldn't have been so angry with you, Jane, when you were only doing what you thought was best for Rachel. It was right of you to tell her, and I thank you for doing so. As of now, if you want, you can come back with us here." Jane smiled, and for the first time in weeks, Cars felt like his old self again. "I'll get you a fresh cup," said Jane, and took Cars' mug and went to make a new batch of coffee. Blimey. I can definitely say that actually was a very difficult audiobook to do. And yeah, I never actually thought this one actually left so much of an impact to the viewers as well as to me whilst writing it. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed this little marathon of the Miniature Railway Adventures audiobooks. Sorry they weren't in the right order as they should be, but you know, they're basically chosen ones from fans of the series, as well as ones from myself here. So, right now it's just us here at the Miniature Railway. Everybody else has now gone on to have a celebratory dinner. It's been quite busy at the railway today. I mean, like what with the camera mishap, thanks Eddie, and a brief encounter with Bernard and Grinder. Yeah, wasn't really accounted for, but anyway, I'm sure something will be sorted out with them. Okay, so now we're going to have a Q&A session. If anybody has any questions regarding to the Metro Adventure series, feel free to do so, to ask any questions. But I won't be doing this Q&A alone. I will be having some company with me here, and one of the guest members on the panel has just arrived. I'll just let her come on in. Hello, Kirsty. How are you?
Hello. I'm very good, thank you.
I know. Well, welcome to the Model Engineer Society. This is like, what was it, your second visit?
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, the last time you were here, it was when we were doing the script read through for the animated series. Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
God, you and Jane got on so well.
I know.
But yeah. Yeah, for those who don't know, Kirsty has joined the series. She's going to be the voice of Jane Wilkinson in the animated series. That's pretty much why you heard and Jane got on so well. But also, Kirsty is also one of the writers for the series.
Ta-da!
Yes. So Kirsty has been helping me quite a lot now recently with scripts and so forth to try and get season 2 ready for animated stages. But it wasn't just Kirsty who was helping me out here. Let's bring on another member to the panel.
Hello.
Hello, Robert.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing?
All good, all good. Welcome back to the Miniature Railway.
Thanks. It's good to be here.
I know. Sorry, the gang couldn't be here to see us here, but you know they're away off to have their celebration thing. But
yeah,
they've had a busy day today, you know.
I think they deserve it after today, methinks.
I know. Mind you, Casey was being a bit mischievous there during his bit in the live stream, wasn't he?
Isn't he always sometimes?
I know. I'll have to see if there's a way we can bring him down to earth in a way. But yeah, so as I was saying here, Kirsty and Robert have been helping me out with the animated series with not only providing the voices of the characters. Sorry, I forgot to mention, Robert is also the new voice actor for Casey. Which I'm amazed he's done a fantastic job on.
Oh, nah, stop it. Stop it.
Come on, you know but yeah, definitely, Robert has definitely captured the character, definitely, because I think it was like during the audition stage, you auditioned for White House, didn't you?
Yeah, I auditioned for White House, Young Matt, and even Stephen Mercade, so
yeah.
I thought I'll go for these 3, see what happens, and Mike was like, "Oh hey, guess what? You're Casey now. Congratulations!" I was like, "Yay!"
I know, especially when I mentioned to you that Casey was actually going to be the hardest character to find a voice for, and then like when you did Whitehouse's voice, you were like, "That's Casey." I was like, "That's the voice."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it was just your reaction after. You were just like, "Oh my god." So, before we get any questions coming through on the chat here, I'm sure people will probably be wondering, like, you know, what's it like working on Miniature Railway Adventures? I mean, you guys have been working on. How long have you been working on this now? This series?
Ooh. Trying to think now.
Is it over a year nearly? Is it?
Roughly, yeah. Yeah, because
about
roughly a year. Yeah, nearly a year.
I don't know. We'll figure that out when we get there. We just not very good at math.
Yeah, so I think I might check the date on one of your scripts because I might probably tell you when you started. But yeah, like, well, I think this is probably going to be harder to ask though. But maybe an easy one actually. For all I know, I don't know. It's maybe a silly one. Then again, most questions I'm probably going to ask are probably silly.
That's fine.
But yeah, but first of all, like, how did you guys find the series? Like, you know, what was your first impressions? Like, when did you first hear of it?
I think it was mostly when you've been telling us about it, Michael.
Yeah, probably.
And when you told us the whole plot about this, it's nothing to do with the trains, it's about the people, and I thought that's a very good, interesting series.
And
I really do like that.
Yeah, I mean, what was it like in terms of what was the first? What was actually the first audiobook you guys actually listened to? Like to get the feel of like what was it all about? Like what was I trying to do?
Casey and the Traitor for me. That was my first one.
All right.
I just need to look at what mine was. What is it called?
Could be anything.
The Big Freeze.
Oh, the Big Freeze. That was I did that one last year actually.
Huh.
Was it last year? Yeah. Well, that one's more or less going to be a future story, as far as I know. But I think because of the way me and Chris wrote the series, it's like whatever story got finished first gets adapted into an audiobook because we were like full of adrenaline to get this audiobook out. So the series is mostly like released in random order, so it's not in the correct canon order. So some story plots might not really make sense in terms of like canon time frames and stuff like that. So even I'm just trying to struggle to try and think like what is the correct timeline for each of these stories, and I'm slowly pasting it together. But most of series 1 is pretty much in canon order, I suppose. But yeah, I'm glad with that. So here, what was it like, reading, writing the scripts? Actually, did you have it? Were you worried about of like trying to get the characters nailed down, or like anything in general?
Ooh, I think when you told us what the characters were like, and listening to the audio stories and reading some of the scripts about how the characters' personalities are like, I think I've pretty much nailed. I think we pretty much just trying to making sure to get them right and not do anything out of character, or basically relearn the lessons that they've learned over the years or whatever. It's kind of like trying not to hit that scrape in the bottom, hit that dent in the road, as they say. Yeah. Exactly.
Because I remember you guys when you were starting your first script. No, we're not going to give away what the script's going to be called, or what the plot line is, but you guys started on a much later script in the series, as far as I remember. And at first, I was surprised that you decided to choose this story, and I was like, okay, let's see what you can do. And then I think it was after a while, you then informed me, say, right, we're gonna make this a two-parter, and I was like, wait, what? How much have you written? And I read through it, and I read through it all, and I thought to myself, oh my god, this is actually really, you guys actually literally have got the thing. This is exactly right. This is exactly how the characters should be like. And even the tone in this, and the feel of it all there, the pacing of it, it felt so right. It felt so on canon, and I was really pleased with it there. I'm really glad you guys knew exactly what to do. But it's not only yourselves who are helping out with the series. I mean, there's a whole list of other people who are on board with not only doing like script writing. I mean, one member in the chat here right now is also another writer in the series. They've written one episode for series 2, and then there's also other fellow voice actors as well who have very generously come and donate their voices and their time to help bring these characters to life. In fact, you might have actually heard a brand new voice that hasn't been announced yet make an appearance during this live stream, and I'm sure quite a few people might know who it is. But for those who don't, have a listen to the live stream after this and see if you can spot which is the new voice that you'll be hearing. But yeah, I think this live stream was also like a good chance to hear you guys play the characters as well. And just to give everybody a taste and feel exactly how would they actually speak with their own natural voices, because like when we played the episode of On the Railways, you can definitely tell that the voices back then were much different compared to how they are now.
Yeah.
It's very age-like, and plus I guess you do remember when doing On the Railways, I hated playing cars. I did not like voicing him. He was awful to voice for. And there were a couple of script read-throughs that could have been improved, but that was just what we had to work with back then. So we might as well go on to the first question here, because it's the only one that's just sitting here waiting for us here. This is from Tank Engine 97. Which story in the series is your favorite? This also boils to the question for you two, and that is, have you guys listened to all the stories?
Not all of them yet.
I
Still
feel
need
like
to
I've
listen to a few more.
Yeah, I feel like I've caught up with a few stories or two here. I think there are still more to come, which I'll definitely be listening to when they come out. But yeah, my personal top, if you want like a top three Tank Engine 97, mine are Casey and the Traitor, obviously, because I love that one so much. Love Hurts and Rivals. Those would be my top three stories.
Do you know, I might join you on that one there because I think those three are also among my top favorites. But Love Hurts, I think I might swap Love Hurts to Granger's Chime because just fit it really well. It just sounded really nice. Plus, I just loved your narration, Kirsty.
Yeah, I'm still proud of it.
I know. Truth be told, actually, guys, for those who don't know, not Love Hurts, Granger's Chime, that's actually Kirsty's audition tape. The whole audiobook is Kirsty's audition tape to play Jane. Because I knew rightly that because for a while, like, you know, whilst I've been in calls with Kirsty there, I kind of wanted to know, like, you know, how would she sound like all natural out there, and I thought this is the voice for Jane. Kirsty definitely has Jane's voice, but I just want to see how would she react to like various situations out there, and like any topics we were like talk about in calls out there, the way Kirsty would react, it's how Jane would react. And I thought, yeah, this is. I think this would be good. So when I asked Kirsty, I says, like, do you think would you be up to playing this character? And you said yeah. And then what was your reaction like when I said to do a full audiobook as your audition tape?
Oh my goodness, that was ages ago now. I can't remember what it was. I think I was like, I'd be honoured to do it.
It was like a couple of months back, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just can't remember the full reaction.
Oh, God. But like he did like a whole hour's worth of recording, and it's brilliant. And plus, like her bit with throwing the Stewart cars, that was the bit I wanted to see how far you would take the character, like her line delivery, and you nailed it.
Oh, I had fun doing that, and to be honest, it nearly killed my voice when I was shouting, because I don't really shout because I'm a calm person. Yeah. I don't get angry, but this is going a far higher up level.
Yeah, I mean, like definitely, like it's definitely showing a lot more character. In fact, the characters, like during the course of the series, like the characters are slowly developing a bit more. So we know. I don't want to give much away in regards to what's going to happen in series 2, but there is going to be a big change in regarding to one character in season 2, and we were kind of surprised by this. Like every time we wrote a story and involved them in this here, we're like, why are they like this here? And then after a bit of a pause, I thought maybe it's just because the character is getting a bit more developed. We kind of seem that there's something a bit more to them that we just started to bring to life, I suppose, and it's worth noting. But it was fun though. It was fun. Let's see. Train level 16 saying Kirsty's voice fits Jane like a glove. True.
Thank you.
He's also got a question for me and you as well, Kirsty, here. Do you have a question for Michael and Kirsty, though? I am currently working on the finale film of Red Cliff Railway Tales, my series, and I was wondering if I could bring Kirsty on board for it. Well, it's more or less for you, really, Kirsty.
And none for me? How charming!
Come on, guys, give Robert some questions. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Casey, for heaven's sake.
Yeah. If you don't, I don't know what I'll do. I'll think of something.
Well, from the question, Train Level 16, I will look at your videos, and if they're good, well, I'm sure they are good, I will have a think about it, and then if I get in touch with you or not, I'll just,
She's a very busy girl.
I am a busy girl.
Mm-hmm. Just doing a whole load of projects for everybody.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Let me see, we've got another question here from Tinga77. Are there any stories you would go back and rewrite? Right, for series 1, on the railways, definitely. though I would actually consider merging on the railways with Casey Whitehouse and the Toy Cars, because I think merging them together would make a lot more sense. But it's more or less like spacing it out a bit more, because I mean it's going to be 2 episodes, so it probably would have to be like a two-parter type thing. But I will be at some point. I will work out exactly what to do, because I think during that stage, Cars will be maturing a bit more as he settles down from his lost engine endeavor. In fact, I've actually started writing the rewrite for On the Railways, and it's slowly progressing. It's only just started in the first stages over there, but it's gonna be a long while yet before we actually see anything of it. But other stories that needs to be rewritten. Well, most of the story, pretty much all the stories in series 2 are all being rewritten anyway. So any ones that you would have heard audiobooks for already, that are on YouTube, chances are they're all going to be rewritten anyway, and they're going to sound a lot more different, a lot more. What's the best way? A lot more enhanced, I suppose. More adventurous, perhaps. Bit more action. And a lot more character development. Definitely a huge amount of character development, because season 2 of Mid's Railway Adventures will feature a lot more new stuff. Obviously, of course, it's going to be animated. That's the main big change. At long last, we're finally getting some animation work done.
Yay!
I will talk about the animation bit in a wee minute here, because I might have some little surprises for you to show you guys.
Ooh!
Get excited!
Yeah, so
I'm so excited!
This will be like a blink and you'll miss it moment here. So just to let you know in advance. So season 2, there's going to be some new engines. Some engines you would have already heard of being mentioned in the series, but this will be more or less like their proper debut to the series. We're going to have some new characters. New characters are going to be brought in, and they're going to be like a main, more or less be like main core to the cast and for everybody to work off. And they will have some good story plots to work off. In fact, one character who we were talking about, and we've written them into quite a number of episodes. Actually, we actually found this character to be quite fun to write for. But I would like to tell you more, but it'd be more or less just like giving the character's name away and who they are. But I just have to restrain myself and just say you'll just have to wait until we get right into it.
We're not saying names.
Not saying names yet. No, not saying any names at all. You'll just have to find out and see here. Let's see. There's another one here for you, Robert.
Oh, yes, thank you very much.
What's it like voicing Casey now?
Oh.
Tell us what's it like. Tell us your endeavour of your journey voicing this character.
Oh, voicing Casey is a dream, really. He is pretty much me in a nutshell. Sometimes we're both so similar so we have so much in common, like how we're very specific about certain things, and yes, we do. I'm not as bad as when I'm saying like, oh, Puffer's an improper engine, that sort of thing. It's more, I'm not that opinionated, really, but I can be quite blunt at times when I need to be.
And what about your reference material?
Oh,
mention the reference material, because we had some fun. We had some fun with this, actually.
Oh yeah, I think when I was doing the voices, there are going to be moments where I'm going to be pretty aggressive, and you're going to hear it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very much so. And Mike just thought, when I was doing the recording and he listened to it, it was like, oh my god, you sound so aggressive. I love it. Keep it up.
Yeah.
And I think in future stories to come, I'm going to be a lot more aggressive. There'll be a lot more things where I'll be very, there'll be all sorts of different emotions just coming out of Casey. So from happy to sad and anything like that. So, oh boy, it's going to be a wild ride, people.
Yeah, Casey definitely is going to have a character development, I'd say, during the course of the series, because I think each character will have their own character development.
Yeah.
Because You just have to listen very carefully during each story, and you think, right, well, who's going to be the main focus of this series? And clearly, we know Riley from series one. It's all centered around cars, and his journey, like being in the MCS and all that. Because to be honest, actually, I from the very start, I literally did not think cars was actually going to be all that important until I started writing a bit more for him, and started to realize that this is actually a character who went through quite a lot of trouble in his had a very troubled past, and what it kind of led him to become, and how he's now slowly coming out of that phase. But yeah, and then I think I also remember times where I actually wanted to. I do remember this being written down in a document somewhere where the character of Whitehouse was going to be written out of the series. Like I was going to write him off because I just found him have nothing for him. There was nothing for him to do, and I think it was I don't know. I think it was like some conversation I had with Chris where he just said like, well, maybe there could be something that he can probably do, and I think that's probably where I came up with the idea of him being him working as the station shunter or whatnot there, or doing the runs to and from the old mine display from the Phantom of the Mine. I think that was pretty much why I wrote Phantom of the Mine. It was just to give Whitehouse somewhere to go to, because everybody else has their own spot to go to, but Whitehouse has nowhere. He has no designated space or destination workplace to go to. But yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Another question from Tengen77. How long has it been planned for this series to be animated? Well, let's see. Pretty much from the very start, I suppose. I think since 2011, there have been plans to make an animated adaptation of Miniature Railway Adventures using 2D animation. Because I do remember making character rigs and drawing comics and that there with the characters. Unfortunately, all those comics and that there have been lost in a hard drive wipe, apparently. So I'm sorry, I won't be able to retrieve those. But there are two surviving animations from the original versions of what would have been the animated series, and you would probably find them on the Miniature Railway Adventures Facebook page, or there might be one on the channel actually, which is actually one of the first scenes to be shot for the story Pirates of the Railway, which will be the main which will be the series debut for season 2, and that story is jam packed with a lot of stuff that we're hoping to share with you very soon. If I definitely when you and Kirsty, Robert, were doing the character lines, like I was very impressed with you guys' like vocal work in it.
Thanks.
Because like there's parts of there where Robert had to have Casey like be quite angry. He literally like went berserk.
Yeah, I didn't go around trashing my room for that. It was just like just had to pent up some anger, which just like try and act, like just breathe in, just think you're angry, just think unhappy thoughts, that sort of thing, and I just went like that.
Yeah. And then there's also a bit, I'm not going to say what happens here, but there's also a bit I do remember where you, Kirsty, had to do several screams.
Oh my god, yeah.
And you definitely, because I was listening to the recording and I thought to myself, okay, she didn't have to go this far to do this. I was like, this is going to be kind of a fun story though. But it's just like, okay. And then I just remember messaging you back saying, yeah, very good on the screams there. I literally caught me off guard with that one. It really was great. But yeah, the animated series, it's definitely been on the plate for so long here, and there had been many attempts to try and make it possible. There was going to be one where it was going to be either going to be hand-drawn animation or 2D animation or stop motion. I can't remember which one, but I know the stop motion one was planned, and some props were slowly being made, but nothing came out of it in the end. And I think it was just more or less I thought 2D animation would probably be the best to go to because it's all stored on the computer and it'd just be easy to access to if I just have a hard drive. So I think it was just maybe was it last year or the year before? It might have been during lockdown that I bought the same software that I use, because the problem was I couldn't use the software I used in the past because it was only licensed to be used on one computer. So yeah, that's a bit of a bold move by the companies, just saying like, right, here's this software, we're charging you so much money for it here. Oh yeah, by the way, we can only allow you to have it on one computer, and then that computer crashes and it dies on you, and you can't get access to your files again. It's a bit of a kick in the teeth, really, but I got the same software again, and it did say like it could be used from multiple computers. So that was great. So slowly but surely, that's where it kind of picked up from there, and the characters are all being designed on Photoshop. They're all going to be all hand drawn based on animation. The animation I definitely describe to you guys. It's going to be something very similar to maybe the Ivory the Engine animated series, perhaps, in terms of the character and the movements. But it's also going to be a bit similar to that online series, How It Should Have Ended. If you've ever watched those episodes here, that type of animation, it's going to be something very similar to that. But the whole setting, well, do you know what? I'll probably might as well share some behind the scenes stuff, I suppose. Because this is the only stuff. This is the only bits of the animated series I'm prepared to share to you guys. Because there's some stuff here I would like to keep private here, because I don't want to spoil anything for you here. But let me just... can I share? Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to show you guys is I'm going to share various bits of the design process for the characters. Just let me get to the folder here real quick. Right. Just make sure you guys can see. We'll be able to see these, okay? Just bear with me. Just talk about yourselves here. Whilst this is just being said, because it's a bit slow here.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Kirsty, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. What do you want to do? Oh, don't start that again.
No, don't start that again. Okay, you're right. I think we're pretty much ready here. So.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, no, very quick. Went for like one whole conversation. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you guys to the characters. So I know. The guys who run the Metro Twitter page have very cleverly been giving little hints as to what the characters will look like, and so now's the time to reveal their identities. So this is the first time you're going to be seeing these guys. First time you're going to be seeing the characters. So the first character you're going to be seeing is the character of Roy Clements, aka Corpse. Here he is. Now he's still not finished yet here, but this is what he'll look like in the series.
Ooh.
Now he's currently missing his hands right now, but because there's a hand library that's currently being made up right now, so there's going to be a lot of hands that's going to be added onto the series. So this will be what he looks like. So if you ever want to visualize what Corpse looks like, that's him. That's what he looks like. Next in line is Whitehouse, Cars, and Jane. Now they're still in a work in progress right now. So from left to right, it's Cars, Jane, and Whitehouse. That's currently how they look right now. So this is just them well, Cars and Whitehouse are currently in the T pose right now here, and Jane just has her hands in her jacket pockets. But even so.
So Kirsty, how did you react to when you first saw Jane's rig?
I thought it was so adorable, and the colours just represent two of my favourite colours.
Yeah, that was kind of it's kind of something where I was going with the character design, and also like even the design of Cars' jacket. This actually originated from the very early days, so it has been updated a few times, but it's still kept to the original design. And then of course Whitehouse is just a simple red T-shirt with the jeans and the jacket.
And the famous blue hair.
The famous blue hair that's been mentioned.
The famous blue hair.
Yeah, I've even went as far as actually made his eyebrows blue as well. So that's a wee bit of detail you have to look out for. Now, this next shot here you're going to see, this is actual behind-the-scenes footage of one of the scenes being filmed or being animated. So, here we go. This is the process. So there's Casey.
Hey!
There's my boy.
There's Casey. This is the process of the animation series right now here. So Casey is currently, I don't know what he's doing right now. Well, I can't reveal what he's doing right now. He's probably going to talk to White House or something about something, but I don't know. And White House has his back to the camera. And also, this is a shot from the finished scene, or from the finished shot here with Casey. It looks like he's definitely shouting something, but I can't reveal what it is. But you might find out what all that is later, probably maybe later on at some point here. But anyway, that's all I'm prepared to show you guys.
Yay!
That's all you're going to see regarding to the behind the scenes of Miniature Railway Adventures. So no more until it's finished.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I hope that answers your question, Tengage 97. I hope that keeps you in mind of what's in store, and also to everybody else who's tuning into the series. Right. Anything else? Any other questions we have? That's pretty much it, really.
Oh.
As far as I know. So, I don't think anybody else wants to ask any questions. It's pretty much. I think everybody's just pretty much tired now, because I mean it's like 7:10 already, and we haven't been doing live stream now since 1:00 this afternoon. So I think that's kind of enough, really. So, but yeah, I just want to personally say here to everyone, and also to to the crew who've helped out with the series, thank you so much, really, for chilling into the series. Like whenever it's on here, because it's gonna make me. I'm gonna get a wee bit emotional now for this, because it's actually really personal. It actually is a real thing here, because I never really thought I would stick with one series, this one project, for as long as possible, and keep coming back to it every year. Because even though I'm currently working on stuff like branch engines, and that their branch engines is going to take forever to do, because it's a huge project, huge demand. But it will be made, I promise you. I just can't promise when. But Miniature Railway Adventures is just one of those things that I've been longing to do for an animation series, and it's just now it's finally happening this year. Because what I'm going to it's hard for me to get the words out, because I'm just full of emotion. Basically, when me and Chris were chatting to each other a few years back during the L word, as Train Lover 16 pointed out, we were talking about the railway of where Miniature Railway Adventures is based off, the Model Engineer Society. Now, I said earlier on the live stream, the Model Engineer Society did exist. It did once exist, and it went on for 75 years, and on its 75th year, it was forced to close down by officials, which couldn't really see sense. We're thinking too much of money and budgeting out there, and just didn't see the potential of what this little railway stood for. And despite our attempts to save it, it just wasn't possible in the end. And because of this here, it deeply affected me and Chris, and we were chatting in one of the stream, in a call, and we did a live stream, I think, afterwards here, where Chris was going to say that he's now signing off from Miniature Railway Adventures, because he wants to pursue another stuff now. But and so I was left holding the reins to try and pursue the series. But even then, I was still heartbroken that the inspiration, this place where the series is based on, it was such a lovely little place to go to, just to go out and to relax. It's pretty much like everybody. It's like a Zen garden. Like you just go to just to relax, unwind yourself. This was my place to go to, just to relax and just to enjoy myself. And now it's gone. And so I was, during the course of like any audiobooks after that, I think it was like the last of the New Shanta saga, I think Charlie's Redemption or so forth. Any stories from Charlie's Redemption onwards, that I was still having trouble trying to keep the spirit of Miniature Railway Adventures alive, and Rivals was definitely one story I struggled to get through to try and make it the way it is, and I think it's I think what the final result is of it now here, it did definitely bring up a little bit of the old spark that I used to have, but yeah, it was slowly dying out. And even when trying to plan this animated series, it was also very tough as well. However, at the very start of this year, there was a bit of a huge adrenaline boost that I was given from old members of the Military Railway Club, who were sharing photographs of the old days, and it was just seeing these photographs just inspired me to get back into business again. And so yeah, so I think from what Chris said to me here, it says Miniature Railway Adventures. It's not just a thing for us. It's just not a wee project for both him and I to have fun with or to write about. It's more or less a tribute to something that we love dearly, and it's our way of looking back at the fun times we had during that time. So that's kind of why I kind of keep mentioning Miniature Railway Adventures in any conversation, because I just want to keep talking about it, keep the spirit alive.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with everybody wanting to keep the Reverend Orju's creation of Thomas the Tank Engine alive. This is kind of my way of doing it for my own series, but I'm just thinking maybe I'm just getting a bit annoying with it now. I'm just one of those guys saying, notice my series. Please notice it. I've been working so long on it.
Well, yeah, give him all the love, people. He needs it.
Yeah, like 15 years in the works. Come on.
15 years, come on.
Yeah.
Show some love.
I know. The funny thing, actually, I tell you what, how this actually would affect. Do you remember? I said Kirsty was there at the time when this happened. Audrey weekend this year.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Cheer up a bit.
I'm sure you'll come back. You'll come to it at one point. Definitely.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into next year.
But definitely, I was going to say, like, it's just to show, like, what way people react to Miniature Railway Adventures. I was just wanting to do a test, and I says, right, hold on. And we were doing a photo shoot, a promotional photo shoot of the animated series, where having some members of the cast present at Wharf Station reading some parts of the scripts. And I did bring 3 scripts from season 2 down.
He did.
And the whole platform, I do remember all the Thomas fans literally crowded around, and they saw me holding these scripts, and they were like, and the first thing they said was, "Oh my god, are they Thomas scripts?" And I said, "No, these are better scripts." And everybody was like, "Wait, what?" And they looked at the title, they said, "Miniature Railway Adventures." Oh, and then they all turned and walked away.
Rude.
Like, wow. So that's kind of what happens. Like, so it's like, okay, there's something else that people just take more interest in, but when they see something new that has like nothing to do with talking trains, it's like, oh, that's a bit different.
Yeah.
But difference is what makes it good.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, just give it a chance and see what happens, really.
Yeah.
Didn't you guys learn from Thomas episodes enough about judging books by covers and things like that?
Yeah.
Really?
In this case, it's more or less like don't judge scripts or audiobooks by their
exactly
title pages.
Naughty.
But there's still a lot more to show here before we sign off on this live stream here, because we got one more audiobook to play. But before we do, I know I mentioned it before here, but I want to show you guys just one last memory of the place that inspired Miniature Railway Adventures, and I have the video file now. It's on my channel. If you guys ever want to see it again here. But this is the last video I filmed with steam trains running at this place, and it's of course the Model Engineering Society, as I mentioned. This is it during its last ever running day, and I can honestly say here that there wasn't a dry face after this day. Everybody literally was pretty much crying throughout the whole day, because they knew this is going to be the last time we're ever going to be having trains running here. So let the picture speak for itself.
Yep.
June 26th, 2021 saw the final time anyone would see trains both large and small operate at the Model Engineer Society of Northern Ireland. For at the end of the summer this year, after calling Culture home for over 50 years, it will be no more. So let us enjoy for one last time the little trains of Coleshaw. So see if you can spot any engines from Military Adventures in this video. So I'm just going to give you point out some locations as to where certain points of the railway inspired various parts. So here we're looking at the extension line, which was built in Casey and Trader, and obviously this is where Mercade Pass would be. Stephen's signal box will probably be where that white post is on the left-hand side, and obviously, and then on the far right is where the engine sheds are. And then the level crossing here is where, in Road vs Rail, Casey came into a duel with the road roller, which sadly cost him a coach. And here comes Puffer with me driving. Obviously this racetrack here, we don't mention the racetrack a lot in Military Adventures, so we're going to have an episode specifically dedicated to this section of the railway, because it pretty much deserves as much attention as it can. But yeah, as you can see, there's some really nice engines in this collection. Oh wait, Kirsty and Robert, you can still talk over this if you want. You don't. It doesn't have to be me all the time. So.
I know.
That's good.
It was just so fascinating seeing all this.
Yeah. Then of course there's the workshops there where Corpse works, and then in the far background there you can see the carriage sheds.
Nice.
And then at the very far back there where the archway is, that's where the bug halter is. There's Puffer again. He's such a dicky little engine.
It is so sweet.
Yeah.
Probably the best Christmas present ever got.
Can't blame you. If I got a little engine for my birthday or Christmas present, I'd probably be the same too.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with me.
Mind you, what was it? Puffer actually it took about maybe, I think it took me about maybe 3 or so years, 2 or 3 years
Really?
to save up to buy it.
Wow.
And Thomas Sears says Puffer named after Puffer. Sort of, yeah. It is a wee bit of a rough connection to it there. Also, this thing here, this little scamp engine, which is basically what you call these engines, little scamps. This was actually really fun to drive. Somebody actually made this actually from a kit during lockdown, and I think it's powered by a lawnmower engine. I think.
Oh, okay.
But one thing about this, about the railway, which I kind of forgot to mention, which also is one of its key features, is that it's also the home to quite a few variety of wildflowers. That some of which are quite rare. There's a couple of nice sweet Japanese flowers that have sprung up along the home stretch, and we're always very careful not to damage them or not to harm them when we're in the trains. So they pretty much seem to have survived pretty well, actually. So don't know what the place is like now here, because it's all since been boarded up.
Yeah.
In case you're wondering who's that driving this little engine, that is the real Casey. Obviously not in his attire, as you would come to know him in the series, but I will confirm that he did once wear the uniform. So there is actually a big key reference in that get up. And also, for the record, the boy behind him that's driving the other engine here, that's loosely who young Matt's based off. I'm not gonna say who he is to say his identity, but he was one of the main references for young Matt.
And there's Puffer again in the siding.
And there you can see the engine sheds. The engine shed is literally just just a container with some corrugated sheet draped on top. But as far as I know, it's still being used. Oh, there's Lady Granger there. You can see Lady Granger there in the shed.
There she is.
There she is. She's been stripped of her paint there and or her materials and other. And then this is what I call the last waltz of the racetrack, where you see the little engines do their final performance. They go about and then they just do the little crossover and the little ballet piece, and then exit both sides of the screen, or exit each side of the stage to end the whole thing, I suppose. But I do remember the guys who saw this, the club members who saw this, they said they were very moved by this here, and they said this definitely was like a good send off for the series, not for the series, for the railway, or for the club in general. And sadly, quite a few people who you would have seen up here in this video, some of them have now sadly passed away. since then, and it's sad though. Like it's not sad that we're seeing some people gone, and even people who actually were inspired for characters in the series, they've sadly passed away. Like, for example, I know I shouldn't mention this here, but our little dog character Boomer was a real dog who we did have at the railway, and sadly Boomer passed away a few years back. But his memories, with kind permission from his owner, who sadly passed away this year, he gave me permission to continue Boomer's spirit with having him betrayed in the series. So keeping his memory alive.
Yeah.
So that's that. But I can definitely say that the Minutes Railway has now moved. Everybody here at the Minutes Railway have now moved to a new location now, and they're pretty much getting themselves settled in with the new place, and they're happy. They're happy. They're just starting again here, and it's everything's all going to be okay. But the memory of the old place is still being left strong in all of us here.
Yeah.
So, just one last thing here. Thomas says, do you remember those drawings I sent you? It was a while ago. Yes, I still have those drawings. I will put them to some use at some point here, but not just right now. Not just right now. Okay, so I think now comes the time where we're going to sign off now from this live stream. So everybody, thank you so much for sticking around to listen to all the audiobooks, listen to chat to the characters, and to direct with them for the first time. I'm sure they've probably found it enjoyable as well. Thank you very much to everybody who's helped promote the series, made everybody aware of it. We're gonna be finishing off with one final audiobook, so if you guys want to stick around to hear the final audiobook, please do. Season 1 of Minutes Railway Adventures is going to conclude this year with the final audiobook of The Signalman, which is currently in the editing stages right now. It's nearly finished its writing stages as well as recording and editing stages. There's going to be a redone version of the Christmas story, Snowdrifts. That might be ready for. Hopefully, I might have that ready for Christmas, but we'll see how it goes from there. Because I think the audio could be improved a wee bit more. But after that, that's it. Everything else is all going to be devoted to the animated series. There will be some more installments for the feature story, The Adventure Like No Other, but I can't give you any more. I can't give you any details as to what's gonna happen, when it's going to be when the next installment's going to be out. You'll just have to keep an eye out and see. So, in the traditional YouTube fashion, if you want to find out more or find out when it's next going to happen, like, subscribe, hit the bell notification, the whole yada 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 drill, you know how it all goes.
The whole shebang.
Yeah, the whole shebang. I'm sure everybody knows that whole slogan by now.
Yeah.
But yeah, and continue to keep the series alive. It's worth trying to get more subscribers for the channel, because I would like it to get more attention if possible. But yeah, and of course the animated series is slowly progressing. So, also big thanks as well. Just want a big thanks to Kirsty, Robert, and all the guys who've helped me with the animated series so far. You guys have done fantastic, and those who are
You're very welcome.
Those who are still in line to do some work on the series, again, thank you so much for taking the time to come and join on with the team here. We'll definitely see what you can do, and I can't wait to see what'll come out of this.
And like we said, we are very proud to be part of your team, Michael.
Yeah.
I'm really honored. Because for the last 15 years, it was only just me and Chris, and we're just amazed now, about who's all come forward now to help out. And it's just fantastic. It really is fantastic.
And hopefully more to come.
Yes, definitely.
Indeed.
Definitely more will be coming very soon here. So, like I said, the next audiobook, The Signalman, is on the way. There was a preview for it up a while ago, but that's now been taken down because I want to save the final audiobook for you guys to see or to listen to. And then, of course, animated series, but I can't promise exactly when it'll happen. Oh, Train Level 16. How you can join the cast? Basically just get in contact. If you contact the guys through their Twitter page, the Minutes Railway Adventures Twitter page, the guys who run it there will probably send me through your contact details out there, and I'll try and get in contact with you through there. Obviously, I don't use Twitter anymore now here because it's just I've just had I've just had my time out here, but some friends have said, like, you know, look, we're going to try and promote the series on Twitter if that's okay here, and I was like, fair, that's fine, but I don't want to be part of it. Who else did he say? Oh yeah, I also want to be this is going to be like a long thank yous and all of here, so I'm sorry I'm taking so long on this here. Want to send a big thanks as well to the members of the Model Engineer Society of Northern Ireland who helped inspire miniature railway adventures. Without them, nothing would have happened. And this might also come as a surprise to everybody else here, but I want to send a huge thanks to Sodar Island Forums, because it was them who actually helped inspire the first story of Search for the Lost Engine. Because if it wasn't for their their audio series, with them with having their members of their forums taking part in different adventures, miniature railway adventures would not have actually been thought of or created. So, despite what people say about them, they actually they have a bit of a key factor of how miniature adventures came to be. So, huge thanks to all the guys on SAF for helping inspire the series. And then finally, I know he's probably maybe watching the stream right now. I don't know if he is going to be I doubt he'll be present here, but I don't think he would want to do. But I want to say huge, massive thanks to my mate Chris, the real Casey Jr., because without his help during the course of the series of writing, helping doing the series, not there, you know, I don't know what we would have done here. It's been a great pleasure being with you, being my friend mate here. We've been friends for like nearly over 20 years. It's still going strong. We still sometimes have the odd squabble now and again, like, you know, rants out there, but we're still, in the end, we're still good friends. We've been friends, like I said, we've been friends since primary school. We're still friends today as adults. Thanks so much, man. Thanks so much indeed. Right, enough of that. Let's move on to the final audiobook. Now, this audiobook was created during the 10-year anniversary of Miniature Railway Adventures back in 2018. I consider this to be my favourite out of all the Miniature Railway Adventures books, because I just love the way how it sounded. It fitted so well. Yes, there are some mistakes in here which doesn't really sound right. Yes, Lady Granger doesn't have the right whistle in this, but I don't care. I love this story. It went together so well. So everybody, I want you to sign off the 15th anniversary of Miniature Railway Adventures with the first audio special, Casey and the Trader. Take care, guys. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
White House Productions presents The Miniature Railway Adventures, Casey and the Trader, written and read by White House Films, and based on a storyline by Eric Thompson. Our story begins in the 1940s. War is in full swing. The nights awaken the blaring sirens, signaling to the locals that danger looms overhead. The evacuees are safely guarded in the countryside, but even there they fear that every night could be their last. Then the planes came. Searchlights sway from left to right, trying to find these terrors from above. Air raids, though terrifying to the local residents of the local town, can prove to be useful to the petty thief. With the locals running to the shelters to take cover, the rats come out of their hiding places and take whatever they can. On one of these nights, while the skies were lit up by searchlights and gunfire, a group of scavengers scampered across the dark streets of a local town. Everyone had been escorted to the nearby shelters, and the wardens were on standby in case of any attacks. Instead of raiding homes and grabbing any rations that were hard to get hold of, the thieves took their toll on a museum which had recently had a new exhibit to their collection. The item was an emerald jewel that had been discovered in a native temple in the deepest jungles in India. The jewel was still undergoing research, but had left its researchers in a rather odd state of mood. They would become easily frustrated and often turn to physical violence if they were disturbed or things weren't presented to their liking. The thieves took what they can and made off. Among them was a recently dismissed employee of the museum who lost his job as a security guard when failing to notice a desperate LDV making off with a pistol from the last war. He had his eye on the jewel since it arrived, and something inside him urged him to have the jewel for himself. Smashing the glass that protected it, he made off with the jewel and joined the others. "I've arranged a ship at the harbour to take us to the cove outside of military views," a member of the group said. "But it's a sheer 20 miles away from here," one of the men protested. "Don't worry, there's a rail yard not far from here. The crews will be in the shelters by now, so there won't be any problem with us getting a loco." Quickly, the group made their way over to the yards, making sure they weren't spotted by the wardens. Sure enough, a loco was still in steam and was left in a siding while the crew had gone to take shelter in the bunkers. A few men went to sort out the points while the rest boarded the engine. After prizing the points over to guide them out, the remaining half joined the group as they sped off down the line. As they passed the signal box, a warden caught sight of them and sounded the alarm, but by then they were too far ahead and the bombing was becoming more serious. The engine coasted down the coastal line with the group cheering as they went. Unknown to them, an enemy fighter was returning back after having one of its engines blown out by defending pilots. Too late, it lost control and the pilot bailed out as the plane glided dangerously towards the coast. The group never saw it coming. The plane's undercarriage hit the earth with a devastating blow as it skidded along towards the railway line. Both engines were now ablaze, lighting up the horror that awaited the group as it jolted onto the railway line and towards the approaching engine. The bang shook the earth. I wouldn't know what went through the minds of those men as their final seconds ticked away. The coastline was nothing more than a raging blaze as nearby fire bells echoed loudly. A short distance from the blaze, in the depths of a woodland near the beach, a smoking figure staggered its way through the rushers. As it reached an opening, it collapsed to its chest, gasping what little air its lungs could gather. The fall had knocked something out of its burnt coat pocket. The emerald jewel lay a few feet away from the dying man. He gazed at it in all its beauty. He tried to reach for it, but his strength was weak, and with a sighing thud, his arm collapsed to the ground. The last thing the man saw before darkness took him away was the sight of a glowing light which flickered slowly from inside the jewel center. A voice of an unknown language chanted through his head, as though it was some sort of spell. As vision slowly faded to darkness, 2 words of English whispered into the man's ear. He grunted in question, hoping for the voice to repeat those words again. It did. Wake up! Oi, Casey! Wake up, would you already? Casey woke with a start. Great Stevens Rocket, he cried. What's happening? About time too. Hurry up or you'll be late. Casey looked annoyingly over at the speaking clocks that Corpse made for him for his birthday. His digital eyes looked back at him. Oh, it's you, Casey groaned. One of these days I'll unplug your speakers. The clock scowled. Anyway, yawned Casey, nodding off again. What is it I'm going to be late for? Well, if you don't hurry up and get yourself ready, you'll be late at helping your railway club with its extension line. Remembering this, Casey leapt out of bed and hurried to get dressed. He'd been waiting for this day for years, and he wasn't going to miss a second of it. Ho ho, so now you're deciding to listen to me, the clock called over at Casey. You should do it more often. You might get something sorted on time. I can't think why Corpse thought it was a good idea to make you, Casey sighed as he got his railway cap on. Then he remembered something. Oh, that was very strange last night. I must ask Whitehouse about it. Ask him what? Inquired the clock. What happened last night? But Casey didn't answer. Instead, he went over to the kitchen and made himself a quick breakfast. What happened last night? The clock called again. That was very funny indeed. Very funny. Casey kept muttering to himself. Oh, for Sundial's sake! What happened last night? Screamed the clock from the bedroom. Nothing that concerns nosy Parker clocks like you, came the reply, as Casey headed out the door. Casey soon reached the Model Engineer Society just on time, where he found cars over by the station yards trying out a new upgrade on one of the club's diesel engines. Hey, Cars, Casey called over. What are you up to? Oh, hi, Casey. Oh, nothing much. We just had this diesel in for some upgrades to see if we could make it a bit more smoother and more quieter for when we need it for passenger runs. As well as that, we needed to help us move the log wagons over to the workshops. Interesting. Here, you don't know where Whitehouse is, do you? Oh yeah, take you to him. Hop on the back cab, replied Cars. So Casey got on, and off they went. Cars was right. The running of the diesel was much more smoother and with less noise from its usual spluttering. But there was one thing it was lacking. Speed. Is this as fast as it can go? Casey asked. Sadly, yes, Cars called back. There wasn't enough time to get the rest of the gearbox finished, so we have to stick with running in first until we have time. It'll be quicker to walk at this pace, Casey thought to himself, but decided not to say anything about it. What seemed like 20 minutes later to Casey, they trundled past the workshops. Suddenly, there was a bang, and a large object burst out of the workshop window, brushed past Cars' nose and landed in the members' car park. Look out! Cars cried, and applied the brakes. The train stopped so suddenly that Casey fell off and landed next to the raised track. "What in all that's brew now was that?" Casey demanded crossly once he got to his feet. "Where did that blasted buffer bean go?" a voice called out from inside the workshops. "Corpse, what the hell are you playing at?" Cars called out. "That thing nearly decapitated me." Corpse appeared at the door wearing his engineering goggles. He looked about to see where the buffer had sprung off to. "Blimey, those new buffers rolled off sure to have some spring in them," he said proudly. "Though it could do with a bit of ease. We don't want any extreme fly shunting, do we?" "No, indeed," muttered Casey, straightening his cap. "Listen, is Whitehouse about? I've got something important I need to talk to him about." "Yeah, he's over by the site loading logs into the wagons," replied Corpse. "He'll be using Puffer to take them round here for making the sleepers. If you hurry, you might catch him before he leaves." So running as fast as he could, Casey hurried off to the site of the new extension. The extension of the track was to start at the middle of the steep gradient, of which the line disappears into the trees and undergrowth. The line then curves back to where it passes the engine sheds and connects up with the main track for the home stretch. Permission to build the line had been passed on by the directors, and the path to build the line was nearly cleared. Permission was also granted for any large trees that were in the way to be taken down and cut into logs. These would then be later made into the line's new sleepers. Any small trees that were found were dug up and moved to a safe location out of harm's way. Whitehouse had been at the site since early morning, busy shifting the cut logs to the workshops with his engine Puffer. He had just finished loading his wagons and was just about to make another journey. "Whitehouse, wait up!" Whitehouse turned round from his controls and saw Casey running up the line. "Ah, there you are, Casey," he said, stepping off his truck. "Good timing. I need your help to gather up the rest of these logs and get them loaded into the wagons there in that siding. Cars told me the chairman's got a new member signed up to help us out." Yes, that's all very well and good, but there's something I need to talk to you about." Casey looked around in case anyone was listening. It's kind of important, you see." Understanding the situation, Whitehouse sat down in his driving truck and smiled at his friend reassuringly. "Whatever's troubling you, Case, I can help you out the best I can. Now come on, what's up?" Casey sat down on one of the trucks and began. "Well, it all happened last night, you see. You may remember I stayed late to get Lady Granger's steam drained out. It's a time-consuming job, but I always like to do it properly. You know me. Well, while I was passing the Motorcar Society's entrance, I stopped the car. Why? Did you have a flat tire? No. Did you break down? No. So why did you stop there?" "Something made me stop," Casey answered quietly. Now, I don't often get confused, but this was very confusing. So I got out of the car and walked about. Now, this was something rather unusual, because if there's one thing I don't do, it's walk around outside the Motorcar Society. Well, you never know who might still be there, do you? Even at that time of night. But then, I heard a voice. It said, "I wish to take revenge. I wish to take control. I wish to take over everything." Then shortly afterwards, I heard another voice. "Come forth, weary seeker, and accept this advice. Bring me the rock that'll give you power, and I'll lead you to paradise." I then noticed that the voices were coming from that old shed round the back. You know the one where Bernard used to make his homemade petrol in. It's been closed off since our lost engine experience, but now, strange blue lights were flickering in and out through the nooks and crannies. I found this very odd, and decided to go in for a closer look. So, moving backwards to confuse anyone with evil intents and to think I was going forwards, I found myself an old oak tree and climbed to a spot where I can get a good view of things. What did I see, you may ask? Well, not much, I answer. The old shed stood in the yard looking very shabby and very sinister. Then, I heard the second voice again. "Come forth, weary seeker, and accept this advice. Bring me the rock that'll give you power, and I'll lead you to paradise." Well, all that talk about rocks and control is very strange, though I've never taken an interest in rocks, apart from rock cakes, but that's a different matter. So, I got down from the tree, got into the car, and drove off towards home, so if you have any idea on what's going on, you may as well say so. As Casey finished, Whitehouse sat back and thought about it carefully. "Casey," he said at last, "are you sure you weren't daydreaming?" "Of course I'm sure," snapped Casey crossly. "I don't imagine voices whilst driving. Well, nothing like that anyway." "Well, all I can say is," began Whitehouse slowly. "Yes?" "That I haven't got a clue on what's going on." "Oh." Casey looked disappointed. Whitehouse smiled as he patted his friend's shoulder. "So, the best thing I suggest to you is to ask Jane. She might help. She's a very intelligent girl, you know." He turned back to Puffer's controls. "Whitehouse, before you go,
answer me one question. Do you think I need to go and see a psychiatrist about all this? Don't be stupid, Casey. No, listen, be fair with me. You don't think I'm going mad, do you? But Whitehouse didn't answer. He just gave Casey a look, turned back to puff his controls, and headed off with his train to the workshops. He didn't answer. He didn't answer! Exclaimed Casey. Oh, I might as well go and talk to Jane about it when she gets here. Perhaps she might know what it's all about. So, with his question unanswered, Casey sighed and began making his way to get his engine, Lady Grange, ready for work. Little did he know his answer would be answered in due course. Jane Wilkinson had arrived late that morning. Her car had to go in for its MOT, so she had to get the train over to the museum. Now she was waiting over at the club station for a lift over to the club room. While she waited, a boy walked over and sat down on one of the benches. Jane had never seen him before. "Sorry, there's no public runs today," she said to him. The boy looked up and smiled. "It's all right," he said smoothly. "I'm here to help you with your club's railway." Jane was going to ask why, when Cars walked up. "Ah, hello there," Cars said cheerfully, shaking the boy's hand. "You must be the new member who's come to join us, right? I'm Mark Carson, this is Jane Wilkinson, and, your name is?" "Stephen Mercade," replied the boy. "I joined here after I was fired from the Motor Car Society nearby, because of my interest in railways, you see. I heard you guys were looking members, so I decided to join up." Jane smiled. "I'm glad you did," she said. "With the amount of trouble they cause for us, it'd be worse if they had new recruits." "Well, anyway," Cars butted in, "we're very glad to have you here, Stephen, and hope you'll be a credit to everyone. Now, if you'd like to come this way, please, we'll get you started on your work." But just as they started to walk away, a whistle blew, and Whitehouse pulled into the station with his loaded wagons rattling behind Puffer. "Ah, Whitehouse, this is our new member the chairman signed up, Stephen Mercade. This is Mike Whitehouse, our station shunter." "A pleasure to meet you, sir," Stephen said kindly. "Oh, yes, hello," said Whitehouse, shaking Stephen's hand. "Ah, Jane, glad you're here. Listen, Casey's got a bit of a problem he wants to talk to you about." "A problem?" Jane said, rather confused. "Well, yeah, that's what he told me. A very big problem. Sounds very serious." But Cars wasn't interested in Casey's problems. Work needed to be completed, and he couldn't waste any more time. "There's no time for problems," he said hurriedly. "Work on the line will soon take his mind off it." "Even so, I better have a word with Casey and see what's wrong," said Jane. Whitehouse offered them a lift over to the club room, so they climbed on and off they went. No one noticed Stephen smirking quietly to himself as they rounded the bend. "And I thought the car club was easy. This'll be like taking candy from a baby," he thought to himself. Some time later, Casey got Lady Grange steamed up and ready for work. He was just moving off shed when he saw Jane walking towards him. Stephen followed behind. "Hiya, Case." "Morning, Jane. Glad I got a chance to speak to you. Listen, I want to talk to you about... sorry, who's this?" "Oh, sorry, this is the new member who's joined up to help us with the line's extension. Stephen Mercade, this is Christopher Jones Jr., or Casey as we like to call him." "Stephen Mercade?" Casey said slowly. "That's the name, mate. Mercade," Stephen said proudly. "Yes, well, nice to meet you," Casey said, shaking Stephen's hand. "He used to be a member of the Motor Car Society, but got fired a few days ago," Jane began. Casey stopped shaking Stephen's hand and rudely withdrew it. He walked over to check the water gauges. "Yes, well, it's good to have you here, I think," he muttered coldly. Thank you," smiled Stephen. He then looked around the area. "Do you know, you've got a lovely place here, hidden away from the outside world. It's really grand, this." "Well, we like it, don't we, Casey? And we're very glad you like it too, aren't we, Casey?" Jane said kindly. "Oh, yes," Casey said sarcastically from the cab. "We're overcome with delight. Very overcome." Jane looked over at Casey and gave him a hard stare. What had gotten into him? "Then, I take it there's no trouble about me making my membership permanent, then?" asked Stephen. Casey was surprised. Staying permanently?" he asked. "Oh, well, I'm not so sure if you want to stay here. I mean, with all the noise and smoke, which I'm sure you'll hate after a while. Listen here, there's a train in half an hour if you're quick. Goodbye." With that, he drove off to fetch his trucks. "Is he all right?" asked Stephen. "Don't take any notice of Casey. He's sometimes a bit grumpy or moody at this time of the day. Especially today of all days," reassured Jane.
Yes, well, don't worry. I won't, said Stephen. So tell me, where do I start work? News had spread about Stephen's arrival, and everyone was making him feel right at home. Though, not everyone. Casey was very quiet while collecting the logs, and didn't take any notice of Stephen when he next saw him. He never liked the Motor Car Society or its members, especially Granger and Gears. Whenever those two are about, trouble is just around the corner for the railway as they try to come up with new schemes to close it down. But for the last few days, Granger and Gears were nowhere to be seen. They never came out of the gates or caused any trouble for the railway. Now this was very odd, and Casey decided to talk to Cars about it. But when Casey found him, he noticed that he had called all the members round for an important meeting. Right, now I've just been advised, Cars began, that the chairman has decided that we'll be continuing the construction of the extension line during both day and night, so it'll be ready for the summer run. If there's any members who wish to take part in the night runs, please sign the notice board inside the club room. Also, I'll be taking up the role as chairman while our current one is away to discuss the new timetables with the directors during the next few days. If anyone has any troubles or has seen any strange activity that they want to report, please inform me at once. This was a good opportunity. I've seen something strange, Cars, Casey called out to him. All the members fell silent and looked towards him. Well, Casey began, I heard some strange voices coming from Bernard's old petrol shed at the back of the Motor Car Society. Bernard's old petrol shed? One of the members asked. Well, but ever since the directors found out about it, it's been locked and barricaded for years. Hearing this, Stephen went as white as a sheet. Shed? He inquired. What do you know about it then, eh? Look, all I'm saying is I heard voices coming from it, that's all, said Casey. But everyone didn't believe Casey and his voices, and went back to work. Casey sighed and went into the clubroom to get signed up for the night run. It was not worth telling everyone about what happened last night, so he decided to forget the whole thing. Maybe Whitehouse was right. Maybe he was daydreaming or something like that. While he was signing the notice, Casey was pleased to see that his friends had also signed up for the night run, but was disappointed when he saw Stephen's signature as well. When he had finished signing the notice and got himself a cup of tea, Cars and Stephen walked into the clubroom. So, you didn't have any luck with the inn then? Cars asked. Sadly, no. They were booked solid, Stephen replied sadly. But don't worry, I'll find somewhere to stay. You'll see. It was at that moment that Cars noticed Casey trying to sneak out of the door. Casey, you've got a spare room, haven't you? He called after him. Casey went pale and froze. A Motor Car Society member staying at his house? Surely not. Well, he stammered. Ah, good, then it's settled, Cars said. You two can leave early today so you can help Stephen get settled in. Oh, thanks, Stephen said, giving Casey a smile. I don't have that much baggage to carry, so there'll be no trouble. He was right. He didn't have much baggage. Only a rucksack and a very large and heavy trunk. It took a brave while for Casey to lift into the car, and even longer to unload it and take it up the stairs. When he got to the guest room, he noticed that Stephen wasn't there. Where did he get to? He soon found out. Wow, you've got it all furnished and all, Casey, a voice called out. You really do know how to make a guest feel welcome. Casey knew which room that voice was coming from, and he dashed into his own bedroom to find Stephen slumped on top of his bed, feeling right at home. Just leave the trunk outside the door, will you? Stephen yawned sleepily. I'll unpack it in the morning. And with that, he was sound asleep. But where am I going to sleep then? Casey asked. Where d'ye think? Said the alarm clock. It's obvious it's not here. Casey sighed sadly. There was no point in arguing. He had no choice but to move into the guest bedroom, whether he liked it or not. He got whatever things he needed, and got ready for a very uncomfortable sleep. Poor Casey slept badly that night. The bed in the guest room was old and had worn out springs, so whenever he turned over, the bed gave a loud creak and kept waking him up. In the end, he ended up sleeping on the sofa, which was not much of an improvement. Soon, morning came, and Casey woke feeling very worn out. Stephen wasn't. Rise and shine, Casey, he said cheerfully. We've got a busy day ahead of us. Come on, let's get a quick breakfast and let's get down to the railway. Breakfast. Breakfast was the last thing Casey wanted to think about. But after a cup of strong coffee, he felt a bit more awake, and he and Stephen headed on towards the railway. By now, progress on the line was going along ahead of schedule. The trenches had now been dug out, and ballast was now being added in. The gang were now starting on laying the new rails and marking out where any sidings had to be made. Cars and Corpse were busy filling in the trenches halfway with ballast, while Casey, Whitehouse and Stephen were beginning on laying the new tracks. The logs had now been cut into sleepers and the new rails had been ordered in, so the three were kept busy laying the tracks into place and making sure that everything was level. By lunchtime, Jane came up with some refreshments and they all looked at their work so far. "Well, it's coming along nicely," said Cars. "We should probably get half the track done by sunset." While they were chatting, something flashed in Corpse's eye. Something green was sticking out of the trenches. "Yeah, what's that over there?" He pointed out to the others. They all looked over till they could see the object. Cars walked over and had a closer look at it. "We didn't dig a drain pipe up, did we?" he said. "Maybe it's a bit of an old glass bottle or something," suggested Casey. Cars picked it up and looked at it. The others gathered around to see. Carefully brushing the dirt away, Cars revealed that the object was a large emerald green jewel which shone brightly in the sunlight. Stephen's eyes grew wide with amazement, while Jane's heart began to thump rapidly. "How beautiful," she said with wonder. It's like the Emerald City from the Wizard of Oz. Let's have a look." "Oh, no you don't," cried Stephen, as he grabbed the jewel from Cars. The others stared speechless at him. "Why, what's wrong, Stephen?" asked Whitehouse. Stephen's eyes darted from one person to the other. It's just that, well, for all we know, it could be, a priceless artifact that could be worth a bit of money." "I agree," said Corpse, coming up behind Stephen and taking the jewel from his hands. "We should see about putting it into a museum or contact someone to look after it or do some research on it." "Good idea," said Cars. "I'll contact someone later on, and I'll put this here somewhere safe for the time being. Anyway, let's get back to work, you lot." Everyone went back to their jobs and continued with the building. Stephen seethed angrily as he threw a couple of sleepers down. "Ow! Hey, watch it!" said Whitehouse, who was busy securing a rail down. "I'm right in front of you, you know." Sorry," Stephen said quickly. "I wasn't paying attention. I've got one or two things in my mind at the moment." "Right, that's okay. Just be careful next time," said Whitehouse sternly. Casey was monitoring Stephen's movements nearby. Ever since they found that jewel, he'd been acting rather strange and very shifty, almost as if his character just changed all of a sudden. I wonder what could have caused this sudden change, he thought to himself. "Stephen, we're nearly out of rails. Could you go and get some from the workshops, please?" called Cars. "Righto," called Stephen, and went off. He'd been gone for a long time, and by now the sun was beginning to set. Cars was beginning to wonder what was keeping Stephen. They had now used up all the last bits of rail, and no more had turned up. "He should be back by now," Cars said to Corpse. "Wonder what's keeping him." "I don't know, but all this waiting is making me hungry," said Corpse, whose stomach was growling. "Tell you what," suggested Whitehouse. "Me and Jane will go up to the chip shop and give everyone something." "Yes, well, you and Jane go and get the orders, Whitehouse, and Casey, you go and see if we can find Stephen, see where he's got to. Me and Corpse will continue on the line here," said Cars. When Casey reached the workshops, he found that there was no signs of life from inside. The lights weren't on, but he could see the rails sitting on the bench from the light of the moon. Where did Stephen get to? He couldn't have gone far, Casey thought to himself, but he was to find out sooner than expected. From across the yards, Casey could hear a door close, and he could see a shadowy figure walking away from the office building. "Wonder who that is," Casey thought, and decided to follow. Keeping within a good distance so the figure wouldn't spot him, Casey followed it till he reached the station. From the light of the lamps, Casey could see that the figure was Stephen. What on earth was he doing? Stephen looked around and smiled sinisterly as he headed for the exit. What is he up to? Casey thought, and quietly followed. He followed Stephen for a good while till he stopped at the entrance of the MCS. Quietly, Stephen prized open the wire mesh gates and slowly sneaked in. Now what's he up to? Casey thought to himself. I knew there was something odd about him. I better get a closer look at things. Thankfully, Casey saw the old oak tree he climbed before and climbed to the same spot where he can get a good view of things. He could see Stephen heading towards the courtyards and over towards Bernard's old petrol shed. Awaken, dear seeker, I've taken your advice. I have brought you the rock of all power, now lead me to paradise, announced Stephen. There was a long pause. He snapped, thought Casey. That's what he's done. He's completely snapped. Oh well, better go down and get him, I suppose. Who are you? A voice called out. Casey turned back. He knew that voice. Great-grandfather Francis, Stephen whispered quietly. Who are you? The voice said again. Now Casey was starting to feel a bit scared. He never believed in ghosts, but now, even though he witnessed a few ghostly things in his past, he was starting to have second thoughts. It is I, Stephen Mercade, announced Stephen. I have brought you your goal. The silence came again. Within the depths of the shed, small plumes of blue light started to swirl. Then, a gust of wind started to blow around the area. Casey held onto the tree for dear life. As the wind started to die down, the spirals of light started to form into a ghostly figure and presented itself before Stephen. The figure wore shabby clothes and worn-out workman's boots. Casey took a closer look at the figure. He had seen people wearing clothes like that, but that was only up at the museum. Well done, my dear seeker, the spirit said as it smiled at Stephen. You've made your family proud, but I will need someone to do my bidding since I cannot grasp the jewel just yet. I am worthy to assist in any commands, Stephen smiled back. But just before any more could be discussed, the back door of the Motorcar Society swung open and Granger and Gears stormed out. 2 weeks, Granger said crossly as he turned to lock the door. 2 bloody weeks of tank cleaning, and all because somebody wanted to do overtime. Well, at least we're getting more money out of it, Gears protested. At least we didn't get kicked out like that little brat Stephen. Yeah, if I see him again, I'll give him... Granger replied, but froze when he and Gears turned and saw Stephen. You! They all both said in alarm. You've got some nerve to come back here, growled Gears, especially for what you said to the boss. Ooh, thought this shed would be good for a train layout, you said. And with that, you were out of here like a clapped-out motor. Why don't we show Stephen what we think of these rail lovers, said Granger as he cracked his knuckles menacingly. Hold the rock before him, the spirit told Stephen. Stephen closed his eyes and did what he was told. He pointed the jewel in front of Granger and waited. The 2 brothers burst into fits of laughter. You think a stupid piece of glass is going to hurt me? Granger said when he could finally speak. Ha! What a joke. Well, how's this for the punchline? And he hurtled towards Stephen. Focus now, the spirit whispered. Stephen concentrated. Then, the unknown happened. Granger stopped in his tracks and stared. The jewel started to give a creepy glow of different shades of green. The glow then started to turn to spirals of light. Now, the spirit demanded. Stephen opened his eyes and lurched forward. The spiral started to form into a beam of light and shot directly towards Granger. He flew across the yard and crashed into the side of the wall and landed on the scrap pile. His body started to twitch rapidly. Granger, are you alright, bro? Gears called out. Oh, God, Granger groaned. Oh, I feel so weak. God, what happened? Gears helped him to his feet. As Gears helped his brother to his feet, he noticed something different about him. His eyes were changing colour. They were changing from blue to green and then purple. His voice was changing too. Oh, God. Oh, I await my orders, master, Granger called out. Give me my orders, master. And he knelt before Stephen. Granger, have you gone insane, bro? Gears called out in disbelief. He was starting to get a bit scared. Stephen smiled as he walked up to Granger. Worked better than I thought, he said quietly. Oh yes, Gears. I almost forgot about you. He leaned forward and whispered into Grinder's ear. Here are my orders, Granger. Tell every member of this society to get here as quick as they can. Tell them Bernard has given everyone a pay rise and wants them to come here and collect it tonight. When they get here, give them a good tuning, if you know what I mean. You can start with your little brother. Granger stood up and turned to Gears. A sinister smile slowly started to form on his face as he walked slowly towards Gears. Gears, on the other hand, was trying to find a way out, but he was fenced in and there was no way of escaping. Now, Granger, come on. It's me. It's your little brother, Gears. Come on. You can't do this to me, would you? Don't worry, Gears. It's not so bad when you get used to it, Granger said, as he grabbed Gears by the scruff of the neck. He held him towards Stephen, who was ready with the jewel. No! Gears screamed, but there was no more to be said. He was now under the power of the Emerald Jewel. It was too much for Casey. He jumped down from the tree and sprinted back to the railway. Stephen's grandfather's spirit felt his presence. We had a spy watching us, he informed. Make sure the others don't believe what he says. Be back here when the time is right to attack, where you'll find your army ready and waiting for battle. As you wish, grandfather, Stephen said. He gave Granger the jewel and followed Casey back to the club. Casey hurried into the station, straining every muscle till he came to rest at the steps of the footbridge.
That does it. That certainly clarifies it. I knew Stephen was trouble the moment Jane said he was from the MCS. And what's worse, he's got them on his side, causing even more disaster for all of us here.
He climbed to the top of the footbridge to get a good view of things. He couldn't see Stephen anymore, but he could see Corpse working on the extension line while Cars was making his way towards the office. They should have known better to make him join up.
You blind fools! He called out into the night.
Casey, what are you talking about? Casey jumped in shock as he turned round. Whitehouse and Jane stared up at him from the bottom of the bridge. Are you feeling alright, Case? Jane asked.
No, I'm not, Casey snapped crossly. It's that troublemaker Stephen I'm cross with. I just saw him go into the Murder Car Society and turn Granger and Gears into mindless zombies.
Now come off it, Casey. What gave you that idea?
You've got to believe me. I saw him go into...
Saw who? Stephen appeared behind Whitehouse. I was just getting the rails when I had to go and use the gents nearby. The ones in the club were shut, and I had to go up to the museum to use them. What's up with Casey? I think he's annoyed by something, Jane began.
Too bloody right I am, burst out Casey, jumping down from the bridge. I'm annoyed with no good Murder Car Society members like you.
Whitehouse and Jane were in great shock. It had been many years since Casey had a huge meltdown like this. Hearing this, Stephen burst into a flow of tears and fell to his knees. It was very odd for a grown boy to do.
I thought this railway would be more suitable for me to join, he sobbed. All the other clubs neglected me because I said I was a member of some stupid, cruel motor car club for less than a few minutes.
Sympathetically, Whitehouse pulled out his handkerchief and gave it to Stephen, while Jane knelt down to comfort him. No one's neglecting you, she said soothingly, and this is a suitable railway for you to join, even if you were part of the MCS for a while. Take Stephen to the clubroom, Jane, and give him and the others their takeaways, Whitehouse said quietly. He waited till they were out of hearing range before he advanced angrily on Casey.
What has gotten into you? I could say the same thing, Casey retorted. Do you not realise he's going to cause a lot of trouble for all of us? Casey, Stephen is no longer part of the MCS. Why can't you get that into that stupid, idiotic head of yours?
Whitehouse was now as red as his t-shirt.
People change, Casey. Look at Cars, for example. Yes, it took him a while to get used to our ways, but he changed. I thought you were the sort of person who welcomes people to the railway, but now I can see you've changed for the worse. And if you carry on like this, I won't be sorry to report you to the committee.
Casey was about to reply to this threat when the two heard a loud scream come from the office.
That sounded like Cars, Casey exclaimed. Didn't I tell you trouble would soon arrive?
With no time to lose, the two darted quickly from the station and hurried over to the office, wondering what the matter was. When Casey and Whitehouse reached the office, they found Stephen, Corpse and Jane standing round Cars, who was in a major panic.
What will the chairman say when he finds out? Cars whimpered sadly. I'll get the sack for this, you know that.
What's wrong, Cars? What's happened? Asked Whitehouse. Someone broke into the clubroom and not only took the jewel we found earlier, but the deed to the railway. Without it, we no longer own it. Well, it couldn't have gone far. Look, you and Corpse continue on the line while us four search the area, suggested Jane. Everyone agreed and the search was on. Casey took Lady Grange on the line to the old mine, while Whitehouse searched the station yards. Jane searched the clubroom, and Stephen was meant to check over the office. But Stephen had slipped away into the darkness, and he made his way over back to the MCS. The time for the attack had come, and soon he would rule all around him.
The time has come,
he announced as he rushed through the gates of the MCS. He gazed at his new soldiers who had been brainwashed since he was gone. Time to attack. Prepared for battle, he ordered. The soldiers obeyed and went to arrange themselves at the large gathering in the courtyards. By now, the whole staff of the MCS was under the power of the jewel and were all lined up in 4 sections in front of the wooden shed. Stephen walked grandly down the middle section, admiring his new brainwashed army. Your seat of authority awaits you. Stephen looked up to see his grandfather's spirit standing proudly next to a large wooden throne. Come, my child, and present yourself as ruler of your army, it said grandly. All hail Stephen! Chanted the members. Long live Stephen!
What the hell's going on here?
An angry voice bellowed through the courtyard. Stephen stood up from his seat and glared. Mr. Bernard stood at the doorway of the club's exit, his face red as a beetroot. I thought I made myself clear that if you ever set foot on this turf again, I would have you crushed in the car compactor, he growled as he slowly walked towards the front.
And what are you lot doing?
Bernard yelled as he turned to the workers.
Standing there cheering for him? I'll have your heads for this.
He pointed his walking cane at Stephen.
Seize him!
Bernard ordered. Nobody moved.
Didn't you hear me, you idiots? I said seize him!
No matter how much you order them, Bernard, they won't listen. Stephen grinned sinisterly. Guards, seize him. Quick as lightning, Granger and Gears turned on Bernard and clamped him in chains from some old winter tires.
You'll pay for this, you traitor!
Growled Bernard. Not as much as the rudeness you gave me, Stephen replied as he took away Bernard's hat and cane. They quite suit me, don't you think? He said as he did a few catwalk poses. Take him away to the impound cage, and I'll deal with you later, Bernard. Bernard swore and cursed as he was forced away from the yards. Stephen laughed evilly. Now to carry out the attack. Here are my orders. All the workers stood to attention. We are going to take over this miserable land and rule it as our own, starting with your enemy, the Model Engineer Society. Take any members prisoner and lock them with Bernard in the impound cages. Do whatever it takes to make them cooperate. Carry on!
We obey! Long live Stephen!
Chorused the workers, as one by one they made their way over to the grounds of the railway. Some took the main entrance, while others took different routes. You'll be able to see the action here, the spirit informed Stephen, as it pointed him to a monitor on the wall. A worker switched it on, to which a clear CCTV footage of the railway appeared. They could see the army splitting up and roaming the area. Cars and Corpse had only got a few meters before they were nearly finished the extension. As Cars was getting another piece of rail, he saw what looked like a lump of black sludge lying in the driveway. "What's this?" he said, as he went over to examine the substance. Corpse walked up. "What have you got there?" he asked. "I don't know, but it looks familiar," Cars said. He dipped his finger into the blob. It stuck to it like glue and didn't let go. "What the?" Cars exclaimed as he tried to free his hand. It had now been covered in the stuff. Corpse tried to help when the blob suddenly snapped free from Cars' hand, sending the two stumbling back. "What was that stuff?" Corpse demanded, once he got himself together. "Tar," a voice said. The two looked over to see two MCS workers appearing from the shadows. Both were carrying what looked like water guns, with blobs of black tar oozing from the nozzle. "Quick, run!" yelled Cars, and turned to run. But his feet wouldn't move. He and Corpse looked down and realized that two more blobs of tar had been placed behind them when they stumbled back. Now their feet were stuck fast. The two workers sniggered as they cable-tied the two boys' arms together. "Two down, 3 to go," a worker said, as he and his teammate carried their catch back to base. Jane was looking through all the drawers and cupboards of the clubroom. The deed had to be in one of them, but where? After searching for the 5th time, Jane decided it wasn't there. "Oh dear. Cars, Jane here. No luck in the clubroom, so I'm going to try the workshops, alright?" she said into her walkie-talkie. There was no reply. "Cars, you there?" she said again. Only the sound of the radio static came through. Jane jumped in shock as a loud knocking came from the window. "Who is it?" she asked.
"It's all right, Jane. It's only me, Cars,"
replied a voice.
"I found the deed. It was in my pocket the whole time."
It didn't sound like Cars's voice, but Jane was too annoyed to notice this as she headed out the door. "Do you mean to say—" she began, but she was cut short when a car cover was thrown on top of her, while 3 MCS workers restrained her. Another worker came up behind Jane and knocked her unconscious. They made the cover into a sack and used it, carried Jane like a sack of potatoes, to join the others at base. Whitehouse searched the station yards with Puffer, moving backwards and forwards along the line to see if the deed had been blown into a hedge or tree. The station lamps helped light up a bit of the line, but Whitehouse had his torch and Puffer's headlamp, and he shone it around the yards, trying to see if the deed was anywhere about. But it wasn't. I might as well go and see if Casey's had any luck, he thought to himself, as he moved off in the direction of the forest. I must also speak to him here about his behaviour again. He's been acting really odd since Stephen got here. He had just made it to the footbridge when everything happened at once. A large tire swung out from the other side of the bridge, struck Whitehouse with a great force that sent him flying off his driving truck. He flew through the air and landed a few meters away on the turntable. Whitehouse got up and looked around to see what was going on. Then he caught a glimpse of 2 MCS workers darting out from the trees behind him. Before Whitehouse could move, the workers ran to each end of the table and grabbed the turning bars. They began spinning the table faster and faster. They spun it so fast that Whitehouse nearly lost his balance. Then they stopped spinning and let the table turn freely. This gave them enough time to grab some small tires and began throwing them at Whitehouse like a game of hoopla. One by one, the tires were stacked on top of Whitehouse, keeping him in a fixed position. As the turntable finally stopped spinning, the neat stack of tires that Whitehouse become fell on his side. The 2 workers took hold of each end of him and carried him back to base. Another member had gotten hold of Puffer and had loaded him onto a trailer, which he too took up to the courtyards. Stephen cackled with laughter as he watched everything from the monitor. All captured, and everything is now in my possession. Soon I'll rip up that line and make way for my new empire. Report update, sir, Granger announced. Report, soldier, Stephen replied. Everyone taken prisoner? Affirmative, sir. We round up all 4 of them. Excellent. I'll come down later on to gloat at them. I have an offer they can't refuse for their life's sake. Now, I want you to... Stephen paused. How many did you capture? All 4 of them, sir, Gears replied. 3 boys and a girl. Hearing this, Stephen went red with rage. You idiots, he bellowed. There's still 1 real buff out there. Find him and bring him here. Move! He kicked Granger to the ground, to which he scampered off to round up the troops. Yes, sir. Right away, sir, he yelped. Calm yourself, my boy, the spirit said soothingly, as Stephen sat back down on his chair. Don't let that boy put you off your victory. Why don't you go and witness your catch for the night? I might as well, Stephen replied, as he got back to his feet. If there's any updates, please inform me at once. And he made his way to the impound cages to see what his men had caught. The Motorcar Society workers searched the whole club, but there was no sign of Casey anywhere. They didn't know about the old mine line, so Casey was safe. But for how long? Casey spent a good half hour looking around for the lost deed, but with no luck. It was now 12:30 in the morning, and everywhere was pitch black. Casey decided to take a break for a while and headed back to Lady Grange, where he left her on a siding. As he warmed himself in his cab, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from nearby, and looked up to see what it was. A tramp was walking down the road towards the coast. Now, tramps sometimes take things that don't belong to them, or trick folk into giving them something. Maybe this one may have taken the deed. Excuse me, mate, Casey called out. The tramp stopped and turned to Casey. Can I ask you something? Casey asked, to which the tramp nodded and walked over. What assistance can I give, kind sir? He said, tipping his hat before Casey. You haven't seen a deed along your travels, have you, by any chance? Asked Casey. They're hard to come by, sir. I try to do a good deed for someone, but they refuse to accept it. No. I mean like a deed to a house or a railway? Ah, I see. The tramp chortled. Nope, sorry. Casey sighed. Oh, well, thanks anyway. And he turned to go. Hold on a moment, the tramp quickly said. You're part of that railway, aren't you? Yes. Why? Casey replied. I'm just wondering. Why aren't you with your colleagues? They're all kidnapped, you know. Kidnapped? Yes. They're all carried away to that garage place outside your railway by folks with some serious eye infections. The tramp took out a homemade pipe and puffed a few clouds of smoke. We never stood for any of that in my younger days, he murmured. But then, that was then, but not now. Stephen, Casey said quietly. He's brainwashed the whole MCS and he's already attacked the railway. I can't go back on the line. They're bound to see me for sure. Well, you could disguise yourself, the tramp suggested. I would lend you some of my clothes, but property is sacred, you know. Good idea. There's no moon tonight, so I must wear something dark. Thanks, mate, he called as he headed back to Lady Grange. Consider your quest for a good deed concluded. Oh, thank you, sir, the tramp called back. Good luck, old boy, he murmured as he continued on his long journey. He could use a shower by the looks of him. How are you all settling in? Stephen smiled as he looked at his prisoners. Bernard, Cars, Corpse, Jane and Whitehouse stared back at him as they tried to free themselves from being chained to the wall. Don't get too comfortable now. I have plans for you as soon as the rest of your colleagues arrive tomorrow morning. If I was still chairman, I would have you kicked out, threatened Cars. Oh yes, you would, Stephen replied. Only, I don't think the new chairman would like that very much. After all, he's the one who owns the deed, isn't he? And with that, he presented a piece of paper before them all. The deed? But how did you find it? Cars gasped. Didn't the chairman tell you to keep it somewhere safe before he left? Whitehouse asked. You did hide it somewhere, didn't you? Cars thought hard about it. Oh, I knew there was something I was meant to do, he muttered quietly. And I thought Granger and Gears were idiots, Bernard groaned. Anyway, Jane burst out, you've only got the 4 of us here. Looks like your boys missed one. Stephen chortled as he walked up to Jane. Don't worry your little heart on it, he said, stroking Jane's long hair. She resented. I will find him and make him suffer like you lot will. But then again, he paused and looked deep into Jane's eyes. I could always use a queen to rule next to me. There was a thud and a gasping squeak as Stephen fell to the ground. Okay, he squeaked. Maybe I don't need a queen after all. You can suffer the fate of your friends as well. He stood up again and recovered. And then, once everyone in this land is brainwashed, I can rule everything, and then everything will belong to me. Me, you hear? Don't forget about me, Stephen. The ghostly spirit appeared next to Stephen. It's mainly my bidding as well as yours, you know. Oh yes, great-grandfather, my apologies, Stephen quickly corrected. No offense taken, but be warned. Even in death, there are ways I can make people suffer. And just how can you do that? Corpse questioned. It's not even possible. Just you wait, hissed the spirit. It turned back to Stephen. There's something I need you to do, it informed him. As you wish, great-grandfather. I'll deal with you lot later, so make the most of what time you have left. Casey had soon got a good disguise to blend in with the other workers of the MCS. He got hold of an old pair of overalls and dirtied them up with motor oil. Right, hopefully this should fool them, he thought to himself. If I fail, that's it for everyone, including the railway, so I better be careful. He left Lady Granger in an empty siding and walked over to the MCS. Again, all the workers were gathered in the courtyard, while Stephen and the spirit stood outside the shed. Now then, Stephen began, we are all aware that there is still one railway pest wandering the grounds, but no matter, for you lot will be armed with these firearms. Casey looked at the weapons from his tree. They looked very similar to paintball guns, but with glowing fragments of the jewel in each one of the containers. Just one hit from one of these, and he'll be completely under the power of the jewel. Now, the only problem we face is where to find this little pest. It's not as if he could fall from the sky now, is it? It was at that very moment an owl landed on the branch next to Casey. It turned round and saw Casey, spread its wings wide, and gave a loud screech. Casey jumped in shock. The branch he was sitting on broke, and he fell out of the tree and onto the gravel in the courtyard. Everyone turned and stared at him. Oh, sorry about that. Casey said as he got to his feet. This isn't the Top Gear studio, by any chance? Casey, I've got you just where I wanted you. Stephen jumped and grabbed one of the guns. All the others moved in. As you were, Stephen ordered. He's mine to deal with. Casey dived towards Bernard's Rolls Royce as Stephen fired numerous shots. So much for the disguise. Now what did I do? Casey said to himself. He was just about to give in when Stephen stopped firing. Surely after those shots, he'd be more brainwashed than a 5-year-old watching the Teletubbies. Guards, move in! Granger and Gears moved in towards the car. Casey began to panic. There was only one idea left in his head, but it was too risky and too stupid to use. But at times like this, anything was possible. Slowly, Casey stood up and faced Stephen. All hail Master Stephen, Casey said, trying hard to sound like the others. Stephen lowered his gun and smiled. Well, that was easy enough. Granger, call off the search for Casey, and tell the men to prepare themselves for the takeover. I obey, Granger replied, and went to his duties. Stephen circled around Casey, looking at his disguise. I've seen worse, he admitted, but it takes more than an oil-stained pair of overalls to get the better of me, Casey. Now, what should I do with you? He then had an idea. Casey, Here are my orders. You are in charge of guarding the impound cage. Make sure none of the prisoners escape. I obey, Casey replied, and marched towards the cages. Stephen smiled as he sat back down in his chair. I don't think it was wise sending him down there, the spirit said. There's something about him that stands out from the others. Maybe it's because he's the first railway folk to get brainwashed. Don't worry yourself. I've got everything under control, reassured Stephen. Deep in the impound cage, the others were all wondering if Casey was all right. All except Bernard. Oh, I hope he's okay, Jane said worriedly. I'm sure Casey's fine, reassured Corpse. He may have hidden away from the troops and taken shelter somewhere. More likely he's been caught and brainwashed like the others, muttered Whitehouse, who was trying to get some sleep. Don't say things like that, snapped Jane crossly. Casey may be the youngest out of us and may not be the smartest, but at least he would know how to deal with situations like this.
Silence in there!
Yelled the guard on duty.
Prisoners should only speak when spoken to.
All right, don't get your prop shaft in a twist, Cars called back. We're not all petrol heads like you lot.
If you don't shut in there, I'll make you quit,
the guard threatened. What's going on in here? A voice called from nearby. They all looked and saw Casey standing at the doorway. His face showed little sign of emotion. He walked slowly up to the cage.
Who are you?
Questioned the guard. I'm to cover for you, master's orders, answered Casey in his brainwashed voice. He waited to see what the response would be.
Very well, but watch that one there.
The guard pointed at Cars.
He's a troublemaker, him.
You're the one who's causing trouble around here, Cars yelled back, but the guard took no notice as he marched out of the room. Jane walked over as far as the chains would let her towards Casey, who had his back to them. Stephen got you after all, Casey, she said quietly. Casey looked around, making sure no one was watching, before turning quickly towards them. Not likely, he said cheerfully. Case! How the hell did you get in here? Does Stephen know? Asked Cars. Yes, but he thinks I'm brainwashed like the others, so don't let on. Right, where are the keys, and I'll see about getting you lot out of here. There, on the wall by the door, putted Corpse. As Casey reached for the keys, he noticed the club's portable tracks were laid out on the floor. They seemed to be leading back to the railway, with a set of points leading towards the courtyards above them. Why are they here? He thought to himself. Keys! The keys! Cars whispered, trying to get Casey's attention. Sorry, I was checking in case anyone was about. Now, which key is it? Everything all right, Casey? A voice called out. Casey jumped and stuffed the keys into his pocket as Stephen entered the room. I see you noticed the rails there. I'll discuss about that later on. In the meantime, I've been thinking. He paused for a few seconds. Casey bit his lip. I've been thinking that it might be a good idea to make you my second in command. Casey desperately tried to hold back the words no, but forced out, It would be an honour, master. Good, smiled Stephen. He turned to the others. You hear that, you lot? He yelled, striking the cage with Bernard's cane. If anyone of you tries to escape, you have to go through your friend. Whitehouse laughed. That wouldn't be a problem, he said. Casey couldn't even swing a punch. Is that so? Stephen said. Casey, prove him wrong, will you? Casey opened the cage and walked up to Whitehouse. They looked at each other menacingly. Very quickly, he struck Whitehouse in the liver, causing him to collapse to the ground. Whitehouse winced in pain. The others watched on speechless, as Casey then started to kick Whitehouse repeatedly. All right, that'll do, Casey, Stephen said once he was satisfied. Any more brave comments? The others glared at him and remained silent. Didn't think so. Come, Casey, we've work to do. I obey, replied Casey, and walked after him. After closing the cage, he looked back to the others and winked. Then he followed Stephen back to the courtyards. Everyone gathered round Whitehouse to see if he was all right. As soon as the door slammed shut, he sprang to his feet. Well, that seemed to work out a treat, he said cheerfully. The others stared.
You mean you weren't hurt?
Bernard said. A punch like that would have put you out of commission at once, said Cars. Oh, ye of little faith, smiled Whitehouse. Surely you know me and Casey were acting. Managed to fool Stephen, too. But why? Asked Jane. Corpse smiled. You crafty devils, he said, as Whitehouse pulled out a set of keys from his pocket. That's one way of getting the keys. Right, said Whitehouse, trying to look for the right key. Just give me a few moments here, and we'll be out of here in no time. I'll take those first, Bernard burst out, and grabbed the keys from Whitehouse. In the struggle, the ring holding the keys snapped, and the keys fell through the railings of a water drain on the ground.
Oh, brilliant! Kaz said angrily. Our only chance of escaping, Bernard, and you've gone and ruined it in less than 10 seconds. It's no wonder we're enemies.
I just want to get out of here as much as you do, Bernard growled.
That's enough, you two, Jane interrupted. We just need to hang tight and hope for the best that Casey can get us out of here. That is, if he can get us out.
Stephen took Casey back to the courtyards where all the workers were once again lined up in 4 rows. While they were away, they equipped themselves with shovels, pickaxes, crowbars, and all sorts of destruction tools. Men, Stephen began, putting his hand on Casey's shoulder, I present to you my second-in-command, Casey Jr. All hail Casey Jr., chorused the workers, raising their weapons high into the air. Now, for some reason, Casey sort of liked having the MCS hailing him. If only they were on our side, he thought to himself. Things would have been a lot more easier for us. Let us begin our takeover, continued Stephen. We will begin with the destruction of the Model Engineer Society's railway line. Sections 3 and 4, you'll escort both myself and Mr. Jr. over to the extension area. There, we will begin the demolition. Casey knew the end had come for the railway, but what could he do? No ideas came to mind, and time was running out fast. But then, surprisingly, Stephen said, Let us take the train over. We'll give it a send-off with a final train run. Casey looked round and saw Puffer being driven into the yards by the track he'd seen earlier. Both he, Stephen, and the workers boarded the carriage that was being towed. As you can see, we've made use of your portable track, Stephen informed Casey. We will use it to transport the scrap steel from the tracks so it could be melted down and used for making more of our powerful weapons. Then we will spread out throughout the lands and make every person around the area one of us. I'm not sure I'm going to like this, Casey thought. One last thing before you go, Stephen. The spirit appeared next to the carriage. There's one bidding that still needs to be completed. Now, if my memory is correct, researchers say that the jewel has the capability of making departed spirits, like myself, become solid flesh once more. Would you care to give it a try? Stephen thought about it, and agreed. He held the jewel before his grandfather's spirit. Now, repeat what I say, the spirit said, before chanting a type of spell. Stephen listened carefully before repeating it in the same style. Casey stared from the coach, his eyes widened with amazement. As Stephen slowly chanted the spell, the jewel started to glow, to where fragments of light started to swirl out of it. They circled around the spirit, slowly at first before moving faster and faster. It was like watching a 1980s music video on the television. The lights then shot into the spirit, which lit its figure before everyone. The light then faded away and revealed Frank, alive. Well done, my child, Frank said, smiling from ear to ear. He took the jewel from Stephen and handed it to Granger. Guard that jewel with your life, he said sharply. I obey, Granger replied, and turned away. Just as he turned, he tripped on a cable that was lying in his path. The fall sent the jewel flying out of his hand. No! Cried Stephen as he leapt from the train and caught the jewel before it hit the ground. Casey watched closely from the train. You clumsy idiot! Stephen yelled as he checked the jewel for any damage. Do you realize what damage you could have caused for me? Mainly for me, Frank said grimly. His ghastly eyes glared sinisterly down on Granger. Stephen looked at his grandfather. A puzzled look fell upon his face. What do you mean by mainly for you? He asked. Never you mind, Frank snapped, before snatching the jewel from Stephen's hands. I'll take charge of the jewel and let you attend to what you are doing. Now, get on with it. Frank sat down in the chair with the jewel grasped tightly in his hand. Still looking quite unsure, Stephen reboarded the train and they set off towards the Model Engineer Society. As the train moved off, Frank turned to Granger. To make sure you don't cause any more trouble, you will join your colleague guarding the prisoners. Move! Yes, sir. Right away, sir, Granger said, as he ran towards the impound cages. Take one last look, Casey, Stephen said, as they passed the station yards. This will be the last time you'll see this railway, and once it's all ripped up, the new empire will cover all its land. Puffer stopped at the start of the extension line to which the workers disembarked and lined up in front of Stephen with their destruction tools at the ready. Men, Stephen announced, what we're about to do will be a new page in the history of the Motorcar Society. Surely to God he's not making another speech, muttered Casey to himself. It is the time where you will fulfill your revenge on this miserable railway line. He is, you know, Casey muttered again. Prepare for the destruction! All the workers arranged themselves on the first bit of track. Casey closed his eyes. This was something he dreaded to see. Ready! End! Stephen began. Then it happened. A few yards away from where they were, in the hidden siding, Lady Granger's steam pressure had slowly risen and had set off her safety valves. The noise echoed through the trees and reached Stephen's ears. What is that? He demanded. Oh, that's just Lady Granger's safety valves blowing. It's just to let me know that she's ready to roll once more. Casey clasped his hands round his mouth. What did he just do? Stephen and the workers stared speechless at him. No brainwashed person would give railway details like that. Unless... Stephen walked up so he was eye level with Casey and glared. You were never brainwashed to begin with, were you, Casey? He said quietly. No, not really, Casey replied. Slowly nodding his head understandingly, Stephen turned away. His hand reached out and grasped one of the pickaxes from the train. Well, if brainwashing you doesn't get rid of you, then perhaps this will! He swung round and lunged at Casey. Casey grabbed a nearby shovel and blocked the pickaxe from stabbing his head. The spike was just millimeters from his forehead. He threw Stephen back and jumped onto one of the coaches. Stephen lunged again, and the two were now swinging pickaxe and shoveling each other like a lightsaber duel. The coupling behind Puffer and the first coach broke, and the coaches started to gather speed down the gradient, with Stephen and Casey still fighting. Follow and try to stop us! Yelled Stephen to the workers. Quickly, the workers ran down the road to the station, where they waited for the two to pass by. Faster and faster the coaches went, growing more speed every wheel turn. Stephen lunged time and time again at Casey with the pickaxe, but Casey was quick on his feet and dodged as many swings as he could. Then, without any warning, Casey swung his shovel and knocked the pickaxe out of Stephen's hand and into the line side. "Gah, you little brat!" Stephen growled as he quickly nursed his bleeding hands. "I'll kill you with my bare hands if I have to!" It was at that moment that Casey saw Lady Granger in her siding. "This is where I get off," he called to Stephen, and leapt just as Stephen took another dive and was left on the runaway coaches. "There's no time to lose," Casey said to himself as he leapt into Lady Granger's cab. "I'll have to break the rules for this one, for my friends' sake." Using the controls skillfully, Casey drove Lady Grange back to the MCS, avoiding any blocked paths from the workers. Stephen, on the other hand, was in a major panic as he raced through the wire mesh gates and into the courtyards. A sharp curve lay dead ahead in front of Bird's petrol shed. "Oh no! Help!" yelled Stephen, and tried to reach for the guard's brake lever, but it was too late. The coach bounced and jeered as it flew off the curve and ploughed straight into the side of the shed. Frank, who was in the path of the coach, leapt to safety as the shed smashed to bits. When the noise died down, Stephen crawled out of the wreckage. His right leg was broken and his head was nearly cracked open. "Mercade," Frank said through clenched teeth. "What have you done?" "Casey Jr. wasn't brainwashed at all and ruined everything," Stephen whimpered as he slumped onto the remains of one of the coaches. Frank seethed with rage. "You stupid little brat! Just like your grandfather, always crying over your accidents like a pathetic child who wants his mummy. You make me sick. Pull yourself together and stop that boy from ruining my plans!" Stephen looked up from the droplets of blood streaming down his face and gnashed his teeth. "No," he said quietly. Frank retorted. "I said go and stop that boy! Move!" "And I said no!" Stephen snapped back. He stood up and tried to keep his balance on his still working foot. As far as I can see, this was not the paradise I was expecting. It's more like a lot of pain and suffering. And what's all this my plans? I did all the work for you from the very start, and I'm going to finish it once and for all. Now, for the last time, do my bidding or suffer the powerful effects of the jewel. I will never serve you or that useless piece of voodoo glass anymore. So be it." Frank pointed the jewel in front of Stephen and started chanting a very fatal spell. Just as he was halfway through it, Stephen grabbed a crowbar on the ground and threw it at Frank's hand. A direct hit. The jewel was knocked out of his hand and it smashed to pieces on the ground. An explosion of light erupted from the earth, knocking Stephen to the ground. What have you done? Cried Frank. I've got to get out of here, fast! He made a dash for the gates, but the ground started to crumble. Cracks started to form in the earth, with blinding green lights beaming like spotlights. Stephen quickly ran for cover as another eruption took place. This can't be happening, stammered Frank as he desperately tried to find a way out. He tried to leap over a large crack that had formed in the ground. Another beam of light stopped him halfway, which suspended him in mid-air. Swirls of green fog circled around him once more. The mist became smouldering flames, which burnt through Frank's clothes and flesh, leaving nothing but a skeleton screaming in pain. Then it vanished as it instantly combusted, leaving the ashes to scatter wildly through the wind. Casey was now inside the Motorcar Society, with Lady Granger going twice her usual speed. He took no notice of the commotion nearby as he stopped Lady Granger by the impound cage. "What do you think's going on up there?" asked Cars. "I don't know, but I don't like the sound of it," replied Corpse.
"Shut it in there!"
yelled Grinder.
"Prisoners to speak!"
"When spoken to, yes, I think we got the picture by now," retorted Whitehouse.
"I'll have your heads for this, you two!"
growled Bernard. Casey tipped over to the cage's edge, making sure Grinder and Gears didn't see him. "Guys," he whispered sharply. The others were pleased to see him. "Why aren't you loose? I gave you the keys, didn't I?" They all looked over to Bernard, who just scowled. "Right, I'll have to think of some other way then," sighed Casey. Another bang sounded from above and shook the earth.
"The master must be in trouble! We must see what's happening!"
exclaimed Grinder.
"But what about the prisoners?"
Gears began.
"Leave them. They're not going anywhere. Now come on!"
The two hurried out of the room and up the pathway to the courtyards. Casey then noticed some spare chain lying nearby. An idea was developing in his brain, but he had to work fast. Quickly, Casey tied one end of the chain to the cage and the other end to Lady Granger's coupling. "Stand clear now," he called out to the others. But before he moved off, Casey did the most stupidest thing he could ever have done in this situation. He sounded the whistle. The noise echoed through the pathway, to which Grinder and Gears picked it up instantly.
"What the?"
exclaimed Gears.
"The prisoners! They're escaping! Why did you let us abandon our posts?"
shouted Grinder.
"But you said, never mind that! Hurry up!"
Skidding to a stop, Grinder and Gears raced back to the cage. Another rumble started. Bits of rock started to crumble in the roof. "Hurry, Casey!" called Jane, as bits of soil and stone started to fall from the roof. Lady Granger's wheels slipped on the damp rails as the chain tightened and creaked loudly. "Come on, old girl," Casey begged as he opened the regulator further and further. The train was just moving forward when Grinder and Gears raced in.
"Quick! Stop him!"
yelled Grinder, and he and Gears ran to the cage's side. As they got there, there came a loud groan, and the whole side of the cage collapsed on top of them as Casey pulled it free. "Quick, everyone, to the train!" ordered Casey, as he took Grinder's spare set of keys and started uncuffing everyone from the wall. An old coach was standing nearby, waiting to be cut up. Jane and Corpse quickly coupled it behind Lady Grange, while Cars and Whitehouse carried the unconscious bodies of Grinder and Gears over to the train. "Hold tight now," called Casey as he started the train on its way. They had just made it out when Corpse saw something flutter past him. He jumped off and ran after the object. "Corpse, get back here!" cried Cars. "Don't worry about me, I've just forgotten something," Corpse called back, and disappeared. Wheel turn by wheel turn, Lady Grange roared past the gates of the Motorcar Society. All the workers had evicted the society as soon as the trouble started. Once they were a safe distance, they all turned and looked at the destruction. The whole of the Motorcar Society was engulfed in a beam of green light, lighting up the night sky with its brightness. Then it went out with a final flash of white light, sending gusts of wind within a 1,000-yard radius of the club's land. And then there was silence. The seven looked up at the mass of broken bricks, rubble, and bits of metal that was once the Motorcar Society. The destruction of the jewel had passed. "Whoa, that was something," Casey said at last. "To think that a small jewel could cause so much destruction." "It was cursed to begin with," Cars explained. "I rang a museum after we found it, and they said that it was a jewel used by the now extinct worshippers of an unknown tribe. With it, they can bring back the dead and control them through the jewel itself." "Well, that explains the workers being brainwashed," Whitehouse said. "But what about when that ghostly figure said he could make us suffer more?" "Well, the jewel can drive a person insane with its power, even killing them. That's one part of the curse." "And the second?" asked Jane. "If the jewel is destroyed at some point, those who are brought back to life are instantly destroyed. If that person's soul had a good nature in its lifetime, then it's left to rest peacefully. Those who have an evil or criminal past is condemned to suffer, Well, I hardly think what. A loud groan came from the train as Grinder and Gears came round.
Oh, what happened to me? Grinder said, scratching his head. One moment we're coming off a shift, the next moment we're right here. What happened?
Oh, I feel like a truck hit me, groaned Gears. You two have a lot of explaining to do, thundered Bernard, grabbing the two by the scruff of their necks. But sir, exclaimed Gears, explain what? Don't give me any more of that innocent crap. Get up there and get this place back the way it was. And with that, Bernard marched the now confused brothers up the path to the remains of their society. On their way, they rounded up the rest of the workers, who too were wondering what was going on. So much for thanks for saving your life, huffed Casey. Ah well, things never change. Looks like Stephen will have to go back to the drawing board on this, said Whitehouse. Where is he, by the way? Asked Jane. A series of weeping and sobbing soon answered that. Nearby, they found Stephen curled up behind a thorn bush, tears streaming down his blood-covered face.
How can I let this happen? It's all my fault,
he wept.
There's no hope of you lot forgiving me for all the trouble I've caused.
Jane knelt down and tried to wipe off some of the blood from his face. We understand what you've been through and know how dangerous that jewel was, Carr said slowly. Since you first saw that jewel, you were instantly a victim of its power, but now it's destroyed, and you can do no harm anymore. True, you did lead us into a series of danger, but we all forgive you, since it wasn't your true self during that time. Stephen sobbed fresh tears once more.
Oh, you really folk are too kind. Too kind.
Case, I'm sorry for what I said earlier about not believing what you said, Whitehouse whispered. Oh, forget about it, Casey smiled. Just be glad you lot are all in one piece. Thanks to you, said Cars. You'll have a good word put in with the directors, I can assure that. Then Jane looked around. Someone was missing. Where's Corpse? I can't see him anywhere, she asked. Then they remembered. They looked at each other, then back to the wreck of the MCS. Do you think he made it? Asked Casey. I don't think even Corpse could escape something like that, Whitehouse answered. Casey turned angrily to Stephen. See what your evil has done, Mercade, he barked. That's enough, Casey, Carr said. It's no use getting all angry. I think it's probably best that we all hold a minute's silence in memory of our dear friend. The others agreed, and did so. Whilst this was happening, no one noticed a scruffy figure stumbling behind them. It noticed what the others were doing, and decided to join in. It'll take a lot of sweeping up to get the place the way it was, it whispered to Cars. Yes, indeed, whispered Cars. I hope they recovered the body okay. Whose body? Yours, Corpse. Then Cars paused. He looked up. Corpse! Sure enough, Corpse was standing there with them, tired and covered in scratches and bits of dirt. Corpse, you indestructible smeghead! Exclaimed Whitehouse. What were you thinking of, man? Well, I did say I'd forgotten something, Corpse began, so I went back to get it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. The deed! Exclaimed Cars joyfully. We own the railway again! And just in time, too. It's getting light. Sure enough, the morning sun was just peering through the trees and branches as the new day arrived. Well, we better get some rest and get the line ready for the opening, yawned Cars. I think a good breakfast is in order. What do you say, guys? The others cheered and made their way back up to the railway. Are you coming, Stephen? Asked Casey. Stephen was puzzled. You mean, you still want me to be here? After all, Well, you did work extremely hard with the extension line and even got the MCS out of our hair for a while, said Whitehouse. That is something we'd like to see from good workers like yourself. So, are you coming? Stephen staggered to his feet. Oh, please, he said, as Casey and Whitehouse helped him over to join the others. A week later, the extension line was completed. A big grand opening was held over by the engine sheds, with all the locomotives simmering quietly. They were all lined up on the extension line's points. The chairman stood up to the podium and addressed everyone. Well, everyone, it has been a long wait, he said, but after much saving and hard work, the new line is finished. And what has been told to me by Mr. Carson, I think it's appropriate to name this part of the line Mercade Pass. With that, he pulled a cloth that was covering a sign, which said Mercade Pass. Everyone applauded and Stephen just smiled. You will be working here as a small promotion, informed Cars. You will be our loop line signalman. What do you say? Oh, thank you, replied Stephen. I've always wanted to be a signalman, and now I am. And as for our member, Christopher Jones Jr., continued the chairman, myself and the directors have decided that his engine, Lady Granger, will be given a complete overhaul free of charge for his heroic efforts to save the line from the dreaded MCS, which will now be out of our path for some time. Everyone cheered and congratulated Casey. So, with no more ado, the chairman concluded, I declare our new extension line open for running. A chorus of cheers and whistles erupted from the crowd as one by one the cavalcade of engines paraded through the new line. Stephen now works on the new line as its signalman. He makes sure that all the trains are sent through on the right routes and makes sure that any accidents are avoided safely. And for the MCS? Well, they will return someday, as soon as things get back to normal with them. But between you and me, that won't be for a very, very long time.
Well, we made it. That's the end of the live stream. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Thanks to everybody, for sending all your happy anniversaries and all that there. So yeah, wow, it's probably the longest live stream ever. We clocked in about nearly 9 hours. Amazing. So guys, once more, thanks very much for everything here for 15 years. Let's hope we can have another 15 more. Take care, guys. Thanks very much again. All the best. Bye-bye.